Good morning, everybody. This is the Oskar Quentin Show, where I take calls from the general public on TikTok Live and very soon through a phone number. That is still being worked on. As I've mentioned to some people, the arrival of the hardware I needed to run that came at a very poor time in my personal schedule. It took a week longer than I expected. Had time a week ago, didn't have time this past week, so... Anyway, that is getting worked on very soon. Furthermore, if you're watching this after the fact on YouTube, there will be a pinned comment that'll tell you when the first call starts, as well as some more comprehensive timestamps in the description. What's the news today? You know, the Iran war continues to wage. There's stuff going on in the world. But Mitch McConnell has not turned up, and the deadline is tomorrow. For those who've not been following, we're pretty sure Mitch McConnell is dead. I'm usually much more careful to just like announce conspiracy theories like that. I really, for example, did not jump on the bandwagon of saying that, like, for example, the White House Correspondents' Dinner shooting was faked or something like that. Like, I just don't think that that's, you know, it's not 100% certainty, you know? But what I think is 100% certain are that the circumstances of Mitch McConnell's disappearance are completely and utterly suspicious. And I just want to put this at the beginning of a show where it'll get a little bit more airtime, because my whole position on it is that if I was recovering in the hospital at the age of 84 years old, and let's assume I have a brain that is still functioning to the degree that I'm a competent senator. So let's not kid gloves the guy. He's old, he's ailing. Normally I'd want to be polite to somebody like that, but he's a fucking sitting senator. He's one of the most important people in the country in terms of the functioning of the government. If I was capable of being a senator, I could look at the two pictures that were released of Mitch McConnell and say, my team would say, hey, Mr. Quentin, these are the photos we're going to release to the public to show everybody that you're okay. I say, these grainy, low-ass resolution pictures that look like they're from a cell phone from 12 years ago? No, that's not going to convince the public that I'm okay. And then if they showed me the second one, because people didn't believe me the third one, I don't think I would say, oh yeah, the same type of photo. No, even just two photos that were taken a couple of minutes apart, one of him sitting over here, one of them sitting over there, AI actually really struggles to do that because it's hard to keep the room consistent. You can do these things like count the ceiling tiles across a length of wall and go from this corner to that edge of the wall. It's a different number of ceiling tiles in this photo versus in that photo. There, you know, like I don't believe that a competent sitting senator would look at those photos and consider them to be an acceptable attempt at proof of life. And the deadline is tomorrow. Andy Beshear, the governor of Kentucky, released a letter basically demanding that he provide verbal confirmation of his competency to lead. No deadline, no consequences in the letter, which is kind of weak sauce. It's just kind of like, hey, people think you're dead. Stop it. Look more alive. Which, you know, we just need more than that. We need more teeth from our politicians saying, like, hey, you know, what the fuck, dude? So, yeah, I'm actually pretty confident in saying that he's either completely dead in the ground, cremated already, or just truly incompetent, like nonverbal or non-conscious or something like that. I don't believe these photos. I think maybe my entire career is about me gaining enough clout, gaining enough like trust from my audience and from the community for when I say that I think with confidence that a situation is bullshit, I'm right, you know, probably. That's why I didn't say anything about the White House Correspondents' Dinner, because I didn't want to stake my name on a confident assertion that this thing was a hoax when I just looked at the information and thought, like, look, the White House is incompetent these days, but like, you know, it didn't make sense. Legia Miller on YouTube has a video about it. I completely co-sign Legia Miller's perspective on the White House Correspondents' Dinner. She is the only other voice of reason on that topic, in my opinion. And for the voice of reason that she is, I was really sad. Ooh, pardon me. Microphone on that extra phone's really bad. It's my old phone. Yeah, that's the backup account if you want to follow that on TikTok to make sure you can watch the show when I get this account banned for something. Legia Miller is like a lawyer who has some perspectives that I really seriously co-sign. I really, really appreciate her work, and she used to be a neighbor of mine, but she fled the country. She moved to Ireland. She didn't announce it until after she'd physically moved her and her family out of this country. What happened in the 30s in Germany? The intellectuals fled because they saw what was coming. I've been honest with the public about the fact that I'm working on getting my paperwork in order because I'm eligible to move to Canada because of my family there. Because Canada extends their birthright citizenship a generation, and my mom was born in Canada. So, like, I'm thinking about that. I don't want to leave. I want to stay. I want to stay here and keep working on this thing. Anyway, somebody who I really value and respect the perspective of fled the fucking country. That's kind of an aside. Lovely Jamiller. Very sad I never got to meet her because she moved to Ireland, but I always thought, oh, I bet I'd get to meet her because she lives like... Actually, I did see her at the grocery store once, and I thought to myself, how rude. I don't want to go bother Legia Miller while she's like shopping at Aldi, because she must have lived close enough to me that she shops at the same Aldi, but I didn't want to bother while she was doing her groceries. Anyway, there's all the commercials and things. Go to the link tree in the bio, follow all the other accounts. Send me some money if you like the show. Kronos did that. He's normally sending his donations with his quick little jokes throughout the show, but he's not going to be watching to say Kronos today. He says, Kronos here, I won't be watching today's live. Going to be working alone from now till an hour after your show starts. So I'm deciding to go to give myself a fresh video when I get home. Have a great stream. Thank you, Kronos. You will be sorely missed, I'm sure, by the YouTube chat. I mean, you will be sorely missed by me for sure, but YouTube chat as well. Lucky Phil says, no, turtle power about Mitch McConnell. And there was that buy me a coffee donation asking me to learn a song to sing the jingle. I haven't done that. I was very busy yesterday, but I will do that. That's all. I have that saved as a note so it doesn't get lost. Anyway, I think that's all the over donations. Erupt in the chat if I missed one. But we're going to talk to NCK. Is that Nick 93382? I don't know. I'm going to hover the disconnect button because we got a black profile picture. Hello, how old are you? Nigger. Yeah, so that's why we hover the disconnect button, because, we are running out of Trump supporters that know a word other than the N-word. We're really scraping the bottom of the barrel looking for some people to have some political conversations with. There's a lack of nuance on the right, it would seem. Like if that's his argument, I think it's self-evidently a bad one, and I don't really think it deserves much of my attention, but here we are. That's who we deal with, I've been really surprised to see the degree to which the pool of available people, at least on TikTok, willing to discuss this has dwindled down to just a bunch of white nationalists. Nick's in the chat saying Nick Fuentes, we had a conversation with a Groiper yesterday about why maybe you're listening to a character like that. But that's what's happening to today's youth. Kids were when I was a kid, kids were saying the N-word on Black Ops or whatever on Call of Duty, which I didn't do because I grew up in an environment that taught me not to be hateful like that. So people are always going to just be trolls. The internet's always going to have trolls. Send Ludes says Somalian flag in the background is crazy. Your pattern recognition skills are bad. If you think that my flag looks like a Somalian flag, I think that Trump looks like Hitler. I think you should call in and we should talk about which is a more sensible comparison between those two. Also, which is a bigger problem, because we're talking about a flag, not a guy who's running the country. Man, lots of opposition in the chat, but I'm going to argue that there's lots of cowardice in the chat today, because there ain't nobody in the queue. What's going on with that? Got big words in the chat. That's what I do for a living. I talk to cowards. But yeah, I am excited for the phone number. Because I've recognized the entire time that the slice of the discourse space that we have here on TikTok Live, or even just in the debate space more broadly online, the show's on YouTube as well, and the clips go everywhere, and there's people who do this sort of thing on Twitch, and I'm going to expand to Twitch once we, that's on the workflow improvement to-do list, is to multi-stream to more platforms to grow the show. All that's in the works. But there's that whole space, and then there's people who've never seen a debate video. There's people who don't know who Dean Withers is. There's people who don't know who Destiny is. People who don't know who Hassan Piker is. People who've never watched a Jubilee or something like that. People who are just not locked in, and the only debate that they see is on Fox News, on Fox and Friends, or the Talking Heads on MSNBC or something like that. And I don't really have a good grasp of if you asked everybody in the country, if you polled every single person in the country and said, do you support Trump? Are you happy that he's president? Or are you sitting here wishing it was Kamala Harris? Which is the way that I tend to divide whether or not we're talking to a Trump supporter. That's like the way I define it. If we took all the people who answered yes right now, I don't know what the makeup of that group is. Like, what percentage of it are trolls who want to call into my show and yell the N-word? What percentage of it are white nationalists that like want to take away women's right to vote and like deport or disappear anybody who doesn't have white skin? And then how many of them are just people who like haven't had a conversation with a person like me? Because the people who don't fit in those two categories, I have found that if they're willing to have a conversation with me, are quite reachable. People have a hard time looking at the facts of what has happened in this country over the last 18 months and being given a taste of that, and said, yep, there's a deep well of these grievances. Here are a few of them. Here's what happened to this person. Here's what happened to this law. Here's what's going on with this, right? Here's this Supreme Court ruling where you can see the decision was written by somebody that Trump appointed and means that now law enforcement officers in this country are allowed to stop people based on their skin color or their accent. Not all law enforcement officers, but ICE officers are. Those are called Kavanaugh stops because of Brett Kavanaugh's decision on it, which was a majority decision. So it wasn't just Trump's appointed justices, but very, very few reasonable people are willing to call in and defend a MAGA position. I find that remarkable. But I don't know what the data says. I don't know if there's good polling to tell me about that question I have. Of the people who still support Trump, like how many of them are just like people who really think, no, I think he's doing a good job. Oh yeah, he's kind of crazy. I know his character's not the best, but I really think he's helping the economy. Like that type of Trump supporter, I find my success rate to be really high with that type of Trump support. If somebody tells me that and they're willing to listen to me, and they're not going to tell me that like whatever evidence I show them is some lib-slurred thing that they, like, oh, I don't believe that because it's, just like these brick wall cases. But some people are just like, he did fucking what now? And I think we're running out of people on TikTok Live, on the online debate space in general, who are just going to hear what he's done and go, holy shit, he did fucking what? He did what? He was found liable for what? Because I've had those calls, but not in quite a long time. And that's why I'm so excited about the success of people like Dean Withers, because Dean Withers has grown. I think when I started this and I first started paying attention to his numbers, I think he had like 5 million followers here on TikTok in like January or whenever I started doing this. I think my first stream was February 9th for the debates. And now he's over 7 million, and I see that growth, and I think that the space of online discourse is actually meaningfully growing in a way that some of those people who are out there in the world not paying attention to what we're all doing on social media are starting to get drawn in and see that there's like a more honest discourse space. Because I can sit here and criticize the way people run their lives all day long, but I think there is something just fundamentally more honest and transparent about like a 90-minute conversation with a stranger who disagrees with you on this platform versus like an edited to shit interview on MSNBC or Fox News or something like that. There just like isn't like a structure that allows mainstream media, cable news, television, like print media or anything like that to provide this sort of long form content where it's like, here's a reasonable person talking to hopefully somebody who's willing to listen to reason, and we're just going to try to figure out why you support Trump. And like that sort of interaction is what can really change people's perspectives in this country, because it's applicable to so many people and they just don't get it from anywhere else in the media. So fucking like and subscribe, people, because we're doing our gosh darndest to reach some of these fucking people. Lucky Phil sent $2 on Buy Me a Coffee to say they're in the wrong queue. They need to be in the far queue, maybe even far queue 2. What? I think there's a pun or something in there that I didn't get. Lucky Phil's always giving me like slightly challenging messages to read because I have to get the joke to read it right, and sometimes I don't get the joke. But we're going to talk to Ronald Payne 2030, and we're going to see if he's running for office in 2030 or if those are random numbers. Maybe not. Maybe we'll just talk about Trump. How old are you?
I'm 76 years old.
Okay. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Why is that?
One of the good reasons is if you work overtime, you don't have to pay taxes on it.
I think that's like a really good policy. I think that not taxing people for overtime hours and not taxing people on their like cash tips if they're a waiter or something like that. we could argue about fairness, but I try to judge policies by saying, is this policy going to make the world a better place? And I think that doing those sorts of things just very obviously disproportionately helps people who are struggling, because somebody who's working overtime or somebody who's working for tips is probably still at that work real hard and grind part of their life. And I want that person to have a good retirement. Are we on the same page about those policies?
Yeah, we are.
Okay. If I was president and I wanted to put those policies into an enormous piece of legislation that had like 100 things in it, you'd really need to scrutinize the other 99 things, right?
Well, you usually do on either side. It doesn't matter. But what I am talking about, that you were talking about, was the idea that you're against ICE, and the thing about it is...
Hold on. I just want to stay on one thing. I'd love to talk to you about ICE, but can we finish talking about the no taxes on tips first?
Okay. Well, there ain't no new taxes on tips.
Or sorry, you said no tax on overtime.
That's right.
Yeah, I mixed it up with no tax on tip because I consider them to be very similar policies. When you're going to vote for somebody who's going to do that sort of thing, you can say that the reason you like that sort of policy is because it will make the economic circumstances of a person who works overtime better. That's why you want that policy, right? Somebody who's working overtime is going to have an easier time paying their rent, an easier time at the grocery store, an easier time buying that instrument for their kid to learn to play, that sort of thing, right?
Yes.
So if you look at a person who's going to give you no tax on overtime, you have to ask the question, what is the overall effect that they're going to have on that equation? The wages versus the rent and the groceries and the jersey for the kids' sport team or whatever.
Groceries are starting to come down, and so is gasoline.
Well, so that's where I'm going to go, which is that if we consider all of the things that have happened during Trump's second term, he's really not helping those people. Gas prices
Yes, he is.
Well, I disagree. I think that gas prices are currently a lot higher than they would have been if Trump hadn't started his war in Iran.
Well, he didn't start the war in Iran. He helped out his ally, and this is why we're going to, and people were not understanding that point.
Why did he help our ally, Israel, have a war in Iran? Why would he do that?
We have to help them, and Iran did not start that war with Israel. I mean, Israel didn't start that. They started that war, and that's why we got into it.
Why do we have to help them?
Because that's our duty to do it.
Is it our duty to help Ukraine?
No.
Why not?
Because Ukraine should have been with Russia altogether anyway.
Well, I mean, that can be your opinion, but I think the issue here is one of international sovereignty, and I think that Ukraine had a pretty good agreement with Russia that they were doing their part of. Their part of the 1994 Budapest Memorandum was that they weren't supposed to make any nuclear weapons, and they didn't. They don't even have like any kind of nuclear program, no missiles program, nothing like that. But Russia
then
invaded.
how come they're beating Russia?
Well, lots of people are giving them aid because lots of people see what I see, which is that this is a really serious violation of international sovereignty. We have a big country invading a country that they promised not to invade through an agreement that was made in the 90s after the breakup of the USSR. And I think that when that sort of violation is made, like when two countries are squabbling like that, I think it's important for everybody's international sovereignty for us to show countries that you can't violate sovereignty in that way. That's my reason for thinking it's reasonable to help Ukraine not run out of ammunition against Ukraine or against Russia. But I really don't understand why it is so important to Americans and to international sovereignty that Israel be able to bomb Iran. That doesn't make any sense to me in the same way.
They did not bomb Iran first.
Well, there'd been strikes back and forth for, I mean, realistically since before.
You're talking about hundreds of years.
Well, yeah, I was going to say it goes back a long time. Like the conflict between these people go way back. But I think that the U.S. involvement really escalates it to say that previously we weren't at war with Iran, and we are now, and that's Trump's doing, and I don't see the benefit.
Yeah, but also you said the Supreme Court
not hundreds, by the way, decades, but sorry, yes? Say that again?
You said that the Supreme Court passed that law about the people coming in this country. But there was more than one. There was more than one Supreme Court justice.
I don't understand what you just said. Supreme Court doesn't pass laws, and I don't know which law you're talking about.
I said law that they passed about illegals coming in this country.
No, I really want to understand why it is you think it's good. Because I'll remind you that you said that gas prices are going down, and I pointed out that they are still higher than they would otherwise be. You can label it however you want. You can call it a war.
But they are going down. I live in Florida, and they're going down.
Right, but they are higher. Like if I made gas prices go up to $10 a gallon from, say, $3 a gallon, went from 3 to 10, and then they went down to 6. Would that overall be good for you?
No.
Okay, and that's the situation we're in. They're still up compared to before. They're higher and more volatile now because every time there's a piece of news about the war, they swing wildly. But the reason I brought the gas back up is because you moved from saying that the gas prices are lower to saying that the reason that the gas prices are higher is okay, and we kind of forgot the step where I'd really like for you to admit that they are higher, and it is Trump's fault that they are higher because Trump chose to go to war with Iran on behalf of Israel.
Well, we have to help our ally. Besides that,
you already said that, and we can argue about whether or not that was a good thing to do. But
it was a good thing to do.
Right, but we're moving past this point about the fact that Trump still is responsible for the gas prices going up. You can say it was worth it.
He's not responsible for the gas prices. It's
you can tell me
companies. They do that.
You can tell me that you agree with him doing that. You can say it's okay that Trump made the gas prices higher. Here are the reasons why.
He did not make the gas prices higher. The oil companies did.
Why did the oil companies make the gas prices higher?
Because they can do whatever they want to when there's a war.
Right. Why was there a war?
Everyone else around here.
Come on, you got to understand. I was in the Vietnam War, and the gas prices went up back then.
Thank you for your service. And you're right. The U.S. got involved in Vietnam, and the gas prices went sky high. Do you think that Vietnam was a good war? Do you think we were successful in what we were trying to accomplish?
No, we lost the war.
I agree with that. I think it was bad. And I think that if we look at what's happening in Iran, I don't think there are any winners. Which is
well, you got to understand too. You got to understand too. If you look at the Bible, it tells about what's going on now. It's not because we helped Israel. It's because this is what's happening through the Bible.
So you think that Trump is doing God's will by bombing Iran on behalf of Israel?
No, I don't think he's doing anything. I think God had put it in a place where we had to fight this war.
Right, okay, but so I don't want to. We can move back on to whether or not that we were supposed to fight the war, but I don't want to get away from this question of who was responsible for the gas prices going up. Because if Donald Trump is looking at
the gas companies are,
but do you think it had nothing at all to do with the war in Iran?
No, it really didn't, because they had a choice to either keep them down prices or they can come up.
The reason that gas
Iran is trying to keep us from getting oil.
Sir, it's not just gasoline at the pump. It's fuel prices across the world, because the fuel that passes through the Strait of Hormuz, which Iran has enough control over to interrupt the shipping of, that affects everything. That affects like fuel prices used for the diesel that moves shipping containers. That affects the prices of heating homes in Europe, which is geographically closer to the region and more dependent on the energy infrastructure in the region. It's not just about the gas that you put in your car. It's about the global fuel market lost some supply.
I know that, but that's why we're trying to settle. We're trying to get it settled, but Iran does not want to take to the table and keep it going.
On. But I just need to. We keep moving past this point that I'm really not understanding. Is Trump the reason why we got involved with Israel and Iran?
Yes, he is.
Okay, that's
but
one.
It's not just because
I understand that
any president would have done that.
I don't agree that every president would have done that, and we can disagree about the reasons. I just want to make sure we agree about the fact that he did do that. Now, the war starting in Iran, this escalation in the conflict where we got involved, would you say that it's fair to say that that is why the Strait of Hormuz has been periodically open and closed, and why some ships in it have been bombed?
We are trying to make it open all the time.
I understand that. I'm just asking if you agree that because Trump got us involved in Iran is why the Strait of Hormuz was closed, or has been closed on and off.
It's been closed on and off because Iran keeps breaking their treaty.
Would that have happened if Trump didn't get us involved?
Probably.
It was already open before we got involved, and it was the same day that we got involved that they announced it closed.
And the gas prices were going higher because of it.
Right. So because Trump got us involved in Iran.
No, it wasn't because Trump got us involved. It started going up before Trump got involved.
That's not true.
Yes, it was.
There's a little bit of fluctuation in gas prices periodically. It's a volatile market, the energy market, but it shot up dramatically the very day that we started getting involved in Iran.
But you got to understand, anytime there's a war, there's going to be prices going up.
And I don't want to speak in generalizations. I'm just trying to understand why you think that Donald Trump didn't increase the gas prices, because he chose to get us involved.
He did not.
I'm trying to get us there. You agreed that Trump got us involved in Iran with Israel, right? We've agreed on that already?
Yes, I do agree with that, but you keep
please,
trying to put it past that, and it's not that.
That's step one, and I'm trying to get to step two, which is that because Trump did that, Iran closed the Strait of Hormuz. Can we agree on that?
No, because we're keeping it open.
We're not. If it was open,
yes, we are.
We're not doing that very successfully. The people who work on those boats that move all that fuel, they want to.
Well, Iran's not going to be around much longer if they keep not going to the table.
The people who work on those boats. Have you ever met somebody who works on a ship?
I met people like that. Yes.
Yeah, you were in the military. You must have met people who work on ships. They work never mind long hours. They work for months at a time where they don't see their families. They don't see their kids. They miss out on important stuff, right? Like their kids graduate high school with them.
Yes, I missed out on my son's life.
That sucks, man. Those people want to go hug their families again. And if it was
yes, but I went to a war I didn't have a choice.
What I'm trying to understand is, would you, if you worked on a boat, would you want to take it through the Strait of Hormuz right now?
No, I wouldn't.
Why not?
Because it's not completely safe.
Right.
Because Iraq will not stop fighting.
Iran, yeah. So if Trump says on the TV that it's safe and it's open, would you still take your boat through the Strait of Hormuz with your family at home?
No.
Okay. So when I say that they're limiting the flow of oil through the Strait of Hormuz, there's no particular announcement or agreement that would make you or me or anybody who works on those boats feel safe right now. And that reduces the supply of oil to the global market. Is that fair to suggest?
That's true, but they're still trying to get them through.
Right, they're trying, but
they have been successful a lot of times.
Great,
but you got to blame it on Iran, because if you don't blame it on them, it's not going to happen, because they will not go to the table.
Well, I think that we can blame things on people based on who we think are responsible for things, and I do think that Iran is evil, the government. I think they're bad guys. I think it's bad that they're doing a lot of the things that they're doing. But I just want to make sure that we understand the steps here. Trump is the one who got us involved with Iran and Israel. You already agreed on that, right?
Right, but I'm saying still, if Iran would go to the table and keep the treaty going, it'd be okay, but they will not do it.
Yeah, and that's because they're a bunch of evil assholes. I think we agree that the people who run the country, Iran, are a bunch of... So
why do you blame it on Trump? Trump is trying to stop this war.
Well, say, for example, if you and I lived in an apartment together, let's say we were roommates, okay? Can you imagine this situation? You may have had roommates when you were younger. Oh, he left. I was going to say, if I started feuding with the neighbor across the hall and they broke in and started messing up our apartment, I'd be like, that's bad. That's them doing that. But I'm the one who provoked them, and it was probably not sensible for me to provoke them, even if they're a bad dude who deserved some bad thing happening to them. I would have given that guy 2 hours if he could have kept up with it. That was an interesting call. If you enjoy the Oskar Quentin Show, you can go to my Venmo, Cash App, Buy Me a Coffee, or Patreon in the link tree in the description or bio or wherever you find it. And you can support the show. I don't have anybody in the producer's chair today. I'm alone in my studio apartment that I use as a studio. But Jessie's coming in later to do some work and get cooking on the evening show, 7 p.m. Central Time, YouTube only, and then the members only stream after that. All of that good stuff. Let's see. Trav sent $1 to say, I hit that tree while drunk driving, but I didn't. See, Cash App doesn't show me. You get a line. You got to keep it short on Cash App. I don't know why. Is there a way to see the rest of it? Hit the tree because I was drunk. This guy's logic. Oh, wait, hold on. I can read it all together. I hit that tree while I was drunk driving, but I didn't hit that tree because I was drunk. This guy's logic. Yeah, it wasn't logic. It was just the next thing. It was whatever I said. He just announced to me what he felt about it. and there wasn't really he wasn't really following. That's maybe the sort of person I was talking about earlier. I think that guy, he's old, he's set in his way. 76, did he say? Was 74, something like that? I think he's deeply set in his ways, and it would be a lot of work, but he sounds like somebody who's reachable. That to me, in my professional opinion, sounds like somebody who you could ask enough questions for him to realize he doesn't know why he thinks the thing he thinks. Because I think that guy was regurgitating what they tell him on Fox News. That's my accusation. Jazz sent $2 to say the treaties with Iran were broken by Israel, dummy. Yeah. I wouldn't call that guy a dummy. Not because he isn't a dummy, but because I don't think that'd be an effective way to communicate with him. Smoothie-esque says, Oscar, he does this on everyone's live. Is he a regular? I don't know. Well, and if you're saying he's not reachable, I'll say this. I have reached a lot of people that this community have declared not reachable, and I think I'm gonna start being nastier to other hosts, which I really avoid doing, because I consider everybody's attempt at this kind of their own thing, and like, if I had a piece of advice about like maybe making your strategy in these lives more effective, like I can offer it, but I'm really starting to see a lot of people in my neck of the woods on here not actually try to reach these people. Like, don't tell me that these people can't be reached if you don't give it a good fucking try, right? Like, how much do you actually care about your country? Are you too impatient to have a 10-minute conversation instead of a 5-minute conversation? Like, come on. Capitalist Maxing says, let's do this. We'll see what he wants to do. After he reminds me how old he is. I know I've spoken to this guy before. How old are you?
Hey, Oscar. I'm 23, 02.
Okay. I know you support Trump. I've seen you on a couple lives, but I can't quite remember who you are. Mm-hmm. What are we talking about today?
I always just like to go off of the host's prompt. I see that you say MAGA wants to undo progress. I think that's just a very fear-mongering claim. That's a big problem that I have with Democrats. The economy right now is pretty stable.
It's not.
When I say pretty stable, that doesn't mean the economy is... That does not mean I'm saying the economy is perfect, but the economy is stable coming out of Joe Biden.
By what measure?
I would like just to find some like bipartisanship on whatever measure that you like. I'm looking at low unemployment. Do you want to do that? Do you want to do steady GDP growth? Do you want to do moderate inflation? Do you want to do rising wages? Do you want to do stronger consumer spending?
It's my show. You need to stop talking. And listen, I'm not interested in... No, stop talking. What are you doing? What is this? You're breaking the rules. This is my show. You're just yapping. I need you to stop talking and listen. I need you to stop talking. Use your ears, not your mouth.
You asked me a question.
You brought me a claim, which is that the economy is stable. And I'm not asking for you to give me a laundry list of economic measures I could choose. I'm asking you why you think the economy is stable. And that information is not going to come from me. Which measures have convinced you that the economy is stable?
Yes, and I'm saying I'm willing to do any metric that you'd want. I have no problem saying, yeah, that one is higher under Trump's, and that one is lower under Trump's. That's all I'm saying. For example, low unemployment rate has gone up 0.3% under Trump. It's still a stable economy.
Can you turn your camera on?
0.3. Say it again?
Can you turn your camera on? I'm convinced you're like reading like AI talking points and not really listening. And I also
I have my doc sheet. Yeah, I'll show you right now. I have my doc sheet.
Great, that's great. Is your camera on?
Yeah, you can look right here.
I want to see your face. I want to see your face to make sure you're a serious person. And
if you would like to schedule a debate and split your screen, yeah, sure, we could do that. I'm in the comfort of my hotel bed right now, if I'm going to be completely honest with you.
Okay, if you look nice and cozy, you should have no problem showing your face to everybody, and I'm not interested in scheduling a bigger show to platform you in a way that's more than you deserve. If you want to show your face, you can have this conversation with me now. If you don't, you can get off my show.
Yes, so once again, you said you'd like to have a conversation, not a FaceTime.
I am not interested in a word you have to say. You can argue with me about the rules of my own show all you want. You get soundbite. You get 0 votes.
It's not the rules of your show.
I get all the votes.
Numerous times with people not having to show their face. If you want to split the screen, we can split the screen right now.
Can we get some No, dude, I'm not going to give your account the traffic you want. You're not here to fucking like grift on my face. Yeah, I'm not here. Yeah, but the purpose of turning on your camera is to get people to take you seriously, not for you to grift off my show by co-hosting.
No, it's being disingenuous. disingenuous that you got set up today with your mic, with
I'm sorry. Hold on. No. My camera is already on. Yours isn't. If you want it to be fair, no, that's ridiculous.
No, fair is saying, hey, we could schedule a time to debate.
That's horseshit, dude. Are you familiar with the title of the show? It just showed up in the chat. It's the Oskar Quentin Show. This is my show. If you want to stay on it, you turn your fucking camera on, you pussy.
Yeah, you do this numerous times, not having to have people show their face and you debate with them. You want me to show my face? I said, yeah, sure. Let's split the screen and we can have a debate.
No, I'm not interested in you raising. There's no negotiation here. It's not a negotiation. These are the rules.
I'm fine with no face. I'm fine with no face.
You coward.
It's either you can split your screen or you don't need to show my face. But you don't want to you don't want an actual conversation. You want to be disingenuous.
I'm telling you, I'll have an actual conversation with you if you turn your camera on. And the fact that you won't turn your camera on to have a meaningful conversation with me demonstrates to me that you are not interested in having a meaningful conversation.
From my hotel
cooking the shit out of me from the comfort of the hotel behind a fucking keyboard. Like, seriously, dude, this is real life we're talking about. You don't actually believe any of this shit. I think you're a troll. I think that you have a Google Doc full of points that are difficult to refute if people don't have encyclopedic knowledge of economic figures. You can talk over me all you fucking want, dude.
I'm cooking you from my hotel.
Chat, let me know who you think is getting cooked. Chat, let me know.
ChatGPT.
Yeah, let's see.
I showed you I'm not using ChatGPT.
You didn't show me what I wanted to see. What I want to see is your face. Have you shown your face on here? Do you only show your face to people who give you clout by letting you co-host their show? That's fucking ridiculous.
Your quote was, I believe you're using ChatGPT. I proved to you that I have my own doc of statistics.
Stop talking to me about anything other than why you are so cowardly as to refuse to show your face on my show, and why you think it would be fair for me to co-host the show with you so that you can grift off the success of my account.
I proved you're wrong from the comfort of my bed that I'm not using ChatGPT.
You didn't prove shit, and you know it. You can announce that over and over all you want. I'm not fucking impressed.
Wrong that I wasn't using ChatGPT. I showed.
I'm sorry. You want to have a brief logic conversation about whether or not showing me text on a screen proves whether or not you're using ChatGPT? I bet you used Chat.
And we could split the screen and I'll brush my stinky breath.
What the fuck is this, dude? Why do you spend your time doing this? What is the purpose of coming on here? And like, I genuinely think that your approach.
You guys are fear mongers.
Let me talk.
You guys are fear mongers.
Let me talk.
You asked me a question.
Let me talk. It's my fucking show and I don't use the mute button. Let me talk. I am accusing. I have a very specific accusation about you, which is I believe you are a sea lioner. Sea lioning is when you ask very specific, detailed questions about a topic until the person you're debating with doesn't happen to know the specific answer to that question. Because yes, I'm sure you could bombard me with economic facts that you've gotten probably from ChatGPT and put into that document, and you can read them out to me and I'll be like, yeah, sure, I don't know what the quarter 3 unemployment rate change in
averages.
Great, congratulations. I don't give a shit what you like unless you show me your face, because I think that you know what you're doing is an unfair way and disingenuous way to argue your points about the economy, and because you know it, you hide behind your lack of camera, and then maybe
let's have a conversation.
Dude, turn your fucking camera on. If you want to have a conversation about if you want to have a fucking dude,
I said yes. What is this? I'll show your face.
Show your face. Do it now. I'm already showing you my face. I'm already giving you more attention than you deserve. I can't smell you through your fucking microphone. Thank God. So let's not worry about what you fucking smell like, dude.
You don't want to do that,
dude. It's not working.
You don't want
turn your fucking camera on. I do want you to show your face.
I will get up, brush my stinky breath if you split your screen, just like how you got up.
Why does the smell of your breath matter for you turning on your camera? I will not co-host my show with you. That's not what's going to happen. You think you're cooking because you come to my show and demand to share the airtime with your account? You think you make that makes you look big? You think that makes you look reasonable in this conversation? This is ridiculous.
I wasn't using ChatGPT.
No, dude. No, this is fucking ridiculous.
I would like a good faith.
We haven't even had a conversation because I'm unwilling to have a conversation with you unless you turn on your camera.
No, you're unwilling to have me get
this grifter is demanding I co-host with him. He wants me to multi-guest so he can say, look, I had 630 people watching my stream. Fuck yourself, dude. It's transparent.
All your followers are liberals. I highly doubt they're going to follow me to begin with.
Attack my fucking audience? Hilarious,
dude.
What
I'm saying is that I'm not going to show my face as a minority box in your little TikTok live. We could split the screen and I'll get up just like how you got up and prepared for your audience for the day.
What are you, 108 followers going to come fucking defend you in the chat? Answer me this. Why Why do you think it's fair for me to share the stream with you, to co-host, to make you turn your camera? Why do you think that's reasonable?
That. Thank you. I think that's the most honest question that you've given me so far today.
I don't give a shit what you think is audience.
With your microphone, with your prompt, with your hair, with your glasses, I will do the same thing for your audience. Right now, I'm in the comfort of my bed. The last thing I expect is for you to say, let's have a conversation, show your face. We can have a conversation. I have no problem showing my face. Let me get ready for your audience, just like how you got ready for your audience today.
Do you wake up in the morning and think I'm going to go on Oskar Quentin's show and be a good person? Do you think you're helping society be a better place by behaving in this way?
I don't think people are good people in general. We're all people trying to be better people.
Wow. Answering that. Oscar? I'm sorry. I just asked you if you thought you were a good person, and you answered like you're a politician instead of a good person. How is it that you
just
sleep?
Like little
how do you sleep at night not being able to answer that question with a confident yes?
How do you sleep at night not being disingenuous and fear-mongering?
I'm sorry. I want an answer to that question. How do you sleep at night, not able to answer the question, do you think you're a good person, with a clear yes?
Because I don't believe anyone is a good person.
You should maybe meet more people who aren't like you.
I believe you have people that try to be better, have tried to have better, honest conversations.
That's enough of that. Jammerbank sent $2 to say, caller proving the paper. Yeah. Lacey sent $5 on YouTube Super Chat to say, this guy is bargaining for literally no reason at all. He's giving you the runaround. He's mad, disrespectful. Boot him. LOL. I was just farming him for views. We got some views because of the conflict. It's good for the stream. It means that the next caller will get better platform than he was trying to get, so it's effective. Thanks for that, everybody. RA sent $2 to say, learned about the concept of de-individuation, which explains why people come on your live and say the most abhorrent opinions without the courage to attack those opinions in real life identity. Thank you for promoting education. Yeah, I think we're just seeing the fucking Quora effect, the fucking Ask Jeeves effect, the fucking Yahoo Answers effect, where like people are willing to be monstrous pieces of shit if they de-individualize the interaction and don't have their face associated with it. In addition to the obvious thing about there not being consequences for their life, it actually changes the psychology of the way that they're willing to behave. And I think people like Capitalist Maxers is like thinks that he's in a hotel room, like, I don't know, he just wants to brag about like being in a fucking hotel room. I'm gonna be in a hotel room a lot next month. We got a lot of travel planned for the show, which is why the donations are so helpful, because the show's getting expensive to run. We're doing some cool stuff behind the scenes, Anyway, that got the queue nice and full. Do we have any more to read? I don't think so. All right, we're gonna talk to the planet Earth. Oh no, I worry about the planet Earth these days.
How's it going, man?
Doing all right. How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 28.
Okay, do you support Trump?
Yeah, man, I do. But can I just say something real quick regarding the last guest?
Sure.
Yeah, you called him a grifter, but isn't that what you're doing?
I'm open and honest about the ways in which I leverage my understanding of the platform and the algorithms and people's psychology to make my platform bigger and more successful. He's not. He's lying about his reason.
You manipulate your audience.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes I do. Sometimes I say Sometimes I say like, hey chat, do you think I run the show fairly? Like in terms of my grifting and authenticity, give me a yes or no. I'm actually doing that right now. Chat, give me a yes or no. Do you think I run my grift in a way that's authentic and transparent? And then I actually don't care about the answer because I make that decision for myself. And then people voting no in the chat, like Joshua Allen and Joshua, quit the voter fraud. See, look at this. I love calling people out for voter fraud because Joshua is voting more times than one. I thought that the right didn't like voter fraud. You are muted for the day, Joshua. I do not wish to grift on your engagement because I care more about quelling voter fraud than my own grift. Yeah.
So you're a typical politician grifter. That's what you are.
I'm not a politician. I'm a political commentator.
That's what you do. That's what commentating about politics.
Well, I think that my mission statement is to like get my political perspective into more people's ears, and in order to do that, there's like some like kind of shitty stuff that needs to be done to like make.
So how was the last guest a grifter? Could you explain that? Because, how was he a grifter?
Well, I think that what makes you a grifter, like as much as I'm like happy to call myself a grifter as a joke, I think what makes me not actually
as a joke. No, it's a serious thing. You are a grifter.
Dude, I'm actually totally happy to have a conversation with you about this. I think this is
not a joke. You don't say it as a joke because it is what you do.
It would be a conversation if you'd let me.
Donations help.
It would be a conversation. It would be a conversation. Dude, stop.
Right? I'm just saying that.
I'm willing to have a meaningful conversation with you about what it means to grift on this platform if you let me get through a sentence and stay on one point at a time. If not, I'm going to move on to somebody else. Can we try again?
Yeah, go ahead, little guy.
Okay, yeah, you can say, Rulis, I don't mute people. He can call me a little guy if it makes him feel big. I think everybody knows that's pretty entertaining, too. So, again, I think what really makes me not actually a grifter is that I'm honest with my audience about the way that I do this. I sit and have long conversations during the members only stream. I talk about it like right now. Like I'm willing to answer questions about how I run the show. I could talk about some of the things I do and don't do in order to increase my engagement, because some of the things I do, I think, okay, I can do that. That doesn't damage my authenticity. But doing something else might damage my authenticity. So I don't. So I don't, like, for example, cut up the clips to make the guest look bad. I just post completely raw, uncut, like 90-second segments so that people who watch my clips can know that the show is actually like that and I'm actually that articulate in real time.
Well, that's why you try to.
That's one example.
You try to do the. It's still manipulation. I mean, you look up to Dean Withers, who is a pro at that. Okay, before he even got.
You know, I think these. Excuse me. I think these days.
Drop shipping.
Excuse me.
Tons of money, marketing.
Excuse me.
And that's who you look up to, right?
No, I would say these days I look over to Dean Withers.
You look over to Dean Rivers. You see what he's doing. Like, okay, I got to copy what he's doing.
No, I don't copy Dean. I actually started doing this because I saw like Dean and Parker like started populating my feed, and I saw a bunch of other people doing it.
How much money you can make, right?
No, I saw that. I thought that. Are you gonna let me talk, dude? Like you've got my you have my full attention. You have my full attention to discuss these things, and you are unwilling to stay on one topic for more than one sentence. Please do your best to interview me about whether or not my grift is authentic. Please, I want this conversation to happen on my show.
You're trying so hard to seem like you're authentic, but.
Okay.
You're 32, 33 years old, man. You're way past that stage. You're just using it to get a
This isn't a conversation. You're just yapping, dude. You don't need me here. You just make a video of yourself talking.
I'm just here I wanted to have a combo, but with that last guest kind of calling you out.
And I'm sitting here saying I will engage with your questions, but you're not staying on one topic. I answer one thing, you ask one thing, I start answering it, you interrupt me by saying something else. This isn't a conversation. Here,
okay.
I will talk to you about how I run my show. I will tell you some numbers. You guys want to find out how much money I make? Here's your opportunity. All you have to do is ask me a series of questions that meaningfully leads us there instead of yelling a bunch of bullshit at me.
You make money from people complaining about the economy on how they're being so poor and they can't afford anything, but then yet they give you their money. I mean, how does that make you feel?
I urge people who are struggling financially not to donate money. It makes me feel bad when that happens. When somebody says, hey, I'm struggling, this is all I can afford, and they send me $2, I'm like, fuck, why'd you do that? Don't do that.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I say that on the air when it happens. Like, I'll read the donation message and I'll be like, hey, man, I appreciate it, but like, really, don't send me money if that's the case for you.
But then, 2 minutes ago, you said, hey, I'm traveling a lot. These donations will help with the show.
If you have the means.
How is the show expensive when you're doing it at your own home?
I'm not going to be.
How's that expensive?
Okay, you asked more than one question. Which one do you want me to answer?
Any one of them.
Okay, the first question you ask is that how do I go and then ask people for money, which I think that there's an implicit understanding that when I ask for donations to run the show, I want people to donate only if they can afford, and there are some very wealthy people who are very busy running busy careers who don't have time to engage in American politics and help, so the way that they choose to help is by sending me money so that I can hire my staff, and I'm actually moving the show to a new studio for like a month so that I can redo my apartment to make it better, because it's kind of small, this studio apartment that I live in, but I think it makes the most financial sense for me to live here for like at least another year. So I'm going to move the show to a room that I'm renting for a month. That's going to be expensive. And then I'm going to spend some of that money like redoing the furniture in here and getting more storage so that I can get my space back so I can do more exercise, because this little area that I used to exercise in now has a producer's desk where like 5 or 6 he ran. They're fucking afraid of transparency. Like they cannot understand that somebody like me is doing an honest job of trying to get out there, and it drives them fucking insane. I was so willing to have that conversation. I would have told that guy how much money I made during the month of July if he asked a question that led to it. We'll never get to know because he didn't do it. Sorry, guys. What the fuck, man? What is happening on my show today? Let's read some donations from some people who hopefully could have afforded to donate, because seriously, I really do mean it. If you're not like... If you're at all in a situation where you worry about buying groceries, like donating to my show is not at all what I want your money to be spent on. This guy, Lacey, Jazz sent $5 to say, I want for good faith debate. You're not even coming in following the rules, and you keep asserting your superiority because you're calling in from bed. Oh, that was the previous caller. Tavi sent $5 to say, supporting the grift. Thank you, Tavi. Jazz sent $2 to say, I donate because you're honest about what you do. Thank you, Jazz. Nick sent $10 to say, I love being manipulated into giving you money. Oh, I love manipulating you into giving me that money. Thank you, Nick. Cordova Labs said for $5, Trump tacoed out like a David. I mean, bitch, after hyping up strikes all day. Also, thank you for the time with the kid yesterday. It matters. Yeah, we had a really like chill, like meaningful stream yesterday, which wasn't very good for the grift. Show didn't make very much money. Yesterday was one of the first days in a long time where the show was like negative in terms of what it costs to run for a day. But that's fine because we have the really profitable days where I like call David a bitch or whatever inside joke we're running. And then I get to have like, I had an 18-year-old, 20-year-old something groiper on the line, and I talked to him for like 90 minutes and got him to see that he's being pretty unreasonable about the way he interacts with all this stuff. And I can afford to do that because of the days where I like farm engagement by talking to assholes like the ones who've called in today. So there's a balance to it. And I talk about it all the time. And that motherfucker is afraid of talking to somebody who's just going to be straightforward and honest. He thought, oh my God, I can't believe it's working. Oscar's telling me about how he runs the grift. So he ran because he knew that if he stayed, it would make me look even more authentic. Because I think everybody watching knows that that's what was going to happen. Anyway, Tavi sent $50 fucking on YouTube Super Chat. You want some honesty? Half of that goes to Google, but I'm okay with people sending big donations on YouTube Super Chat because that money goes such a long way in convincing Google that more people should see the stream, which is why we now have some days quite comparable viewership. Actually, yesterday was the first day that completely organically, not due to a stream reset or a special guest or something like that, the YouTube numbers were bigger than the TikTok numbers. The YouTube peak concurrent viewership was bigger yesterday than or not the peak concurrent. There was a period where the concurrent viewership on yesterday's show was bigger on YouTube than on TikTok, and that's never happened before. Because the type of meaningful conversations that we had yesterday are better on YouTube than on TikTok. And maybe the reason that we're getting pushed so hard in the algorithm over there is because people like Tavi are willing to spend $50 knowing that I'll get like half of it, but Google uses the other half to say, wow, people really like this Oskar Quentin show, we got to push it to more people, and then more people donate in other means. It's all part of the same beast, and I've been spending 6 months of my life trying to understand how that beast works so I can best leverage my understanding of it into making a change for America, because that's what I really care about. Anyway, Tavi, thanks, dude. I really do appreciate it. Will sent $5 to say on Venmo, grift me harder, daddy. Love you, Will. He's one of the mods. Chris sent $5 on Venmo to say for the grift with some confetti emojis. Thank you very much. And I know we got some. Let's see. We're getting gifts over on TikTok. Who's sending gifts? We got Portland. We got Leo. We got Joanne was sending a lot of gifts. Sam. Thank you for the fireworks. Who else on there? I don't know. Lots of people supporting the grift today. Okay. Lucky Phil sent $1 on Buy Me a Coffee to say another donut for the grift. Fuck, stop grifting me. Guys, it's getting a little too sexual. I'm gonna get a flag for suggestive behavior. Lucky Phil also sent $1 to say, damn, just had to sell a kidney. Have all my money. Actually, no, those weren't $1 each. These were $2 each. Thank you for the $4, Lucky Phil. And thank you, Ross, for the $12. Ross on Venmo sent $12 to say for the Bitch David Fund. Gotta love our inside jokes. Anyway, oh man, are there more? See, the donations aren't stopping now. That caller's probably watching, very upset that he's supporting my grift. For $4, Matt says, for the Fuck Jake Lang Fund. August 22nd, that particular neo-Nazi's coming to the city of Minneapolis. He's going to be walking distance from where I sit today, so I'm going to go say hello. No, I'm not going to say hello. I got other words for that guy. And my protest superpowers, I got them Johnny Cash baritone country singer pipes. And when I yell in public, people can fucking hear me. Which is actually how I got my start on social media, yelling at ICE agents in public. All right, hold on. AJ sent $2 to say, I switched to YouTube because TikTok is fashy. Appreciate you, AJ. Thank you for the $2. Jazz sent $5 to say, I remember when you sent a donation back to someone with a fair bit extra because you didn't want them to spend money they couldn't spare. Not a grift. The haters will say I did that performatively, but yeah, I did. I just got like a sappy message about somebody struggling, and I decided in that moment they deserved the donation more than I did. So try to give back sometimes when it feels appropriate. Anyway, we got a pretty full queue. Maybe some people who think they can pick up the conversation where the others left off. Because, man, I actually thought that was going to be kind of fun. I bet everybody watching was very curious. They're like, ooh, Oscar's going to get interrogated about the finances of the show from some jerks, from some jerk on TikTok Live. That could have been fun for everybody, but maybe somebody else will call in and we can do that another time. Oh, no, my Discord's not open. Uh-oh. Oh, there's a very important work task for me to follow. I will respond, Raven. Let's see. Oh, is that in the staff chat? Yes, it is. If you're watching, Raven, use your judgment. I trust you on today. I trust any of those options. Thank you. Look at that. I got people working on stuff right now. Even though I'm live on the air, I paid people so that when stuff needs to happen during the show, it can still happen. So yeah, thanks to all the donors on behalf of myself and Jessie and Raven who run the show. Raven is editor and timestamper. Jessie is producer and personal assistant sometimes because I'm fucking busy. And both of them kind of load share between those tasks. So everybody does everything here, but like Jessie's mostly on production and management. Raven is dedicated as the timestamp person most days and does most of the shorts editing. And then that frees me up to like have more supervisory tasks, work on hardware stuff, work on getting the extra phone ready to pass through a TikTok account. What is this gift? This looks like a big one. Tina, thank you for the meteor shower. And Barbara, thank you for the what is this thing? It doesn't say the name of the. I don't know the TikTok gifts. I'm not educated on these things, but thank you everybody. Seriously, it's cool. We have 2 trips planned during the month of September. One of them is to do a debate. Actually, I'm allowed to talk about it because I got the go ahead from Sean Kelly. I'll be debating with Dinesh D'Souza on a 1v10. So not Jubilee, it's a different show, similar. For me, it's like a practice round for Jubilee. And then there's a dentist who's going to fix my teeth for free. Fucking thanks, everybody. Yeah. Anyway, Lonnie Mac says you have a girlfriend. I do. Things are going pretty good for Oscar. It's been a cool year so far, which is fucked up. Actually, I'll say for a moment. I'll end the little talk about all the grifting for a moment, and I'll say this. Like Anthony Fauci in his diary said that he was excited about the fame that COVID gave him, and people like attacked him for that. And I sat there thinking, I get it. I'm pretty excited to be doing this instead of like working a bunch of part-time jobs in addition to being an underpaid high school teacher. Like, this is better. I'm like happier. And I feel like I'm doing like, I'm not sitting here with my fucking, hands in my pockets, like not knowing what to do about all this fascism. I think I know exactly what the fuck to do. Somebody's asking if the dentist is fixing my teeth for free. Yes. They're going to become the biggest donor to the show by doing that. Because the cost would be, my teeth aren't actually that unhealthy. Like they're kind of yellow from a lot of years of drinking black coffee and not brushing enough. But like I wouldn't be surprised if I don't have any cavities. I have a broken tooth, and they've always been crooked. So like, that's what's going on with my teeth. Broke the tooth when I was a kid, and it was repaired, and the repair lasted until last year when the cap fell off, and I just never did anything about it because I don't have dental. So here I am. And then so I just need to like whiten them, fix them, and then get some Invisalign, and I'll be ready to be a politician someday or some bullshit, whatever I decide to do with my life. Enough about me. Let's talk about politics with Code 3 Clay. If he wants to talk about politics, maybe he'll want to talk about the grift. Maybe we'll grift talking about the grift, and this will be the grifty episode.
I'm so sorry, Oscar, but I was actually really curious. So after all the stuff that you do have to pay for the stream, what do you make from a stream, from an average stream?
The revenue for one of these streams is a big 3-digit number, usually. It has a couple of times been a 4-digit number, but there's 3 people who work full-time for the show, so divide that up and it makes a pretty reasonable pay for each of us, especially in consideration of the fact that we have lots of stuff to buy. I've spent about $1,000 on computer gear, like this webcam that is new, that like I used a 15-year-old webcam for like 6 months of doing this, and I just bought this like last month. It was $200. So there's stuff like that. I have gear that I need to buy in order to be able to take the show mobile, because I want to be able to travel and not interrupt the structure of the show. So we just have like, some gear needs to be able to make sure that the show stays as good as it can be while I'm on the move, and then like plane tickets and stuff. So after I make sure that the staff is paid, and after I pay myself enough like for my needs, like the rest goes into a fund that's like what sort of improvements can we make at a pace that is reasonable, given that the amount of money that the show makes is highly volatile, because there are days where the show really does only make like $100 or $150, which is not enough for the number of people who work on it and the number of hours that get spent on it. But that's kind of the approach. And then of course there's a bunch of back end stuff like tax withholding and self-employment stuff you got to be responsible about. But that's kind of where we're at. And the reason I'm okay talking about that in the public is for the same reason that I don't think that politicians should be shy about their taxes or whatever their investments are or something. I think I'm in a position where I assert such positions that it would be inauthentic and shitty of me to be totally private about the money stuff. A lot of people call it pocket watching, but if we're going to demand it of our politicians, I think it's fair to demand it of our political commentators. So yeah. Also, I was broke for a long time. I've got some problems to fix in my life. My front tooth isn't the only thing that's broken that's going to cost a little bit of money to fix. My front tooth isn't the only broken thing in my life I have neglected to fix because I was broke. So there's some stuff for me to spend money on that does have nothing to do with the show in terms of me fixing my life. So I'm happy to be making enough for my own income that I can start getting to work on fixing some of the things in my life that had piled up over the few years that I was really, really broke. Thanks again, everybody. It's cool. Just got a Cash App I should read. Oh, got a few. Infexus sent $20. Thank you for the $20. For the cause, my cupboards are full. See, Infexus is saying they can afford it. I'm glad to know that. That's important to me. Trav sent $2 to say money straight out of my kid's mouth. Grift legend. Okay. He's being sarcastic. I hope. And thank you for the $15. And says this is for yesterday. Because, yesterday was a meaningful call. But yeah, I don't sit around and complain about it when a show is less high earning. The high earning shows keep the show going, both in terms of engagement and all that. And then the low earning shows are the ones I really care about, like yesterday's show. So there's a balance in that. And I'm happy to keep, navigating that balance as such. I think that's everybody. I should double check the YouTube. Don't want to miss out on any of these people who are helping. Did I read Matt? I surely did. Yes, I did. Okay. Back to calls. Let's get the live chat open and let's talk to Mario R. And we'll see what he wants to talk about. Maybe something other than my wallet. Oh, I don't think he meant to be in the queue. He's not connecting. I'm going to disconnect him. If you did mean to join the queue, feel free to hop back in. It just wasn't working. That's it. That's all they're interested in. Kaon, thank you for the $25 on Cash App. It says stay blessed. Well, I'm feeling very blessed by you. I'm feeling very blessed by the community. People have really come out of the woodworks to say that they just appreciate what I'm doing. It's pretty sick. But if we're not going to take a caller, I'll just stay on that topic a little bit longer, which is that I don't just discredit every question about the finances of the show as pocket watching. Obviously, plenty of it is pocket watching, just from jealous people who are fucking mad that people support what I'm doing. But yeah, I just think it's this nasty game I'm playing, right? I don't like capitalism. I don't like these platforms. I don't like TikTok. I don't like Instagram. I was sad last year when I made my Instagram account because I was playing music and people wanted to follow me on Instagram. I was like, all right, I should have an Instagram to give these people I meet in the bars, which is the only reason I unearthed an old account that had some vacation pictures on it from 10 years ago, and I changed the username to my name instead of some random username and deleted everything and started it anew, and that became the Oskar Quentin music account. And now I'm in this position of I have 100,000 Instagram followers, and I'm thinking I need to make a personal Instagram account because it's fucking weird to meet a person and be like, oh yeah, what's your Instagram? I'll follow you. We can chat about that or whatever the thing is. And then suddenly it's now we're having a conversation about why I have 100,000 Instagram followers. I'm not trying to flex like that when I meet a bassist who might play for me or something, Roland said, have some gear open to donating depending on needs. Message my ass on Instagram. Is this there's a blue check mark on Cash App? Who is this? Message me on Instagram or anywhere. I'll get it eventually. Seriously though, people have donated gear before this show was making any money. Before I was doing this full time, I was just protesting and bothering ICE agents and trying to work my jobs and pay my bills. This winter was hard in Minnesota, and during Metro Surge it was frequently below zero. I had $1,000 of winter clothes donated to me, mostly from one person. but from lots of people. I got like a new set of boots to go out there, and like people were feeding me, you know, like there's this mutual aid thing where it's like for all people talk about fucking, no, not roll into the audio company. That'd be pretty sick. It was a name spelled differently. There's this mutual aid thing where it's like people would see that I was going to go spend time at the Whipple, so they'd like walk my dog for me so that I didn't have to come home earlier or something like that. Like people helped each other out in that way. And that's grown bigger through the show because people are like, who are not local to my community are mutually aiding the Oskar Quentin show by just paying for it to run so I can do all these fucking things. But yeah, I mean, you know, even in my life before all this happened, a lot of people who just wanted my music to be successful gave me gear. I mean, a lot of the shit that like people, before the show was making money, people were like, how do you have all those instruments? And I'm like, people gave them to me because they wanted me to play music. The keyboards aren't expensive. This is an $80 keyboard. This is a $50 keyboard. These are like cheap MIDI controllers. The interface that runs this show, the one with the knobs that I turn to change the volume, someone gave me, a friend gave me. This amp that sits on the floor behind me, this Fender Studio Lead, somebody gave me because I just didn't have a good amp. I was like playing through like shitty speakers, and I don't know. It's cool when people support what you're doing. And I'd already been experiencing a little bit of that in my creative like endeavors prior to all this. But yeah, people should talk about it more. Definitely a black sheep among people like on the left on here who are just like, I kind of encourage the pocket watching. Like, we can talk about it. Seriously though, let's not have the entire show be fucking pocket watching. God damn it. Okay. Thank you for the $50, Zachary. More pocket watching. Thank you for the $50, Zachary. You worked a lot of overtime these past couple weeks due to all the AC and fridges breaking down. Here's some extra support today. Glad you're busy. Glad it's not because you're slaving, but because it's the busy time of year for your industry. It is. Thank you for the $50. Appreciate you sharing the wealth you found during your busy season. And $10 from Albert, who said, fixing broken things. Thank you, Albert. And Tina sent $40. So yeah, it's more pocket watching because the big donations come in. Well, this isn't even the best way to grift, is to talk about the grift. The best way to grift is to get the Republicans angry at me for something and then just farm engagement. But I'm now much more in the mood to talk to a Trump supporter. Tina sent $40 and said, keep up the great work. Thank you very much, Tina. I appreciate you. And let's see. I think we had another one. Cash App Kaon said for $1 for making my balance even. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Are there Trump supporters in the chat? Thoughts on Mamdani? He's doing great work. I was a New Yorker for 20 years. I grew up there. I think that Mamdani is like, you know, we could sit and argue about individual policies about what we want for New York, which I don't think would be very interesting for everybody. But I think that Mamdani is the sort of politician we need. I think that his track record on addressing aggressively his campaign promises is really good. The dude said he was going to balance the budget, and he did. He did some things that were unpopular, because you have to do things that are unpopular to balance a budget, because balancing a budget necessarily means spending less on things or taxing people more in some way or coming up with some other type of revenue increasing program. Jaybird says he did not. I mean, it's a pretty big story that he did. YouTube chat says is asking, is MAGA scared of Oscar? I think they are. I think that I think we had 2 callers today who just like didn't like that I immediately saw what they were doing and called them right on it. It's Jaybird says, what progress? Like, dude, let's talk about it. You're gonna get muted by one of the mods if you keep it up, because when we don't have we do a thing on this show which we usually don't have to do because the show's been getting bigger, but when we have opposition in the chat but nobody in the queue, we start muting people just to encourage them to call in, which is actually bad for the grift, because it'd be better for the engagement if you kept causing a ruckus in the chat. And you can cause a ruckus in the chat all you want if you don't want to come up. But until then, we're just going to have to keep reading donations, because Tammy sent me $20 on Venmo to say, you are such an authentic voice, so smart, and I believe you are getting through to Screech and to others. Staff is great too. Yeah, I told Screech to take a fucking week off and call me back in a week instead of calling into the show every single day just for airtime, and to give him a little more time to stew on some of the things that we're talking about. Because it goes back to something I said earlier today on this episode, which is that I think like so many people are just not patient enough to allow there to be progress in these calls. And it's like, I don't care if it takes a fucking hour to convince somebody about one fucking point. That's an inch of progress, and that's better than sitting here fucking arguing for about nothing with assholes who don't believe the things that they come on and argue. Anyway, Cat Ladybug. That sounds like a friendly username. I'm calling it. This is somebody who didn't mean to be in the queue. They just clicked the button because they were double tapping. Hello, did you mean to call in?
No.
I was right. Thank you, Cat Ladybug. I appreciate you. tvbiasc. Let's see if this is our caller. This is not one of the people causing a ruckus in the chat. How old are you?
Yo, what's up?
Chilling. How old are you?
20.
Okay, are you a Trump supporter?
A little bit.
Well, here's the way I ask.
Not 100%.
Here's the way I ask. Are you happy that he won, or are you sitting here wishing Kamala Harris had won?
I am happy that he won against Kamala Harris.
That's Trump supporter in my book. Why?
I wouldn't say that because there's such a thing called picking the better of two evils.
Right. And you think that he was the better of two evils, and that in my book makes you a Trump supporter.
If that's what makes you a Trump supporter in my book, in your book, I'm a Trump supporter. Yep. In your book.
Okay, so why are you that way?
Well, I'm military. I'm active duty military, so while I am a little biased. You know what I'm saying? Like,
we all
military's gonna always, yeah. So, one thing that I like that he did, you know what I'm saying? Are you asking why I voted for him, or are you asking what I think he did that was good for me?
It's unfortunate to me that for a lot of people, those two are one and the same. I'd be glad to learn they're not for you. Do you think that that Trump is better for the average American than Kamala Harris as president?
For the average American, yes, and I think for the military especially, yes. So, what? Yo, your chat's funny. This dude just asked me my T level.
Eyes up here, bud. That one was probably for me, straightforwardly. But hey,
my fault.
Lock in. We're talking about some important stuff. Right. Why do you support the adjudicated rapist Donald Trump as president?
Because he gave the military $1,700, $76 on the Americans' 249th birthday. I really appreciated that.
He bought you? Sold yourself out?
Hey, man.
Sold out your political perspective for $1,700?
Hey, nah.
I think if he was making America great, it'd be a country where somebody wouldn't sell out their political perspective for $1,700.
All right. So I see a flag on your wall that says "fuck ICE." What is a better deportation system that you have came up with that is better than what ICE has been doing? Tell me.
Well, there's two issues here. Is that I don't like the way our immigration policies work, and then even it's not necessarily clearly, because even if I did agree with them, I could still say fuck ICE because the way that they enforce them is really dangerous and unethical and unconstitutional often.
And why do you say that?
Because of their constitutional violations, the number of people that they've harmed, and the cost to the economies of the places where they have high levels of enforcement action.
Okay, well, I agree. Wow, every system's gonna have a problem. There's no such thing as a system that doesn't have a problem. Every system has one.
That's reasonable. Just like if you have an election of 200 million eligible voters, there's going to be some amount of voter fraud. That's unavoidable, and it's such a large system. Mm-hmm.
So what I'm saying is, if you don't
just before we move on. You didn't really answer, because I think it's a pretty grievous accusation to tell somebody that they sold out their political perspective for $1,800.
I mean, no, I'm just telling you that's why I like him. A man that put money in my pockets, I'm gonna like him.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about whether or not you like him. I'm talking about whether or not he was a better president for the average American, and you're saying that he is because he gave you $1,800, and I think that.
No, I was just saying that's why I liked him. That's the reason why I like him.
Okay, but
I'm not saying that makes him a better president.
Yeah, but we're talking about why you think he's a better president.
Yeah, that's why I stopped talking about it. That's why I brought it up to ICE, because I realized that.
Okay, so you're concerned about immigration.
Yeah.
Why is immigration such a big problem?
I'm gonna use a stat that I'm sure you're not gonna like, so I understand correlation is not always causation. That is correct, but. I'm not sure of the exact stat, but I believe it's something like 1 in 11 Americans in the United States is African American, and they account for blank or X amount of crime. I'm sure you've heard that stat. I don't know the exact numbers, but I think if it's just something that obvious to me, and I'm not talking about just blacks either. I'm sorry. I have a...
Sorry, you've tread into territory that I require a camera on for. Can you just turn your camera on for a second?
Okay. My bad. I'm in the car right now, so...
Are you driving?
No, I'm not driving.
Well, then let's have your camera on and see that you're not in the driver's
Wait.
seat.
No, I'm in the driver's seat. I'm just not driving.
That's fine.
All right, what's good? I'm in the parking lot, you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
You're good.
Yeah.
My
cool.
bad. I just woke up.
That's fine. It's not about what you look like. It's just that people who start talking about race statistics like that have this thing where they tend not to want to show their face. So I appreciate you showing your face. I don't need you to keep it up if you don't want to.
No, I don't. I'm not trying to be racist or anything. I'm just trying to really bring up real stats because I'm not racist. I respect all people.
But we were talking about immigration, and I don't know how we got to crime statistics about African Americans.
Okay, so let's run it back then. So I just think that the more immigration we got to look at where the immigration is coming from. Where is most of our immigration coming from, right? I'm just trying to look through our steps. I'm gonna assume a lot of it's coming from right now Mexico, the Middle East,
Latin America mostly.
Latin America, yeah. Okay, so a lot of that is bringing crime in. So I have to.
He might have gotten a phone call. Did you get a phone call? Is that what that was? Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you mean they're bringing the crime in? What do you mean? What are you talking about?
So, like, immigrants, they're running away. Why do you think they're trying to come to America? They're trying to come to a better place.
Yeah, it sucks where they're coming from often.
Yeah. So, they're coming up from over there where the lifestyle is completely different. Like people are different. You know what I'm saying? All that different types of stuff. They're running away from crime sometimes, or it's the criminals coming in. I'm telling you, if there was no immigration, like from these Latin countries, or better, my bad. I'm gonna completely do a 180 right now. I'm so sorry. So, what immigration does ICE cover usually to try to get out the country?
I'm sorry. I really do want you to answer what you mean when you say that the illegal immigrants are bringing crime in.
They are.
Okay. Is that like trustmebro.ru? Like what's...
Yes, currently, yes. I understand. I'm not prepared to come into a day. I was just
and that's fine. That's fine. Like I don't want you to be an encyclopedia, but you seem very convinced that they're bringing the crime in. How did you become such a person?
I grew up in a predominantly non-white area, and I've seen how quickly the area, and it's a personal event. It is personal. I understand that.
I live in a terrible neighborhood.
Yeah.
Somebody was shot like 2 blocks away from where I live, like recently.
Mm-hmm. But I'm saying my terrible neighborhood mainly consisted of the Latino and African American population.
As does mine.
Okay. And that's personal.
I mean, I grew up in New York, so I didn't grow up where I live now, but I live here now, and I grew up around those sorts of bad neighborhoods. I went to high school in fucking Harlem, dude.
Yep. Okay.
So I'm just making sure the audience knows that so far we're on the same page.
Yeah.
Keep going.
So it's just like when I'm over here, it's usually not the white guy who's 30% of our community. It's usually not the white guy doing it. It's usually
doing what?
Okay, let's just say we're in school. It's usually not the white guy fighting. It's usually the black dude fighting, or it's usually the Latino dude fighting. Okay. So saying that, even if it was like factually true, like even if you kept a scorecard your entire life of all the fights you saw in school and said, oh, it's always the black students fighting or whatever. How many people are there in the country? How many people? I want to say it's like 385 million.
300 and something million. Yeah, we don't need to be that exact because it's a fucking enormous number. Do you think that, like, if you're going to talk about millions and millions of people, because there are millions of African Americans?
Yes, it's a Yes, I'm making a generalization.
You're making a generalization based on a really small sample size, which is your life and your perspective. Yes. And I would point out that it's not a very careful analysis.
But the thing is, it's not a generalization if there's literally stats to back it up. I'm sure you know what stat I'm talking about.
Yeah,
so
there
I'm
are
not-
there are statistics about criminality that suggest a greater than like expected rate of criminality
Yeah.
among certain minority groups. But I'm sure you're also aware of the common counter argument about institutionalized racism and issues of systemic poverty. Do you think?
And I believe in that 100%.
So I just have a
system
question.
goes-
I just want to make sure that you believe in that in the way that aligns with my understanding of it, which is that I think that given our history of slavery in this country, given the history of the way immigrants have been treated in this country forever, I think it would be surprising if there wasn't such a relationship given those issues of institutionalized poverty, given that a black person born in America is more likely to be born into a bad neighborhood like the one I currently live in, or Harlem or somewhere like that, and that's more likely to give you a life that leads to some sort of crime, whether it's out of financial desperation or because of local gang activity or whatever it is. So that makes perfect sense to me. I would be very, very surprised to see any other trend than that, and I still don't know how you're getting to the fact that this makes you worried about illegal immigrants.
Yeah, so I got one question for you, right? Why do you think and you can say gerrymandering and all this, but at the end of the day, it's up to the individual whether they want to live where they live or not. Why do you think a black amount of people I'm trying to word this correctly because I just woke up. I'm fresh off the wake up.
Take your time. I'm not the type of debate host to like consider it a win because I beat you on articulation. I want to hear what you think.
So why are black people constantly getting raised up in these poor neighborhoods that automatically put them at a disposition? And first off, I don't believe that puts them at a disposition. I don't believe anywhere where you're born will increase the way that you treat people. I think you could be born anywhere and not commit crime.
It's not about how you treat people right away. It's about the opportunities you have, the type of education you get, the quality of food you eat.
Yeah, but how does that connect with committing crime though? You're saying they're committing crime because they're born in areas where that's more. I don't think that really connects.
A lot of the crime statistics.
You were born in one area, you should. I don't think because you were born in one area that means that you are able to commit more crime. I don't think that's how it works. I think.
Well, hold on. There's a lot that happens between being born into a bad neighborhood and robbing that convenience store when you're 19 years old or whatever thing it is that you did. Right? Are you aware of how schools are funded in this country?
Is it from state tax?
No, it's from local property taxes.
Okay.
So what?
That's why the houses near schools are more money. That makes sense.
Right. So if you live in a neighborhood that's shitty, the schools are going to be shittier in that neighborhood. That I think is a problem. I think that we should
live in a neighborhood that is shitty. The schools are going to be. That is true. That is true.
Yeah. So if the schools are shitty, do you think that the schools being shitty makes it more or less likely for you to commit crimes when you're an adult?
I think it doesn't have to do anything with it. I think it's the way that your parents bring you up.
I don't think that's true. I'm just straightforwardly, I was a high school teacher before I became a debate live host full time. I have a long history of working in lots of different school systems, lots of different types of programs. I used to teach public speaking to a lot of underprivileged youth in New York. I was the guy who was like really trying to get them to be able to advocate for themselves. And I saw the results of the education that people receive in some neighborhoods where maybe the schools aren't as good. Growing up in New York, we would call those metal detector schools. If you failed to test into a good high school and you lived in the wrong neighborhood, you'd end up at a metal detector school. And that didn't set you on a good trajectory. So I think you're right that people's parents' upbringing does have a big influence on them, but I think that the education system has an enormous influence, especially here. Let me ask you this is the big thing I'm saying especially about. Do you think that going to a better school makes it easier for you to get a good job?
I gotta think about that for 1 second. Do I think that going to a good school can land you a better job in the future? I think that's one thing that may be able to get you a better job. Yes.
Well, again, I'm never going to ask, is this the only thing that affects the outcome? There's a million things we could come up with that'll affect your ability to get a better job. I would argue that if you're more handsome, you're likely to get a better job than if you're not so handsome. There's a bunch of unfair things about life that contribute to whether or not you're going to get a good job, but it's the school's job to teach you to read. And if you're better at reading, I think it's pretty straightforward that you're more qualified to get a better.
Guess who taught me how to read? My mom taught me. I knew how to read it like before I was even in school. Reading
isn't binary though. It's not you either can read or you can't read. Actually, I'd be willing. You want to do a test? Do you want to see how good you are at reading?
Yeah, I'm down. Fuck it. Let's do it. What are you willing to bet?
Well, I'm not looking to bet any money. I just want.
Okay.
I'm gonna put a section of text on the screen, and I'd like for you to read it. Can we try that?
Oh yeah.
Okay, hold on.
I was reading at college level in 2nd grade, so hopefully I don't embarrass myself, y'all.
Okay, so I'm just gonna pop this up on the screen. Let me adjust it so you can see it better. I want to make sure it's nice and legible to you. You can even take a second to read ahead if you want.
No, yeah, I'm good. This looks easy.
Okay. So I'm just gonna ask you to. Can you read it? Is it legible?
Yeah. I mean, like the bottom part is a little bit hidden by chat, though.
Yeah, I'll move it up a little bit, but I only need you to read about halfway. Don't worry about the bottom part here. As long as it's nice and legible, I want you to pretend.
Wait. I got a question before I read this. What are you trying to prove?
I want to prove that being able to read is not a yes or no question. So just read this out loud. Read it as though you're auditioning to be in Hamlet.
All right. To be or not to be, that is the question. Whether 'tis nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or to take arms against a sea of troubles, and by opposing end them, to die, to sleep no more, and by a sleep to say we end the heartache and the 1,000 natural shocks that flesh is heir to. 'Tis a consummation devoutly to be wished. To die, to sleep perchance to dream. Aye, there's the rub.
Okay, you passed my reading test. That was better than I would expect a random person to do. If you were in one of my classes, I would say, you know what, you're actually you're doing all right, especially for your age, given with what's going on in the country.
No, I've always been at a high literacy level.
You passed the test, absolutely. I'm sure you can imagine somebody struggling to read that eloquently. You, in fact, did something that I watch for when I would teach my public speaking classes, which is that you were reading ahead a little bit, so you knew whether your inflection should be up or, if we're ending the sentence, down. You're doing you're doing some reasonably high level stuff. So I just want you to, but you would hopefully admit that there are people who would struggle to do that, even if they could read, even if they could tell you what the words are. Okay, so.
Well, I mean, does that mean that they can read? To me, no. If somebody struggles to read that means to me that they can't read.
But the education system might have said that they're able to read.
Well, yeah, the education system, we can talk about how flawed our education system too if we want to.
Well, here, so if I were to read it, I would say, to be or not to be, that is the question. Whether 'tis nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or to take arms against a sea of troubles, and by opposing end them, to die, to sleep no more, and by a sleep to say we end the heartache and the 1,000 natural shocks that flesh is heir to. 'Tis a consummation devoutly to be wished, to die, to sleep, petchance to dream. Aye, there's the rub. I think we both did fine. I figure somebody in the chat somewhere said I should do it myself for the comparison.
Man, but
no, you did fine. You did fine. But so the thing is that when a person does a test like that, a job recruiter might watch how well they do it, because maybe that's important to the job. So we're talking about literacy affecting a person's ability to get a good job or not.
But there's also IQ that comes
Well, right. There's all these other things. There's all these other things. Let's not get lost on where we are.
No, it's not lost. It's a point I'm trying to make. On average, in the United States of America, African Americans have the lowest IQ.
Okay, stop. First, we're gonna get to
on average, the median.
We're going to talk about it. Dude, okay. I don't know who told you that. We're going to talk about that, but I don't want to lose the thread here, which is that you and I are both literate. You are more literate than most. You might be the most literate person I've ever given a literacy test on this show.
I know. So, I used to. Yeah.
W guessed on that, L for the racism, but we'll fucking get back to that in a second. But my point is that there's a gradient of skill where somebody might not be able to read at all, and somebody might be hyper literate and know how to do that passage really well. For the chat, I did not have it memorized. I don't actually know that particular habit.
The way you read that was better than me. I'll tell you that much. You read that.
Well, yeah, I have some professional experience with that sort of stuff. I tripped over a couple words, but my point is that school is the thing that mostly affects your ability to pass a test like that. And somebody who's better at that test is more likely to get a higher paying job. That's my argument.
Okay. I just disagree on that completely. I think that school, I don't think that school teaches you stuff like that. I think that the way your lifestyle is, the way you live on a day-to-day basis, is more of an indicator if you could read or not than what school has taught you.
I think that's naive, and I think that
school is bullshit. I don't
what
think it helps at all. I don't think school helps at all. I never paid attention to school my whole life. It doesn't make sense.
I don't believe you. If given how well you read that, I don't think you've taken in all the things about school that have influenced the person that you've become.
Nope, I'm self-taught. At school, I skipped most of my classes since middle school.
Do you deny the global trend that increasing the quality of education for young people increases the quality of lives that those people live? That's a worldwide historical trend. That has nothing to do with what's going on in the United States.
It all depends on what we classify as making it better.
Right. So I look at things like HDI. Human Development Index. It's a measure of like quality of life in different places, and what we see is that places that have better education are more correlated. Like that's strongly correlated with better quality of life for people.
Is there other factors? Like I know like Iceland is one of the top ones.
Iceland's an outlier. When I show people the HDI list and I look at the list of like highest HDI by country, I like to point out that there's two outliers at the top of the list: Iceland and Switzerland, both of which are small countries that, if you just look at the sort of economic and demographic breakdown that they have, they're unusual. Switzerland is a particularly strong outlier because it's a rich person's safe haven for their money. So it's a little unfair to judge a country like Switzerland against a state which maybe is a similar size or like another country. But there's countries like Germany and Norway and Denmark that are really up there in terms of HDI and actually have much more comparable socioeconomic like breakdowns and demographics and stuff, sometimes to a state like the one I live in, Minnesota. Norway and Minnesota are actually pretty comparable in that way.
Of those school systems that you're referring to, are their school systems very similar, or are they alike?
Sorry, say the question again. I didn't understand.
So, in your argument, you were talking about how a better school system will lead to what? Better something.
Quality of life. I mean, it's complicated to measure these things because they're all interconnected. But I think it is obvious from studying history and anthropology and sociology. There's really any perspective on this is pretty clear that education is helpful for people being more productive and more prosperous in society.
Yeah, I 100% agree.
Okay.
100% agree. Yeah.
Right. So but you disagree with me that the school that you get zoned into is going to influence the quality of education and therefore the quality of life you lead. Like, where's the disconnect?
Yeah, I believe at this time, the way that the American school system is, and we both know how much fake news and propaganda is spread throughout all those history books and stuff like that. We both know.
I don't think we do both know. I think that what's happening right now.
Who did America say? Who did the history book say claimed America? Who does the history book say?
Columbus.
Is that true? Do we know that's true?
It's a whitewash. It's a little bit of a whitewashing of history because the Native Americans were here first. But I think that we've moved to teaching that Columbus connected the Western world with the Native Americans. Like that's what he did.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But okay, but do they see him in an idolizing way? Do they paint him in an idolizing way in the books? I think they do. And I don't think you should. I don't think you should idolize a man that has his own.
I went to school in Lower Manhattan, where the quality of middle school education and elementary school education that I received was determined by the property taxes of fucking Lower Manhattan, and I was taught that the history is generally whitewashed. We had an entire year of my elementary school. I had a split class where you do like second and third grade with the same teacher, third and then fourth and fifth grade with the same teacher. And in fourth and fifth grade, one of the years was spent on the Revolutionary War, and one of the years was spent on how horrible we were to the Native Americans. And they taught me that in elementary school, and they taught me that Christopher Columbus was a bad dude.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's just like it's gonna differ from American to American. You know what I'm saying? I'm from California.
But the difference is that I went to an amazingly privileged school system.
I did too. You know where the Bay Area of California is, like San Francisco, Oakland. That's where I'm from. You wouldn't believe it because I have my views.
And you went to did you go to a nice school because you lived in an expensive neighborhood?
Yes. For a part of my life, all through elementary school, I went to a very, let's just say, expensive liberal school. And they didn't teach us.
You read Hamlet like somebody who went to an expensive elementary school.
Yes, Hamlet, yes.
Yeah, well, the passage I had you read, I was very surprised. You did very well. Compared to the average person of your age in this country, you did very well. And I think that demonstrates that you did have good early childhood education. Sounds like you didn't
Hey, whoever said I don't recognize my privilege in the chat, my bad, man. this shit does get to me a little bit.
Well, no, so that's what I'm trying to get.
I do recognize my privilege. I know that all white people are inherently privileged in this country. I know that. Like, I'm not just completely fucking blind. I know I have privilege. I'm just opening my fucking.
I appreciate that. Like, that's good for you to recognize. But I think that I think it's just really, really, really important that you recognize that a component of that privilege is demonstrated by the fact that you're sitting here not recognizing that your privileged educational background had to do with the sort of institutionalized problems that we started talking about. Because for those who just joined, because we've gotten very far away from the point and the viewership has turned over some, I will just remind everybody that what we're discussing is that this caller doesn't think that schools influence the quality of life or job or your trajectory as an adult. And what I'm arguing is that one of the reasons that we see certain overrepresentations among minority groups when it comes to criminality or other ways that the person might not be successful in life is because those people are more likely to be born into neighborhoods where they aren't advantaged. And the example that we're talking about is schools. But I'm getting some kind of disconnect here where I feel like if somebody's born where you grew up and they go to your schools, maybe they're better at reading Hamlet like you are, and then they get a better job. And then if somebody's born in a neighborhood that's not as successful, doesn't have as high property taxes, doesn't have as good schools, maybe has a bunch of other problems that come with that, a bunch of the other problems that come with poverty, that's a person who's not going to live as successful a life on average and might be more likely to commit more crimes. And we know that such people are more likely to be born into those neighborhoods and stuck in those socioeconomic classes if they are minorities, just because of our history. Like, I don't know where the disconnect is, because all of the facts that I just said are things that I think you've agreed to in this call.
What statistic facts?
Which ones? About what?
Like, which ones have I mean, I know I agree with you on opinion-based things, but
you agree with me that a non-white person is more likely to be born into a bad neighborhood than a white person, right?
Yes, because they don't get out of the neighborhood.
That's a very important thing you just brought up. There's a lack of social mobility.
They have reparations in place. All right, we got reparations.
What do you mean?
Oh no, that's just my bad. Wrong thing. That's me.
Okay, but so I'm saying you recognize that
they have better opportunity in jobs and schools.
Who's that?
Minorities.
What do you mean? Yes. What are you talking about?
So, I don't know the exact word because I'm telling you, I really don't.
Are you talking about something like affirmative action or?
Yes,
okay, so affirmative action in colleges is no longer the case. That's been done away with for years.
Is it a different? There is a different program. I know that there's
You're thinking of DEI policies, probably.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So DEI stands for diversity, equity, and inclusion, and I just want to be very clear with you because there's a particular piece of misinformation that gets spread a lot by the right, and it's just like factually wrong about what DEI policies are, which is that DEI policies are not meant to make it easier for minorities to get jobs in a way that's different from white people.
All right, what's it made for?
It's made for recognizing situations where such groups are disadvantaged for some unfair reason, like a racist hiring manager or something like that, and correcting for those so that everybody gets a fair shot.
Instead of the hiring of that minority employee, would the DEI turn into the investigation of the manager? Is that what you're saying? Instead of automatically being like, all right, you're black.
Yeah. So
manager, they're going to be like, we're going to investigate you.
Well, it's not. That's an oversimplification. I'd like to accept the correction from the chat. Hold on, just to quell the chat. DEIA, add the accessibility as well. No, the problem is that it's not like we're talking about some police force that's going around arresting racist managers. That's an oversimplification. It's just training policies, and it depends on the type of job it is. Where might racism crop up in a hiring process or in a process that like affects
the way you explain it to me, it's not an oversimplification because you explain it to me saying, give me 1 second, I'm very slow, I just woke up. You explained it to me saying, they fixed the problem. So fixing the problem in that standpoint would be investigating the racist manager.
Well, that's like one solution. Because if you had a store in a black neighborhood with a white hiring manager and he was only hiring white people, that would be suspicious. That would be like, what's going on here? Like, why, whereas
also you gotta understand white people do account for the majority of America, so it's kind of
right. I was about to say, if you had a black store or if you had a store in a black neighborhood and it was run by mostly African Americans, you would expect. Like that makes sense for the demographics of the area. So it's just about looking at if the outcomes in terms of these the availability of these jobs is fair for everybody. What we don't want is somebody rejecting resumes because the applicant is a different race than them. Like that's the sort of thing we're avoiding.
Never happen. I think everybody in the world should agree that should never happen. Like so race should not even account for that. Like,
so you agree with DEIA policies? So
I agree with. I'd have to, before I say yes, I'd have to read on the,
what you just said is what DEIA policies are. And I think that there's this thing happening on the right where they're saying that DEIA is something more like affirmative action. It's more trying to be unfair. I don't know if he's listening. I think he's. When you're teacupped, you're muted. If you leave the app, and I can't tell if you can hear me.
My bad. Okay. I didn't know.
Yeah, that's okay. It just mutes you, and I you can probably still hear me. But yeah, so a lot of people will say that DEIA is like giving some kind of handout to minorities, but that's not what it's for. That's not what it's about.
I mean, can I go on mute for about 10 more seconds and read it for like 10 seconds real quick?
Sure.
Okay.
I'll take a moment to thank Metal Gods for the $50 YouTube super chat. That's a big one. He says, a nice donation to balance out that IQ comment caller made because holy yikes. Yeah. TikTok chat said that I breezed right past it for debate, which is grifting. I'm sitting on that. We're going to talk about it if he stays on the line. We got to stay on one thing. And one of the things that's difficult about running these shows is you got to hear something fucking abhorrent like that and go, nope. I'm going to stick that in my back pocket. We will get to that because it's not worth derailing the conversation that we're on right now because I do think this caller's listening. I do think, I'm at odds with this caller, but I do believe he is discussing this with me in good faith, which means there's room for progress. We can figure some of this stuff out. All right, what'd you read?
All right, man. I read on it. There's too much to read on to like really argue about the policies. So we could just leave that there. If DEI, I'll say this, if DEI doesn't specifically hire minorities because they are minorities, like that cannot be the only reason that they're hired.
Well, because the DEI policies don't specify which races you're supposed to watch out for, doing that would be a violation of DEIA policies. Thank you, Emily, for the whale.
Like I'm saying, if say there's a white man more qualified than a black man, even if it's by even a little bit, like say, but whatever. If there's a white man that's more qualified than a black man, but that black man gets the job at DEI, I think that's wrong.
Right. That's wrong.
What I hear about. That's my stepfather and my mother are both Republican, and that's what they talk about all the time. Is how DEI.
Right. But that's just not what it's the other way around that we're worried about. We're worried about the white guy getting the job because.
Hey, in chat, I don't really care if y'all like me or not, but I'm telling y'all right now, I'm not racist, and y'all can stop talking about all that racist stuff. I'm just speaking my mind.
Straightforwardly, you've said some decidedly racist things on this call.
No, I haven't.
We'll get to the IQ comment, but DEIA is about making sure that a person isn't disadvantaged unfairly. It's not about trying to give somebody an advantage that they didn't in some way deserve. That's not just isn't what it's about. It's tricky. It's hard to do it perfectly, like people have their racial biases. Like it's hard to address these social problems. But what we don't, it's the other situation that we don't want. We don't want the white guy getting hired when the black guy was more qualified, but the white guy got hired because he was white. That's what DEIA is trying to address.
Okay, I agree. Okay, I agree with what you say DEI is there.
Right, and I just I think this is a good faith enough conversation. I know you want to do your own research, and I encourage that because I am just another asshole on the internet that you can choose to listen to or not listen to. But this is my day job. This is what I sit and do, and one of the things I have to do is.
Congratulations, by the way.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
One of the things I have to do is dispel these rumors where people will just say that DEIA is some kind of affirmative action, and that's just not.
Yeah.
At all what it is. That one's just a lie.
Can you brush up on what affirmative action was then? Was that actually kind of racist?
Well, in the way that you're concerned, yes, it was, which is and I would not agree with that statement, but I would suspect that you would probably think it's unfair in that way. it did give an advantage to already disadvantaged groups when applying for college. It was specific to college applications. It was, people use the term broadly.
That's why people were tripping over like Harvard becoming less Asian a while ago.
That sort of thing. Yes. Now, I have this ethical framework where I actually believe it's okay to be a little bit unfair if the group that you're benefiting by being a little unfair is a group that was disadvantaged in the first place, right? Like, for example, let's say I went out with my buddies and I have this big pile of YouTube money to spend, and I have 4 friends with me, and 2 of them have really, really good jobs, and I know they have pocket money, but the other 2 are broke. I know they're struggling to pay their bills. I might do something catastrophically unfair and walk over to each of those 2 people and say, here's $50, have fun tonight. That'd be really unfair.
It's not unfair, though.
Because they were already so disadvantaged, right?
No, but yeah, I understand what analogy you're trying to make, but college is completely different than $50. Like college spots,
right. And the policy's been abolished. So it's just so my point there is that it's not inherently wrong to advantage a disadvantaged group, but yeah, affirmative action was definitely a touchy issue, but it has been done away with, and it doesn't have anything to do with this current discussion about DEIA.
I was just asking for you to brush up on it.
Right. So just to be clear, DEIA is about making it as fair as possible, and then affirmative action was about giving a boost to people who
I support DEIA. Then I will tell you, if what you told me is 100% truthful and there's no other catches where it kind of leans on the line of unfairness, then I completely agree with what DEIA is.
I really love the way you said that. I love that you said that if what I'm telling you is the truth, then you agree that DEIA is good. Yeah. What I will say, though, is that if you want this conversation to be meaningful and valuable and last for longer than just the time that you're on the air, that gives you a little bit of homework to do, because you can go read about what DEIA policies are. And again, I will warn you that there are certainly people who can point to an example and say, look, this company did this. That's actually not DEIA. That's some kind of affirmative action. And I'd say, sure, right? You know, you can find bad examples of everything. But in general, we're mostly just talking. Every system has its flaws. We're mostly just trying to make business places less racist and less unaccepting to people who have disabilities. One thing that came up in the chat, I have a neurodevelopmental disorder. I have ADHD, which is not a very serious. Great, yeah. So you get that, like, it's probably pretty reasonable for me to ask for like a basic accommodation, like, hey, this is really distracting. Can I move my desk over there? Like that sort of thing. DEIA policies teach hiring managers and managers generally and employees generally to behave in ways that are more accommodating to people who have those sorts of disabilities. And that doesn't hurt anybody. That just makes the workplace better. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So
we can go back to the ICE. What you were talking about ICE.
Well, I don't know actually how we started on ICE, and then you started bringing up these things about crime statistics, and we went down the rabbit hole talking about the ways in which.
I like having conversations like that.
Well, I'm just trying to track the whole thing. You did admit that you recognize white privilege as a real thing, that you're like, you know, by default on average more advantaged. Right.
Systemically, yes, there is white privilege. Yes.
So here I'm gonna read the donations because they're piling up, if you don't mind, and then we're going to jump back into white privilege generally and maybe talk about some of those race statistics. So sorry everybody who let them pile up on YouTube. I read the big one that came in, but I've got a few to get through here. Thank you, Chai, for the $5 who sent $5 on YouTube Super Chat to say, sending what I can. You are a true educator and I appreciate you. Thank you. Only send what you can, people. Don't donate money to me if you're struggling. AJ Stutz said, time for the camera for $2. I think that came in right as I asked him to turn on his camera, and he did, which proved to me we were going to have an authentic conversation, and I feel like we are, so that's good. DeBlues sent $5 to say, Innocence Project cases reflect the disproportionate impact of wrongful convictions on black people in the U.S. Black 58%, white 33%. That is a statistic I like to bring up when we have this conversation about criminality of certain races, which is that it also is reflected in the exoneration rates, that the legal system isn't quite fair to these people in some institutionalized ways. Maybe we'll get to that in the conversation. Ghoulmeister sent $10 to say, before he gets away from this, the 13/80% stat brought is easily disproven when the stat accounts for arrest, not convictions. Look up the Veil of Darkness study, ya dum-dum. Let's not, the caller has said some reprehensible things, but I think we should be nice to him because he is having a good faith conversation, and that's more important than our fury about racism sometimes. Bandit sent $10 to say, first time dono, while you're still fiddling with runtime, might suggest 3 or 4 hours. 4 is really hard to stay caught up, and I hate to miss out on any hot pee-pee poo-poo action. That's an inside joke about an episode from a few episodes back. We're aiming for 4 hours these days, but it's not a guarantee. I try to, but I've kept to 2 hours most days for quite a long time now, so that's going well. AJ said DEI equals Jedi, justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion. I like that. That's a better analogy. That's fun. And then Chai sent $5 more to say, here's $5 more for VOS, Vacation Oscar School. Tim Davidson sent $5 to say, you got a problem with wheelchair ramps? You got a problem with Braille on signs, elevators, push bar doors? DEIA. Yeah, those. I added the A because he didn't have it in his message. But yeah, those are the sorts of things. We just try to make the world less unfair, and that's good. Hi-Fi Mike sent $2 to say, can't watch today, so here's money for today. Thank you, Hi-Fi Mike. I appreciate you. I guess he's not listening, though, but I appreciate him. Little Sal sent $5 to say, I sent you stats on racial inequality from World Metrics. Sounds like they could be good. Brought up for this caller. Where'd you send them? Are they on the Discord? It might be in the live chatter. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Looks like it. Is that it? I'm not sure. Anyway, just going to check my Venmo really, really quick. Oh, yes, because we have $2 from Andrea, who said, from Carrie, would like to come down to MAGA level and say something about common sense and immigration. If immigrants in countries are poor and crime-ridden, why would a criminal want to come here to a more policed, uncorrupt country? It does not make sense. I actually thought that earlier when we were talking about crime, like criminals coming here. I'm like, why? It's not the criminals who want to come here. It's the victims of their crimes who are trying to escape them that want to come here. Lucky Phil sent $2 to say, for anyone doubting systemic racism is ripe, remember a black woman is less likely to receive a call back for a job interview than a white man fresh out of jail with a felony. I didn't know that statistic, but I kind of believe him. Fact check me in the chat if that's wrong. Lucky Phil sent another $2 on Buy Me a Coffee to say, here's another pocket watch for your pocket. It tells me something. It's 2 a.m. I'm not sober. Lucky Phil, go to bed. He lives in Australia. Thank you for the donations on Buy Me a Coffee, though. I appreciate that. I think, that's not quite everything. We got one more from Araxis on Cash App who said, I'd rather attack nepotism. It's a huge issue. Yeah. Nepotism contributes to like institutionalized problems because for some of the reasons that we're talking about. And then AJ sent $2 more to say, Jedi is the new term social sciences is using. Cool. And then, dude, Candace sent 20 gift memberships. That's a fucking huge donation because that's like a couple $100 or something.
Yeah, that's shout out. That's shouts out. Damn.
Fucking Candace just made it so that 20 more people get to be in the members only stream that happens after the evening show that's happening at 7 p.m. Central Time today on YouTube only. The members only stream is cross-platform, and if you are a paying monthly member, you get to like kick it with me while I like drink a cheeky beer and ask some FAQ type questions about me. If you want to just hang out with me instead of talking about politics, we do that with the members. W Candace for that. That's fucking huge. Okay. Where were we? You recognize...
just wait, but...
Go ahead. You go ahead. You go ahead.
Can I acknowledge some of these comments real quick? Just real quick.
Sure.
Okay, Don. W privilege. This is what Don says. W privilege believes in accommodations people with ADHD. I believe that somebody with ADHD is a mental health condition. Being black is not a mental health condition. You're still a human at the end of the day. You're just like me. So, yeah, I don't believe that you need accommodations because we're the same.
But I think that the reason they fall under the same umbrella is because it's, we both have ADHD. We're both people with ADHD talking to each other, so we can just speak openly about it. There are ways in which life is made harder for people with ADHD because society is designed without consideration for us, right?
I think it's designed with consideration for us, actually. Well, I think the same for blacks. And all minorities.
I appreciate things fall off the euphemism treadmill, but I would advise you not to call them the blacks.
Okay, my bad. What do I call them in this stream?
Black people of color, African Americans. Those are all generally still acceptable these days.
Okay.
But I don't jump down people's throats so hard for accidentally referring to them that way. I have a mother who grew up in a part of the world where it was still perfectly acceptable to use not the really bad N-word, but the N-word that ends with an O. The same word that Martin Luther King used to refer to African Americans, but she had to learn to quell that because it's not appropriate after she moved to America. So as long as you're willing to hear that that's not what people like being called anymore, and accept
I understand. Whatever.
Cool. That's great. And I'm not going to be mad at you if you make that mistake again. I am just going to remind you if I hear it again.
It is a habit. Just remind me. It is a habit.
It's a linguistics thing. I've studied linguistics. I know it's a little tough to keep up with the euphemism treadmill. I do appreciate
I'll try though.
Okay. sorry, that derailed us. What point were we on? ADHD. Look at that. Right. So we think that ADHD, like, you know, you said that you think that society is made in consideration for you, and that's great. It sounds like the parts of society that you're interacting with are maybe following some DEIA type policies. But again, you've agreed that those are good.
Yeah.
But the reason they're under the same umbrella as giving...
I'm in the military.
Okay.
Just say, my bad.
Well, no. So you said that ADHD is a mental situation, and like being African American isn't, which is a not racist sounding thing that you said. I'm glad that you feel that way about people of different skin colors. But it's not just about whether or not the problem exists within you. It's just about whether or not you're disadvantaged at all.
I don't think that African American individuals are.
I think there's a grain of non-racism in you. Like, I think at your core, what's going on is that, like, your fundamental belief about African Americans probably isn't that racist, which is that you feel that because they are not any different on average than white people or anything like that, that there's no reason to give them any special attention. Correct. Yeah. Correct. So my problem is that it is a matter of fact that in spite of the fact that there's nothing inherently wrong with black people, society is still harder for them. There's an analogy that I like to use for this, and I've actually found this to be, I've started using this one recently, and it's like a new one that I find really effective, which is that, like, you play video games?
From time to time.
You know, when you start up a video game, you might like play the game on easy mode and then be like, oh, I beat it, but I want to play it again. So you put it on medium mode and you play it again. And, you know, there's like a difficulty slider.
Yeah.
I think what white privilege is that our difficulty slider is turned down.
So we on easy mode, they on hard mode.
Yeah.
Why? I think systemically you have a great point, but I think on a regular day-to-day in society, like just how society works, I don't believe that.
But I don't understand the difference between those two things.
Like systemically, say a black man gets pulled over, he's smoking weed in his car.
Oh, I'm sorry, I have to kick you because you said the name of a substance. Come back another time. I mean it. TikTok, I have to kick people who say the names of substances. I use that substance. I love that substance. The members only stream has seen me on that substance. I maintain my articulation somehow. That's always been my superpower. But yeah, come back. I really, really do appreciate the good faith conversation. I feel like you were here to learn. I feel like you said some reprehensible things, and I feel like I need to acknowledge that. But I will just say to my audience, I think you guys know what I'm doing here, is that I'm doing the work of getting past the fact that my feelings are sometimes very hurt by the things these callers say, because it's more important that we like get to the meat and potatoes of it. I think you guys know how I feel about some of those things we didn't get to cover. I think you guys know how I feel about IQ tests, those of you who watch regularly. IQ tests should not be used to judge individuals. That's my bottom line. The ways in which psychologists make use of IQ tests are like nuanced, and the work of statisticians who are trying to figure this stuff out about society. But judging a person by their IQ test is like judging a runner by how tall they are. Sure, the taller runners can run faster on average. Best way to check if somebody's good at running is to time how fast they run a mile. If you're going for that type of distance, you know, like the tallness thing is associated but doesn't matter. And then those statistics about how they measure them between different groups of people are problematic because IQ is influenced by your upbringing. If IQ was only influenced by your nature, those sorts of things would be reasonable to go on, but it's not. It's just way more fucking complicated than that, which is why it's almost impossible to make a meaningful IQ determination between people who grew up in two different countries. There's just no way to measure. I do believe that IQ attempts to measure something about your cognitive abilities that's real. I do believe that some people are more intelligent than other people in a way that's measurable, but I think it becomes very, very hard to measure when you confound it by using the tool that we use to analyze a person's mind, say something like language. If you do it in a different language, you can't just translate an IQ test into a different language and expect somebody to score the same if they're equally as intelligent, because language doesn't work that way. Language is the lens through which we see each other's thoughts, and language is the tool that we use to understand what's going on in somebody's head. And if it's a different set of tools, it becomes apples to oranges, and it becomes very, very difficult to compare, which is why IQ tests actually only end up being all that valuable when you're comparing individuals of like a similar upbringing. And the whole conversation about African Americans is that they don't get the same upbringing because of systemic racism and all these other problems. So I didn't learn about IQ tests from Twitter. I learned about them in a psychology class that I ended up being the tutor for. So I take a really, really academic approach to that. Oh man, what a dang bummer. Having a Nuka call like that. Can I get a co-host in the chat or in the request queue so I can pour a cup of coffee and use the restroom quick before we move on? I'm going to cycle through and see if there are donations. But while I wait for somebody to show up, I will say, I'll bring Raven in here. I will say that if you support the show, if you think I'm having meaningful conversations and maybe hopefully making people less racist, you can go to the link tree in the bio and follow me on all the other platforms. You can follow the backup account down here. That supports the show for free. And if you want to help financially, there's pay links in the description or in the link tree in the bio. You can find my Venmo, Cash App, Buy Me a Coffee, or Patreon. Buy Me a Coffee is international. Raven, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good. I'm disappointed that call had to end abruptly. That was a bummer.
Yeah, that was a very productive call.
Yeah, the chat was mad at me for not like making it less productive, but I'm gonna be staunch. That was the sort of conversation where fury is not the tool, not at all.
I think the past couple of days have proven pretty staunchly that the approach that you've been taking lately is productive.
Yeah, I appreciate you thinking that. And I was saying it earlier today. It's like I can have furious calls like the ones at the beginning that get the viewership up, and then like that one that's a little more chill gets eyes on it, and that's a fucking win. With that said, I'm gonna mute myself, nuke a cup of coffee, and give you the floor to say whatever you want.
Yeah, sounds good. I'll take the time to talk about this wonderful band I went to go see last night called Sensing Agony. They just released their EP yesterday, and they had an EP release party, and we had a bunch of bands play, and it was so much fun, and I recorded a bunch of it, just sent it over to the band so they can start clipping it up. But that is Sensing Agony on all the streaming platforms, and there's a video of it in the Discord under the community art tab if you're in the Discord, and if you're not, the link tree in the bio for Oskar has the link to the Discord, so you can join in there and see the video from the concert last night. But yeah, hope everybody's having a good day, and if you like the show, make sure to give Oskar a follow. Make sure you're liking the live so that we can get out to more people. The viewership today is actually doing pretty good considering how frustrating that call started out. So proud of you guys for staying tapping on the screen and stuff. But yeah, make sure you're streaming Fall by Sensing Agony as well. That was a single they also put out recently. Our producer, Jessie, is the vocalist of that band, does all the vocals, all the singing and the screaming, and she's wonderful. But yeah, what else is there to talk about? The news lately, Mitch McConnell is still missing, presumed dead. I'm fairly certain he's dead. How about you guys? Oh, there's Oskar. Welcome back.
He's definitely dead. Oh, yeah.
Jessie in the room?
What?
Did I hear Jessie?
No, she's not in the room. You might have heard Scout meow.
Oh, maybe.
All right. Thanks for the airtime coverage, Raven.
Yeah, thanks for having me. And don't forget to go stream Senses Agony. Love you all, chat.
Go stream Sensing Agony. Sensing Agony, not Senses Agony. She said it right the first time. First bunch of times. Yeah. W. Jessie, producer of the show, and like my manager. So all that travel I'm talking about, I'm not even the one managing it. I've got a person who's like helping me out with all that because my life is craziness now. Tavi sent $5 on YouTube Super Chat to say RFK is actively trying to limit access to ADHD medication for those who need it. Yeah. Quite a bummer. I think that society, I don't actually agree with the caller. I think that we both have ADHD, and I just wasn't going to press him on. I actually don't talk about myself in terms of the ways in which I'm disadvantaged as a person very much on the show, because I'm obviously like a really screaming example of white privilege, so I just try to focus on that more. I think that's more constructive. But in general, I do actually think that society is designed in a bunch of ways that's just like really unfair to people with ADHD. The way that like parking tickets work is hard for people with ADHD to like follow up on. Like, just give me a fucking, like, just give me an account where I can like give me a text message if I have a parking ticket and text me a few times, you know, like that would be better for society. If I was in charge, those are the sort of things I would do for people with ADHD. It's like make government bureaucracy easier to interact with. I've like in my life lost my driver's license because I like forgot about a parking ticket, and that just to me seems like exactly the sort of thing that's like shitty for people with ADHD. But, the people who don't have ADHD will tell us, just remember better. And it's like, well, there's a diagnosis for a reason. But anyway, we all got to cope with whatever life we got. And mine is one that has ADHD in it. Generally speaking, send $2 to say, save Kronos. Hope you're enjoying the VOD, buddy. Yeah, Kronos is pretty active in the YouTube chat normally, and he's not here today. So, W Kronos from afar. Moving on, we're going to talk to a weirdo, LOL. And we're going to see if I think that he's a weirdo, LOL. If he connects. Will he connect? I don't know. Nope, don't think he will. How weird. Goodbye. We're gonna talk to Eddie Stilson, who's got a pig for a profile picture. Am I gonna talk to a pig? Don't like pigs, unless they're real pigs. Hello, how old are you?
26.
Are you a Trump supporter?
No, you taking friendlies right now?
Not quite yet. If you got like a quick question, you can ask it before you go. But I'd prefer to take friendlies in like an hour and a half towards the end of the show.
It was going to be a discussion about homeschooling and how you felt about that as an educator.
I'll give that a few minutes. I think that homeschooling is difficult because there's examples of homeschooling that are really good and examples of homeschooling that are really bad. And it's hard to regulate. And that to me means that I often want to yield my concern to the students who aren't getting the best education as opposed to those who are. What are your thoughts?
That's pretty much where I sit with it too.
Yeah.
Like, I was gonna say, I have a friend who teaches in Florida in like an underprivileged area. And I have another friend who we both went to the same school here in my state. And our school wasn't the greatest. It's very, very racist, very all white. Mm-hmm. And there's a lot of problems with the teachers that taught there. And because of those concerns, they, and I kind of agree with their decision, they kind of wanted to homeschool their kid.
Yeah.
And my friend who is an educator that teaches in Florida, who teaches in the underprivileged area, was like really reamed into them about it. Was like, absolutely not. You're gonna mess your kid up for life. They're gonna be weird and dumb. And I was like, well, you have to think about some of the reasons people are homeschooling kids in your area are probably not for great reasons. It's probably out of
religious conviction or something like that.
Or neglect,
Neglect, possibly. Well, so there, the chat lit up with it right away, where it's like, we should make sure that parents are doing homeschooling. They should have to take some sort of standardized test just to make sure they're keeping up. The other thing I like to mention about homeschooling is that, I don't know if you know the vocabulary. Do you know the difference between like the latent or manifest objectives of a school?
No.
So manifest objectives are the things we were talking about with that previous caller, like learning how to read and do math and like whatever they actually teach you, like your actual like class curriculum. But there's this handy dandy thing that happens when you send kids to school, which is that they learn how to sit nicely in a chair. They learn to raise their hand when it's their time to speak. They learn how to come up with a game to play in the schoolyard with the school children. And if they don't like follow the rules that everybody just made up, then the game doesn't work very well and they don't get to play. Or maybe they have to go in timeout. Or maybe that teaches them that they have to come up with rules that make a better game. Like there's all this latent stuff. All this stuff that happens in the background by accident, just by putting your kid in a building with lots of people where they have to cooperate and have manners. And that does a lot of the work of making people into the people that the education system wants them to be, even though teachers don't spend a lot of time thinking about it. So when you homeschool your kid and you don't have a schoolyard for them to play in with lots of other children, you don't have a big busy classroom for them to learn to take their turn in, you don't have limited resources, because if you buy an academic resource, it's theirs because they're your kid. They might have to share it with a sibling, but they don't have to share it with 20 other kids. A homeschooling parent has to take a bunch of the latent stuff that the schools do by default, practically by accident, and make it manifest. If I don't have a schoolyard to send my kid to go learn how to play with the other kids in, I have to take my kid to an extracurricular soccer game or some, like rock climbing class or like some kind of additional thing. So the workload of a home teacher, a parent, is just greater necessarily because there's less available for the student to learn latently by being exposed to the educational environment. And that particular difference is the big thing that makes people go, you were homeschooled, weren't you? It's because these people don't know how to share. It's also why people make the same accusations about people who don't have lots of siblings, because I have a bunch of siblings. So I very latently learned how to share and be fair with siblings because it's hard to teach that stuff manually, but it's pretty easy for people to learn it through exposure. And I'm very disappointed in a lot of homeschooling approaches that don't take that deeply into consideration. The best ones do, though. The best homeschooled parents are taking their kids to extracurriculars that expose them to kids their age and all that important stuff.
Yeah, and there's online resources that can help you if you feel like you're out of your element to know that you're on the right track. But I do think that point you made about the burden being greater on homeschooled parents for an individual kid. Obviously, teachers are teaching, dozens of kids at a time, and there's an argument to maybe that that's a bigger burden. But
well, it's just that the checklist of things you're responsible for teaching them is longer because there's a bunch of stuff that they learn by default just for being out there in the world that isn't going to happen if you're teaching them at home. So you have to keep an eye on more stuff that the educator in the classroom might not have to.
Right, and a parent that did go to school and is trying to homeschool their kid probably doesn't even recognize that because it just kind of comes naturally. You don't think about teaching your kid how to behave and all those things you pick up being in social situations, things of that nature. I really don't know where I sit with it. I struggle to take away anybody's personal freedom for any reason. But if we were to argue whether or not we should allow it or not allow it, I really don't know where I sit with it.
Well,
good arguments for both sides.
It came up earlier in the call today, but because there's a lack of across the board standardization for how good school systems are, and it's so dependent on the circumstances, the question as to whether or not a person should homeschool their student is just going to be so case by case that it's not useful for us to sit here and try to answer the question broadly. Because I can imagine being a parent in a situation where there just isn't a good school available to my kid, and I say, fuck it, I have to do it myself. One of us has to stay home and work on this kid because the school system isn't going to give them the life that we want to give them. And if we can make that sacrifice to our careers or whatever it is to get it done at home, that's, I can imagine doing that. And I can also imagine a parent saying that and look at their school system and be like, that's ridiculous. You're not going to do a better job in the school. So,
that's fair.
Yeah. And the chat's bringing up all sorts of other stuff. Like the children who aren't homeschooled are often not exposed to mandatory reporters, which means abuse at home can go unchecked. There's issues of disability where, obviously the push for homeschooling becomes greater if a child has special needs because you can have an adult that really cares about their particular special needs work with them. So it's messy. It's as messy as the rest of the educational system.
I was kind of shocked to see when I researched it a little bit that in my state there's no real curriculum requirement or requirement for any teaching certificate or anything like that because teaching is a skill that you can learn to be better at it, and I was just shocked to see that there was no real standard for that, and I wasn't sure if it would be somewhat ableist to require that because not everyone has the time or money to go out and do those things.
Yeah, it's hard.
But it seems important.
It's important, definitely, and it is just a rat's nest of different jurisdictions. Because, we can talk about the differences in requirements for oversight for homeschooling that vary from place to place, but we could also talk about the quality of primary school education that there's as much variance in just the quality of publicly provided education generally as there is in oversight of homeschooling. I think that the entire government approach to education needs to be overhauled in that sense. And like I said, that came up earlier where we talked about how there's a lot of ways in which the way that we fund schools amplifies societal problems. Whereas if we were to distribute the cost of schools across a greater level, like the state level or the federal level, it would make it more fair for you to be born into a bad neighborhood. The school systems, the school system being designed in the way that it is one of the things that makes it so unfair to be born into a bad neighborhood. It's one of the things that hurts the social mobility of people who are born into poor neighborhoods. So I think the whole thing needs address. Oscar for president 2048 or whatever.
Yeah, I'm all for that. I'd vote for you.
No, I'll be too fucking old, man. I'm already too old.
Fair.
I'm almost old enough to be president. I'm already too old because there's too much I'd want to do. I also have no interest in becoming president. I think I'd be a terrible president. But maybe that'll change. I don't know. Appreciate your time, though, unless you have something else to add.
That was it. It's something I've just been sitting on for a while, listening to you. So thanks.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for hopping up, Eddie. And that was a nice little button on top of that conversation about education that we had with the previous caller, who didn't run, but accidentally said a substance name, which means I have to kick him. Anyway, do I do an ad read? No, I don't. I just did an ad read. I'll do a donation read, though. I will say that Mary sent me $10 on YouTube super chat to say, I was homeschooled K through 12, and so were my 9 siblings. And also just want to say that abuse in the home is harder to see/report when the only adults you have access to are the ones abusing you. Yeah, I brought that up, and that's actually one of the things that's fixed by responsible parents addressing some of the latent educational value of the school system by like including their kid in a sports program or an after-school program that's had at the school or something like that, where there will be another adult who works with other kids who might be a mandatory reporter. That's one of the ways of addressing it, but there's just very little oversight for that type of problem, and we're not even doing a very good job making sure that people get good educations in public schools. So the whole thing is just a little bit messy. But I think everybody knows my general stance is I want people to get better educated. That's the whole point of the show. The ship sails at midnight is our next caller. Has the ship sailed on him seeing reason about Trump? We shall see if he connects, because he's taken a while to connect, and that means he's probably teacupped. Which, for those listening on YouTube, I always have to remind, for the non-TikTok viewers, teacupped just means that somebody has swiped away from the app. So they'll either fail to connect like this caller is, or when there's like a physical teacup icon on the screen for them, that just means that they're like Googling or something, or like it happens if they get a phone call. So teacup just means that they're muted. They might be able to hear me, but you can't tell. I don't think that the ship that sails at midnight, I think the ship has sailed on him. Time for him to go. Noticer number 312. We're gonna see if he's better than Noticer number 311. Hate that guy. Let's see if I love this guy. Hello, how old are you?
Hey, I'm 34.
Are you a Trump supporter?
I wouldn't say that. I did vote for him.
Are you happy that he's president instead of Kamala Harris? Are you driving?
A little bit.
Lots of road noise in the background. Are you driving?
No, I'm on the track. I'm walking.
Do you have a Bluetooth device connected?
No.
Just quite a lot of background noise. It's a little hard for the stream. Is there anything you can do about it?
You know what? I'm almost done. I'll get to my. I live like around the corner. I'll try to connect a little bit.
Perfect. Yeah. I'll watch for you in the queue. Hey, sounds like that was probably just judging by tone. That sounds like that might be a good faith conversation that I would like to have, but I got to watch it with the background noise. I forget all the time. I tune it out right away. Like, I don't mind there being background noise, and I forget sometimes that it's really, really, really bad for the live viewership. But without anybody in the queue, I suppose I will do a little bit of an ad read. I'll remind everybody about that link tree in the bio, Venmo, Cash App, Buy Me a Coffee, or Patreon, so we can get Raven paid, we can get Jessie paid, we can get some stuff bought to run the show better. We can move the show into the temporary studio so I can redo this apartment finally, because I'm not even going to buy, like, expensive furniture. I think I'm going to I have this big wall in front of me. This big wall, it's like 20 feet, this wall. With a doorway in the middle that goes to my bathroom. And I think I'm going to make this whole wall like a giant, we were just talking about framing and if framing is skilled labor or not. I think I'm going to do some framing with some framing lumber, build up some tall shelves so I have overhead storage and some catwalks up top for the cats to play on, stuff like that. And that'll just get a lot of the floor space in this tiny apartment reclaimed, because since running the show, this apartment has just slowly devolved into like not having as much floor space, which it didn't have much to begin with. But the problem is that I can't do anything to this apartment that is catastrophic that'll take longer than like 20 hours. Everything has to happen inside of like an 8-hour shift, because when I'm done with the show at noon or 2 o'clock, going live the next day at 10 a.m. So we are going to move the show to get some improvements. And then we're going to like finally set up what I hope will be a semi-permanent arrangement than just this random flags hung to hide some of the clutter behind me type of setup. We're going to try to really get this studio set up in a way that's, consistent and good for the growth of the show, because the show is growing. And in spite of the show growing, we don't have a caller. There's nobody here. Is there ops in the chat? I don't know. I Venmo'd some money. Please don't go off the deep end in the future. I don't know what that means. I'm trying to stay authentic. I think that, I don't know. I know what's in my heart. I know why I'm excited about the show doing well. And it's because I want to do this in a way that I think is like, I'm trying to maximize the effect that I can have on American politics. And part of that is making sure that I grow quickly. because I could spend every call really only focused in on having these meaningful conversations, and that would be really, really bad for viewership, and then I would just never get all that big. So I think my regular viewers know that I am going to like enjoy the conflict a little bit, like, you know, poll the chat to get the engagement. Like I want to keep up this growth rate. So like a year from now, I can have a much, much, much bigger voice, and that would be really, really, really spectacular in terms of getting these conversations heard by more people. But it's a balancing act. Like I just constantly have to think about, like, what is this call? Is this a productive call? Like, is this the meat and potatoes of what we're doing on the Oskar Quentin show? Or is this an elevation call where we're just trying to like get more people watching because I'm good at like yapping? We got some lefties in the chat. I'll talk to a lefty. Don't have anybody here. It's actually been a while since I've spoken to somebody who's farther left than me, because I'm pretty gosh darn far left. Like, compared to most of the political spectrum, most people consider me a leftist based on my perspectives. It's that the leftists and I disagree about some things. Some of us, you know, not all the leftists agree with each other about everything. And maybe I'm just in that pool of leftists who disagree with each other. I just have some like pragmatic issues with the way that a lot of leftists approach like the actual question of what anybody living in this country should be doing to help. And I welcome those sorts of conversations, even if they tend to be the sort of conversation of the type I was just talking about, where it's like, that might not be the best viewership, but it is actually good for me talking about what I want for politics in America. Though sometimes the leftists are quite unreasonable, and they can be good to drive up the engagement, because it's the least reasonable callers that get clips that get lots and lots of views. It's the least reasonable callers that get the viewership up. So I kind of like use that to get up there, and then maybe we can have a more reasonable conversation once we have the audience. But I mean, you know, I don't push the conversations to go into any of those avenues. I just try to have the conversation as effectively as I can, and sometimes it's so unreasonable a caller, because I do think that I think that the leftists who call me on TikTok Live are disproportionately unreasonable. It's actually been quite refreshing now that I've grown some to speak to some more prominent leftists who are way less upset with me than the leftists who call into the show would make you think that they are. Sanguine RxPSSD, I think, was a leftist in the comments, but he can tell me. He can let me know what his perspective is, and we can have a conversation after he tells me how old he is.
Hello.
Hello. How old are you?
26.
What is your political perspective?
I am a Marxist-Leninist.
Okay. What do you want to talk about?
How both of the parties are basically the same.
Yeah, I think that's the big difference. Like, if we're going to talk about the sort of things that divide me from some of the leftists, I think that that's the big one. I think that there are leftists that think that the two parties are the same, which is not the sort of leftist I consider myself to be. And if I'm a leftist, I'm the sort of leftist that recognizes that the Republicans are way worse.
But would you also understand that the ideology that they both uphold is capitalism, which is technically neoliberalism? Freedom of private property.
Yeah.
Which I
just think that
abolished.
Yeah, abolishment of capitalism is tough for me because I just don't know how that works. But before we get into that, I just think that I can agree with you that it's bad that they support capitalism in the ways that they do. I think that the Republicans support capitalism more than the Democrats, on average. I don't think that it is just a binary, do you support capitalism or do you not support capitalism? And then I also think that there's other things. I think that, that's not the only thing that's important about whether or not, when I ask who should you vote for, it's not, both support capitalism, therefore they're equal. I'll flip a coin or not vote. Like, I think that's silly.
Before we go in a little bit more, I just want to get your understanding what your definition of capitalism is.
Capitalism is a system where people use their freedom and money to determine what they want to do in the economy.
See, I like to say it's an economic and political system in which a country's trade and industry are controlled by private owners for profit.
Sure. I think our two descriptions are compatible. I think we took different approaches, but I'm happy with your definition of capitalism.
So let's just take my definition. So if individuals control trade and industry for profit, right? So under that, the commodities that are seen as for profit would be food, water, and house, right?
But those are the categories where I think capitalism is really problematic. But
they are seen as a commodity, though, right?
And that's bad.
So if this system in which that's being sold as a commodity and that gets challenged, which the most time it is met with a violent reaction, correct?
Are you suggesting that when the idea of using capitalism for food, housing, and what was the other thing?
Food, house, and water. When I'm saying
Food,
when
house,
that
and
is being so I'm saying when that commodity is being challenged against through the ideology and the economic system of capitalism, meaning that, let's say, socialist or communist, for example, obviously think that should be a human right and provided through the government.
I agree about that end goal, yeah. You're saying that any attempt to do that results in violence?
Well, would it not?
I think that my perspective on the way that we can erode capitalism away, because I think that abolition is kind of just not a practical approach. I think that very few societies have gotten to a place where the next step in eroding capitalism away is to make food, water, and housing free. I think that we're getting there, though. I think in the 21st century, it's quite obvious that there are a lot of societies that have the sort of prosperity necessary for us to look at things like food, water, and housing the same way that we currently look at things like public education or the fire department. And I think that we're at a place now where we can progressively start including those things under the umbrella of things that we recognize it's really problematic to do with capitalism.
Sorry, say that again.
I think that, I have a more progressive approach where, I think that you and I maybe want the world to work in the same way, 200 years from now. I think that my way of getting there is too slow for you, which is that I think that things like food and water and housing and healthcare is another big one I'll throw on there, are things that we should do for free without capitalism. And I think those are the next things to add to the list, because we already, for a basic person, a person doesn't have to have any money for the fire department to put out a fire for them. That's quite socialist. And I think that that's good. And I think that if the goal is to have a society where capitalism doesn't influence anything important in 100 or 200 years, I think that figuring out what's next is a better way to get to that outcome than trying to abolish the system. Because abolishing the system is what causes bloodshed.
That's kind of what... So let me answer this question. So let's say let's say if you're a slave and I'm a slave master and your only way of liberation is striking me down, what would you do?
Strike you down?
All right, so that is the violence that is need to enact to shed this society.
Yeah, I don't think the entire system is that simple, though.
It is, though. I'm
going to push back really hard and say that I think that that's the big thing that separates me from people who disagree with me on the left in that way. How dare you say it's simple? There's 8 billion people who all have different interests on this planet.
We just established that this economic and political system is through trade and industry, through private owners. Correct.
Okay, here. I'm going to try to apply your logic. I'm going to try to apply. Please listen. Please listen.
And pricing it off so that others
Please
can
use your
get.
ears, not your mouth. I want you to listen.
I'm using my ears and my mouth.
Is multiplying by 2 simple?
Yes.
Okay, what's 2 times 3?
2 times 3 is out 2 or 6.
Okay, what's 2 times 847?
I'm not going to do math with you. I'm talking about.
I'm demonstrating to you that because a principle is simple doesn't mean that applying it to a larger system is always easy to do. And
you can apply it to macro or microeconomics. It's simple looking through material and historical lines.
Why won't you? If multiplying by 2 is simple, why did you refuse to answer the second example?
Because I am not talking about fucking mathematics during a political and economic debate.
I'm sorry. Do you think that a mathematical analogy is an unacceptable tool to use in a conversation about capitalism?
Yes.
I think that's a very silly perspective to have. I think that I demonstrated that just because an operation can be simple, just because a principle can be simple, that doesn't mean that applying it to different problems is always simple.
So that liberation just has to wait because it's just not that simple. That doesn't make sense to me.
Sorry, say that again?
So that liberation has to wait because it's just not that simple. Just doesn't make sense to me.
Well, it's not that necessarily it has to wait. It's just that we have to come up with a plan that will work. And I've never heard somebody with your political perspective to me offer a plan that I could preach with my platform that I think would yield good outcomes.
I mean, if you would understand the ideology of Marx and what Lenin had to say of his ideology and historically what it done through the Soviet Union, I feel like that's a pretty good example of what my ideology represents.
I don't know how to apply that to American politics. I don't know what we do.
That's easy. Understanding the proletariat to get them to a point of class consciousness to that, like we're talking about, through only individuals control, not workers.
That doesn't sound very simple, and I could say that to every one of the 350 million residents of this country, and I just don't know what is going to happen next. Like, what
collective
do we do?
Organization.
Right, but we're doing that right now.
Through a material and historical lens.
There's 1,000 people watching. You have their attention. What is it we're trying to accomplish together?
What do you mean we're trying to accomplish? Obviously, liberation.
Right. Here we are. We're at the meeting. What do we do?
You organize and understand who has the material wealth.
It's the billionaires. I preach about it all the time. I've spent hundreds of hours educating people about how broken our capitalist system is and how unfair it is and how people are taking advantage of it to hurt people like you.
So how about we just seize the means of production, meaning that we stop going to work. We stop buying from these companies that own a bunch of companies that fall into one trench coat.
So here's my problem. I agree that if enough, there's a critical...
But you understand that capitalism and the only form of commodity, which is money. So if we don't get that money, we all starve and die, correct?
That's not what I was going to say.
No, that's literally how it is, though.
That's
if
not
you
what
don't get money in this capitalist system, you starve and die.
Well, right, yeah. It's so that the number...
You're just fucking trying to prolong it. Well,
please let me talk.
Well, maybe if
Are you interested in hearing my perspective on this?
I am.
Okay, I think that the sort of like overhaul of the system that's caused by people abstaining from it en masse, like a mass boycott of capitalism.
Because it's only bad people in capitalism, right?
Let me answer. Why aren't you,
you can just say that instead of going the long way to explain that there's bad people in this system.
Dude, please. I'm trying so hard to give you a chance to convince me that your worldview is a sensible one. Can you please listen to my problem with it?
What's the problem with it?
I think that your strategy would work if enough people did it, and I can't think of a way to make enough people do it at once for it to be good. I think the outcome would be bad because not enough people would do it. The system would still win because not enough people did it, and then those people would be harmed. And those people who would be harmed are the most class-conscious people we have. So that would lead to an outcome where after that attempt, the likelihood of any sort of success at defeating capitalism would be much lower. That's my concern.
I understand that point, and that's why class consciousness has to be raised through historical and material dialects and lenses.
And I think that
it's not taught through this system.
I think I am doing a better job of increasing class consciousness than individuals like yourself are.
How? When you're preaching through liberation through capital instead of through actual obtaining your own means of production.
That's not what I preach.
What you work?
I preach that.
You do.
No,
you think that, okay, your philosophy of liberation is through capital gain and how much you are prominent with the capital that you gain within the structure.
But I need to participate in the system as it exists in order to get a big enough reach so that people will listen to me. I'm working on that. It's going very well. Thank you very much.
You're literally just a cog in the machine. You're still not advancing any further than the individuals that control the profit and industries.
Do you think that me teaching people about what the billionaires are doing with our capitalist system is not at all helpful to your goals?
So what is to be done then? Voting it away?
We're not there yet in this conversation. I'm just trying to understand why you think that the way that you're living your life is likely to result in defeating capitalism, because I think I'm doing much more for defeating capitalism than you are by educating people about its problems in a way that's reasonable.
Because this system is purely bred on imperialism and ransacking other countries so that you and me, unfortunately, can have our commodity goods at a cheaper rate. So that people through the phones,
you're just getting away from the actual thing we're talking about.
It's not. Literally,
your
it's the same thing that I'm talking about.
Your accusation about what I teach people is wrong. I don't know if you watch my show or not. Do you?
I don't. You're literally liberal.
You don't.
Or you're a sock dem.
You don't watch my show, and you're accusing me of teaching about capitalism incorrectly.
You're literally teaching it incorrectly. I had to tell you what the definition actually is.
I felt that our definitions were compatible.
They're not compatible. They're actually completely the same thing. I just wanted to have the conversation with you.
Right, but you don't know what, like, I'm telling you that I really think that I'm doing a seriously concerted and by the numbers objectively successful attempt at teaching people about class consciousness, making people more class conscious, and you are not even familiar with my body of work.
Yes, so that would mean by raising the proletariat understanding that they need to own their own labor power.
Yeah. Yes.
Right? So that means seizing where they work. That means...
I don't know if that's the most sensible approach to defeat somebody like Jeff Bezos. Okay, and I'm sitting here trying to discuss that with you. But
because I can give you proof. Look it through the Soviet Union. Look it through Cuba. Look it through Vietnam. Look it through Laos. Look it through Burkina Faso. Those are historical contexts and how it worked for the proletariat there, through their own means, through their own material means, to get to the places that they are.
But what you're missing is that I speak to the masses in a way that makes the masses not fucking hate me, but you speak to the masses in a way that makes people want to stop listening to you because you behave like an insolent child in these conversations.
Insolent child?
Yeah.
Interesting.
You are behaving like an insolent child in this conversation, absolutely.
Interesting.
You're saying that you know me? You're saying that you know
I never said that I know you. I just understand the ideology that you spew, which is liberalism.
I don't. No, I don't.
Then what is it then? If I don't know, then what is it?
Yeah, you don't know. You don't know that I'm so far left on the political spectrum.
You're not even left.
You don't know me, dude. Why are you?
You're literally a fucking liberal. You're not nowhere left. You're literally just centrist. That's what you are.
Chat, yes or no? Is Oskar Quentin a centrist?
Voted for heresy. There you go. Notice I don't really care.
Let me ask you this question. Would you and your friends be more successful at trying to achieve what you're trying to achieve if Kamala Harris was president instead of Trump?
No, not at all. She's literally the same thing as Trump. They're the same thing.
That's
like
ridiculous.
I just said,
that's
the Democratic and the Republican Party are the same party, the same ideology. They both serve.
Thank goodness I don't identify as either of them then.
Oh my God, you're an out-of-the-pocket social democrat?
I think that the closest...
We'll vote these evils away, guys.
I'm not understanding... Like my concern with the midterms...
We'll fight fascism by voting, guys.
My concern is that it'd be really hard for you to fight fascism from inside a jail cell or on a train or a plane to who knows where.
That's what it takes. That's what it takes.
You're not listening.
I am listening. You're just coming ways to just shake hands with a Nazi.
I'm really concerned...
You're like, I understand we have different ideologies, but please don't do that. No, that's evil. Don't do that.
Do you think that you're advocating...
But we're still going to listen to you. We're going to sit down and understand your ideology.
Excuse me.
And somehow make a way
Excuse me, it's my show and you're exhibiting poor manners by not allowing me to moderate. I have a very straightforward question for you. Do you think that you are doing a good job of advocating for your own beliefs right now?
Yeah, I think I do.
Then why aren't you listening to me? Why aren't you making any accurate statements about my political perspective? Why aren't you curious what my political perspectives are?
I just did. You still, like I said, your democracy is different from socialist democracy. Your democracy is freedom through capital.
I do not co-sign the statement freedom through capital.
You do. You still don't want that. You want the
I think that's a terrible
erosion
statement.
of capitalism. You still want to be cozy in the society.
Casual is such a just a nasty word to tack on there. I don't think it should be casual. I think
Sanguine is MAGA when I just said I'm a Marxist-Leninist. That's crazy.
Why are you talking over me constantly? Do you think people are like, I'm being very patient with you. I'm trying to have this conversation and understand what you believe, understand what I believe, find our common ground and talk about what to do next. And you're just talking over me.
I didn't even start going off into mathematics. What's 2 times 3? Just to try to prove a point that has nothing to do with the topic we were talking about.
Are you one of those callers who can't track a hypothetical?
I don't need hypotheticals when we're talking about material and historical dialects and contexts and what's actually happening through societal, and that how the ruling class keeps getting powerful, using fascism as a tool to deter the proletariat from getting any social or any material gain at all.
I'm a professional communicator. I am a professional communicator. Excuse me. I am a professional communicator. I was a professional communicator long before I started running this show. I'm
glad you are. I appreciate that you are.
I taught public speaking for something like 5 or 6 years, and during that time, they gave me a classroom full of students where my job was to take STEM students, science, technology, engineering, and math.
Okay, you sound like Haley Stevens right now. Are you gonna like tell me all where you got your
No, I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you that I taught people how to most effectively convey the things that they knew and understood to other people. And I am telling you that you are doing a horrible job, regardless of what we agree or disagree about. I don't think that people who don't share a very specific set of vocabulary terms with you are able to listen to this conversation and understand your perspective. And the way that you're interacting with me by asserting that I believe things that I don't and talking over me when I try to ask questions about this does not help anybody understand you. And if you actually cared about defeating capitalism, you should focus much more on getting people to understand you than being right. Your focus on being right is maybe admirable, but it's misguided when you have 1,000 people listening who maybe want to understand your perspective.
Understanding my perspective on not trying to be right, because I understand how your position is doing that.
I don't think you do understand my position. You keep saying things about my position that are wrong.
You literally just say it doesn't resolve through violence. Is not what you said, right?
We talked about some specific examples. I don't think I said anything broadly about violence.
Okay, I think that the abolition of capitalism needs to happen at a violent rate.
Okay, I disagree with that.
There we go. So anything that I say is going to be moot to you because we have a simple understanding that we disagree on that.
I don't think that that's true. I think that we could still find common ground.
Then I'm going to disagree with you on that. So everything that we say is just going to be moot.
The reason
I think that the abolition of capitalism needs to happen through violence.
I think right. Well, I think it's possible that might be what needs to happen in the future. I just don't think that that's the only option, and I think that we should exhaust all other options because history has taught me that violent societal collapse is really bad.
What has it done for the indigenous population? What options have they exhausted? 300 plus treaties broken and all of their land taken. What has happened to black people? They've been enslaved, and capitalism started in the 1800s. Just so happens, what company got started during that time?
These are some very
crazy how black people were treated as a commodity. Then they're off time.
These are very bad things. You are righteously upset.
Crazy.
You are righteously upset about these things, but you are indignantly false about saying that you can apply simple principles to these complex issues of socioeconomics.
It's historical proof.
What do we here? 1,000 people listening. What can they do in their lives to make it more likely for your outcome to happen? What do we do? What do we do?
Okay.
I think that in November, it's important that the Republicans
go out and vote.
Please let me finish. If you had something to say, I gave you a very long pause of dead air to say it. So let me finish what I have to say, which is
I thought you were talking to your chat. To your viewers, that's what I thought you were doing.
Do you think anybody watching this is thinking this guy's crushing it? Look at Oscar Flounder.
I don't give a shit if you're crushing it or if I'm crushing it. I'm just here to have a political debate about your ideology, which I already understand how it already stands.
All right,
so we're
then let me.
Then
if you're interested in my political perspective, then I'd like for you to hear it, which is that
let's listen.
Which is that I think that if the Republicans maintain control of the legislative branch, they will use the freedom that gives Donald Trump and his administration in the executive branch to continue to violate the laws as they currently sit in this country, even though it's a pretty corrupt system. And I think that through violating those constitutional norms and laws and all that stuff, I think people like you are going to be put in jail. And I really worry that you and everybody like you is not going to be able to keep working on defeating capitalism if the Republicans imprison you. And I don't think that the Democrats are going to imprison you. And for that reason, I do think it's important that the Republicans lose control of the legislative branch in November.
That's crazy because they all take concessions. Like, what was that? What were those Democrats that voted against that one bill or that voted with that one bill that got it passed?
Is that one bill about putting you in prison?
Well, it's already illegal for a communist to have seat in power. So,
did that bill have anything to do with putting you and your friends who think like you in prison?
Yes, it did, because it's illegal for a communist party to have
you for
power.
Calling into this show and saying the things that you've said. I'm genuinely worried.
I appreciate the conversation. Have a good one.
You're gonna run? You're gonna run from a serious conversation about your most dearly held beliefs?
This is unproductive. I really think this is very unproductive to the two common basic disagreements we have. So I think that the rest of this conversation is going to be unproductive.
Why are you running upon me telling you why?
I just simply do not want to have this conversation anymore because we already established that I agree
you can't handle pressure. You can't handle pressure in a political conversation, which is why you will never accomplish anything.
I do not want to have a conversation anymore about two disagreements that we're not going to have.
I want to understand why you don't think it's important for the Republicans to lose control of the legislative branch.
They already have control of the House. They already control the Senate.
I want them to lose control of the House and the Senate.
How? Voting isn't going to help it. The Democrats just always concede at the end of the day.
But it's not about conceding about everything. It's about not locking you and me up.
They already are going to do that. As long as profit margins don't tank, nothing's going to happen. Because that's how capitalism works.
I just
because
don't
my
understand.
ideology understands how capitalism works.
I just don't understand how you think the Democrats are going to lock you up.
Down to the local level is going to be influenced by the power of capital.
Right. Those are important problems. I think that the Republicans are going to lock you up for wanting to address them.
So the abolition of this system needs to leave, or this problem is going to consist.
Don't you think you'll have more?
Or at a higher rate, it's just going to happen.
But
the people that's going to suffer under it is going to be the proletariat. Always.
Okay.
Always.
So, but like here, do you think that a vote for like I just can't
voting
understand
doesn't help, comrade. It does not help.
You and I are not comrades, unfortunately. I wish that we were. There's a bunch of more reasonable leftists that I do consider comrades.
Bro, you don't even know what Marxism or Leninism even is. What is a vanguard party and what does it do?
It's the party that you're supposed to use to build up support through class consciousness, like that whole thing, right? But like, so when I ask what can we do, you could start talking about a vanguard party and tell me how that was going to work and like what you can do with the reach that a show like mine gives you.
So class-conscious Marxist-Leninists that are scholar within theory.
Hold on. I have a question that's very specific to your approach about this. You said that you don't care what the audience thinks of you, and you don't care. You're just trying to have a conversation with this. If you care about class consciousness, why don't you care about effectively communicating with me and my audience? Because that could increase class consciousness.
And please can't you, what I'm basically trying to tell you is that that's not going to understand it with your understanding of through liberation, which is going to be through capital. Understanding it through class consciousness is meaning that.
Stop accusing me of wanting liberation through capital. That's nonsense and completely against.
But that's basically what your argument is.
We are not going to liberate anyone in the midterms. I am afraid of a lack of liberation that will happen
because
after.
I already told you voting doesn't liberate nothing.
I think that's a spoiled brat type thing to say.
It's
in
not.
A world that has.
That's the typical liberal thing to take is say that, but you don't take the actual material fucking dialect and understand what that actually means through the actual.
You never answered my question. You never answered my question, which is why you're not interested in what the audience thinks or advocating for yourself in a way that's effective if you're trying to build class consciousness.
I'm talking to you.
You're talking to 1,000 people. No, but the point is,
if 1 million people are watching, I'm talking to you as a person.
But you can raise class consciousness by reaching those people. Why don't you want to?
I literally do.
Then try harder, buddy. Stop falling back on the fact that you don't care about the audience if you're not reaching them effectively.
Okay,
you should care dearly about reaching
as
them
a scapegoat. I'm literally just talking to you. I had this conversation.
I'm talking about your behavior, not theirs. No, you as a Marxist Leninist, you as a Marxist Leninist should use the word scapegoat correctly. I'm not blaming the audience for anything. I'm blaming you for your inability.
Well, I got an audience that also wants to learn class consciousness when I'm having a debate with you.
I'm saying that you are not behaving in a way that suggests to me that you want to increase class consciousness, because if you did want to increase class consciousness, how are you going to achieve class consciousness behaving this way? It makes no sense to me.
Behaving like what?
You're saying that you don't care about the audience, you don't care about reaching them, you don't care about understanding what my actual political perspective is. That's not what I said. I said I
do not care that they are watching. I'm having a debate with you. That's what I said.
You should care that they're watching.
I do care that they're watching.
Okay, but you said that you don't about 5 seconds ago, and you are behaving.
I care that they are or are not watching me. Does it matter if they are or not?
But you have a greater audience than most people get to. There's 1,000 people listening to your perspective on capitalism, and like, what do you have to say to those 1,000 people to increase their class consciousness? What is it you want them to understand about the world?
Understanding material and historical dialects, and understanding getting into frame of these different ideologies. to understand what capitalism is, like reading through ideologies through Marx, Engels, Lenin. I already said
so
Lenin. Mao.
you can recommend a reading list, but why are you telling my audience that knows my perspective what my perspective is?
Because you're asking me what my perspective is.
Please
Dude,
listen.
You're asking me five different questions, and you're asking me to answer 5 different things.
But you're telling my audience that I
That's
believe.
what you asked me to do. You said, "How can you get my audience to understand
Please,
my
you
lens?"
didn't let me finish
and
my
I am
question.
telling you.
Twice now I've tried to ask this question. I'm going to try to ask for a third time. Why are you telling my audience that I believe things that I don't? Many people in this audience know that you're wrong because they watch me every day. And they know that I don't believe those things.
Oh my God, I don't really give a fuck about your feelings.
It's not about my feelings. It's about your lack of credibility.
I am telling my audience about how I feel and what I think.
They know you're wrong, is what I'm saying, and that hurts your credibility. My feelings aren't hurt by it, but the audience says
you just said that they are.
The audience knows
you
that
just said that you did.
You are saying to my audience that I believe things that I don't. My audience says, "What a clown! This guy doesn't even know what Oskar thinks. Isn't even willing to listen to him." That gives you no credibility. So now they're not going to listen to you when you're trying to teach them about class consciousness.
Like I said, for the fourth time, we already disagree on how that happens, and I think that the erosion or the complete disavowing the system.
Right, but you keep saying that I want liberation. But you keep saying that I want liberation through capital, which I really staunchly don't.
Through voting.
Voting and capitalism are not the same thing, buddy.
Yes, it is. Bourgeois voting is different compared to socialist voting.
How do we get to a place where we're doing socialist voting? What do we do? That's the question. What do we do? We got 1,000 people watching. What do we all do? What do we all change about our lives to make the world that you want more likely to be the world that we live in?
Okay, taking back your labor power, understanding
right, but tell that to a guy who works at McDonald's. How does he do that?
How does he do that? Okay, so you go to work for 4 hours, right? So the profit that you make just by being there for 4 hours should already give you enough money to supply you for food, water, and shelter.
Wait. So
just because of the profits
I agree that 4 hours of work in a day should give somebody the basic needs.
So I go to describe something and then you cut me off.
But what does the guy who works at McDonald's do listening to this conversation with you and me? What is he supposed to walk away and go do in his life that will make it more likely for your outcome to be the one that we get?
He deconstructs himself about the ideology in the social life, or not the social life, or the social,
what does that
or the
mean?
society that he's in. He deconstructs his mind.
Like what? With like a surgery? Like, what are you talking about? What are you suggesting he do with his time? What are the things? What are the actionable things?
He reads ideology.
Right. But that just kicks
the
can.
Way you did
But that just kicks the can.
Right?
What I'm not understanding is that just kicks the can to him learning it from a book instead of learning it from you or me. I happen to notice. I have noticed that people.
That's exactly what I mean right there. I don't have to tell you what to do. You should be able to deconstruct it on your own.
But what I'm telling you,
it from my perspective.
But as a matter
that I did for your perspective.
As a matter of fact, people don't read very many books. They watch TikTok lives. So instead of learning it from a book, let's have them learn it from you right now. What do you want him to learn so that he can go in his life and behave in such a way that makes
learning material and historical dialects. That's what I want him to learn.
Right. So you think that I should use my platform to tell everybody to go read Marx. Very few of them will do it, by the way. Then what?
Or how about you just get on the live and then you can read the book to your audience.
Yeah, that might be a solution.
That is a solution.
Right,
Thank you.
Right. Okay, and then I read Marx to everybody. What do they go
do? I got Marx right now. I can go read it right now.
No, if we did that, what are you hoping everybody will go do with that knowledge?
Do what they are, or do what with the knowledge that the same way you're doing with the knowledge that you learn. Doing what you're doing.
Right. Okay, we get everybody up to speed. Everybody's a Marxist now. What do we do?
Now we seize the means of production.
Like with pitchforks and torches? Like what is that?
Taking back your labor power.
What does that look like? How do we accomplish that?
Where you work. I don't know, mass strikes.
Right, we talked about mass strikes and how they need to achieve a critical mass in order to be effective, and because I know they won't be that effective, it'll only harm the people who are doing the mass strikes, who are the most politically involved, and I don't want to do something that will really badly harm the
there has to be losses for people for the greater good. That has to happen. Sacrifices have to happen for the greater good.
Some of you may die. Great. For what?
Some of you may die.
For what,
like it's
though?
a fascist thing when you don't understand the ideology of fascists.
But I don't. But like, okay, so some people die. What's accomplished? What did they die for?
Okay, liberation is accomplished. The sacrifices of actual revolutionaries.
We skipped a couple steps.
We didn't.
How did we get from people dying to liberation?
What do you mean? After the revolution is over, there are going to be obviously people dead from obviously dismantling the system that obviously the ruling class is going to fight
but
back.
I'm just trying
obviously.
to understand mechanistically what you're promoting here. Like do you want us to storm the Capitol and like take over the government? Like what does this look like?
No, that means by taking over your workplace, organizing massive through.
But if somebody tried to take over their workplace, the workplace would call the police and they'd go to jail.
Yes, because the police serve bourgeois interests, not the working class. They're not protect to serve the people.
Right,
so that's obviously going to happen.
I think that for that strategy to work, we need a critical mass of people who are aligned.
Yeah, the Vanguard Party, like we talked about. That's the Vanguard Party. There you go.
My concern is that this plan of yours involves such a good PR plan to get everybody on board.
I talked about, like, we're going to ideology disagree on this, and like I said, like 5 minutes ago, that we're going to disagree on this, and like you're going to push back everything I try to explain.
I think what you want could work.
Unproductive.
I think what you want could work if we got everybody on the same page. But
yes, and we just talked about ways to get people on the same way, and you still want to think that doesn't work. So therefore, this is very unproductive.
Do you think that moving someone to the left on the political spectrum, wherever they are on it, is beneficial to get them to think maybe the way that you or I do about capitalism?
I just think they need to deconstruct the way they think society.
Right. You want everything, so you get nothing. Congratulations, you didn't help.
That's not what I'm saying. Wow, you're like putting words in my mouth.
That's what I said to you just now. You want everything, so you get nothing. I want everything. I want lots. Get nothing. I want lots, so I get some, which means I'm doing more than you.
Masses to have lots, and the individuals that hoard it to have.
I think we agree about what we want life to be like after this process of taking away power from our capitalist system, whether it's through abolishing it or eroding its control of our society. But I think because you're such an absolutist about the outcome, you are not going to get it at all.
I'm an accelerationist. Here we go.
I didn't say that. I said absolutist.
Absolutist on what? My ideology or the fact that the individuals
your inability to recognize that there are if we have like 3 states of reality, we could stack rank them on how good each of them are for people who live in that reality, even if all of them are capitalist.
Like I said, this is going to be unproductive because you're trying to push back to believe that your ideology is somewhat better than mine, and that's never going to happen because my ideology is evil, right?
I don't think that's the conclusion. I think you're just racing through this, and I just don't actually understand.
I just really don't want to have this conversation anymore because, like I stated like 10 minutes ago, I think it's unproductive.
I think that your entire political perspective is unproductive, and I think I'm demonstrating that in a way that makes you uncomfortable. So you don't want to have this conversation. It doesn't even make me uncomfortable. I know you want to go have a conversation with somebody less equipped to shoot this stuff down.
I just don't want to have a conversation. I just want to get back to my day. I just thought I'd have a quick conversation.
That's what everybody else wants to do. They don't want to go over to their workplace.
Why are you in your feelings? I just don't want to have a conversation with you.
What feelings?
How is that hard to understand?
Why do you keep going after my feelings? I'm not.
You're like, oh, you're running away. You're running away. Your ideology shit, you're running away.
Is that really all I'm saying?
That's literally what you were saying.
You tried to run away. I pointed out that you were running away. I'm glad you didn't.
I didn't. I simply stated that this conversation is unproductive, and I explained why it's unproductive, and you still didn't say anything about it.
Why is the conversation unproductive? Explain it again.
Because their ideologies and the way we want to dismantle capitalism is completely disagreeable. I agree that it should happen violently. You agree that it shouldn't happen violently. It should be happen peacefully and voted away, right?
But my concern is that if you attempt it violently, you just won't be successful, and then the farthest left leaning people will be killed.
And I disagree on that. I completely disagree on that.
Right, but you're not doing anything that's going to make the 1,000 people watching take up arms with you.
They don't need to take up arms. I'm just asking them to deconstruct their minds and what they think society about capitalism.
Most people don't know what deconstruct their minds mean.
It means understanding what capitalism is and the critiques of capitalism so that they can form their own mind of what capitalism is. Not that they already do. If you have an ideology set stone, there's nothing really going to do to deter you on that other than deconstructing what you think.
So if these people are so set in their ways, then like
I never said they are. Everybody can change their ways and what they think. I'm just saying there's different ways of going about deconstructing your mind.
Yeah, but like, how are you going to achieve that en masse?
I don't know. One person isn't going to tell 1,000 people to change their minds. It has to come it has to come at a social level. It has to come in at an individual level as well.
Right. And I reach people. I reach people who believe some very backwards things about
Yes, you do that, and your ideology, you do that with your own way that you believe is right. And I don't believe that. That's why I came up here to debate that. Obviously, we do not agree ideology in the ways that can happen.
But do you think there's benefit?
Told you I don't want to have a conversation anymore.
Do you think that there's any benefit? I think that I make people very skeptical of capitalism. I think that some people who are very staunch about capitalism.
Okay, and I disagree that you do.
Please let me finish like one point. And I just want to say something about what I do on my show, and I just want your actual thoughts on it. So can you please just let me listen? Or can you just listen to what I say and just like try to understand like my approach to this? I take people who call into my show and are super gung-ho about capitalism. They're like, free market capitalism, no free healthcare, we shouldn't even be paying for schools. Like, I talk to some libertarians who think that capitalism is like truly king. I talk to some really serious, staunch libertarians or neoliberals, yeah, far right Republicans, those sorts of people, and I make them much more skeptical of capitalism. I show them some basic ways that they can understand that show that capitalism.
But my argument points don't. I get it.
What?
But my argument points and the way I go about it don't. I get it.
Right, so I move those people farther to the left. I get them to be skeptical of capitalism. Sometimes they call back in. There's some callers who've been calling in like regularly, like once or twice a week for months now. And compared to the person they were 3, 4, 5 months ago, they're far more skeptical of capitalism. They think that the billionaires really are doing something truly evil. They think that we should be taxing them more. There are these ideas that move them away from the idea that capitalism is super duper good. And that happened to those people because they talked to me. And that wouldn't happen to those people if they talked to you, is what my argument is. So, like, why don't you think I'm helping? I genuinely believe. Sorry for interrupting right away, but I just want to button that by saying that I genuinely believe I am doing more to spread your ideology than you are.
Okay, then what is my ideology? Because you still have yet to understand or
your
tell me what Marxism and Leninism is.
Your ideology is that anybody who doesn't agree with you perfectly about all of this is a doofus and will not be helping, and that is ridiculous.
There we go. No, I don't think so. But we can agree to disagree, and I appreciate having this conversation with you. And you have a good day.
I consider this running. I don't think that you've addressed my concerns at all.
To your feelings.
It's not feelings. I'm just accusing you. I'm accusing you of being unable to engage with the conversation. I don't have feelings about it. I don't feel like you're a runner. I think you're a runner.
No.
I didn't bring up accelerationism. You did twice.
All right. Have a good day.
Why are you running again?
I just don't want to have a conversation with you. I already said.
Why don't you want to have a conversation with me?
Because I think this is pointless now.
Why is it pointless?
Because I think that we disagree ideology and that we're going to get nowhere with the ideology that I have and the ideology that you have and the way that needs to be achieved.
Right. So we could continue.
And I'm running because I disagree with the fact of the way you disagree, but I just don't understand why I just can't disagree on the fact that you disagree.
I don't know exactly what it is we do disagree about, because having a conversation with you
I just told you 4 times. I think that capitalism should be dismantled violently. You don't think so. How hard is that not to understand?
Because I'm trying to look at the 2 ways that could happen, and I don't see why yours is better, and you don't have any good answers to any of my questions about that.
I already told you why.
I don't. Yeah, but your answers weren't satisfactory to some of the concerns
that I have. All right, then, so they're not satisfactory to you. So they're never going to be. So I just don't want to have a conversation.
And that's why your approach.
Like I said, it's unproductive to have this conversation anymore.
I am a voice of reason on the left that people trust. And if you want your perspective to be successful, you need to deal with people like me. You can't run away from conversations like this.
I'm not even running away. Just know when
you've tried twice, and I've embarrassed you enough into staying.
But you embarrassed me. Okay.
Right.
All right, have a good day.
Why you just gonna run away from like an opportunity to tell people?
I'm just gonna agree to disagree. It's that simple.
I'm very politely and patiently trying to sort out what we disagree about, and you just.
I just don't want to have a conversation anymore. It's not that hard to understand.
Why don't you want to have a conversation? I thought this was important.
Because I believe that the ways we go about our ideology is. We just can't agree on them.
And I sit for 2 or 4 hours a day, and I have conversations with people that I feel that way about.
I'm glad that you do, and I appreciate that you do that. Now, I would not like to have a conversation anymore.
Why
Do you
not?
like have a hard time understanding consent too?
Dude, you can leave. You don't. I don't. I'm not
right,
in charge
then.
of whether
So
or
I
not you're
appreciate
here.
the conversation. Have a good one.
But I think that you're demonstrating that you're really
And I'm
thoroughly
running.
afraid
Okay.
of a conversation that actually challenges your beliefs about this stuff. He did run. Whoo! Yes or no in the chat. Is Oskar Quentin gung-ho about capitalism? Let's farm some fucking engagement. Thank you, Vicky, for the $1 on Venmo. For $1, what's this guy's solution for getting rid of Trump? He probably doesn't have one. People like this are useless. Well, he thinks that Kamala Harris and Trump are the same, so it doesn't matter that we could get rid of Trump. Like that's what he thinks. I'm pretty sure. I'm not trying to put words in his mouth, but like he said they were the same. So yeah, I don't know. Ross, thank you for the $8. Ross sent me $8 to say, ask the caller how people afford to take control if they have no money. Yeah, right? Like this sounds expensive. Maybe we should grift our way to the top on TikTok and use all the money to like fix the government or whatever. I don't know. I don't get it, man. I really don't get it. Lucky Phil. Oh wow. Oh my god. So many buy me a coffees. I have to read through all of Lucky Phil's buy me a coffees. For anyone doubting that systemic racism is right, remember... Oh, wait, we already read that one. Thank you, Lucky Phil, for that one. Sai, another Weezer fan, for $2. Thank you. Eugenio sent me $20 on Buy Me a Coffee. Thank you very much. He said, I consider myself a leftist. I'm also an extremely vulnerable member of society. Poor, working class, Latino, intersex, and trans. Life is on a pretty hard difficulty, and I believe that in order for people like me not to die, we have to align with liberals like you. I don't quite identify with a liberal, but I get what you're saying. As a straightforward liberal, I got to be careful about those labels these days. As frustrating as it is to not wake up to a better society tomorrow, you do more to help towards that reality by touching hearts and changing minds than the majority of leftists who debate with you. I appreciate you for reminding me right now, liberals are our allies against a greater threat. Dude, if only the fucking liberals could realize, or if only the leftists could realize that the liberals are doing more for them than they are for themselves. Like, that's the most frustrating thing about this whole fucking thing for me. Dean Withers is doing a lot more to protect us from the perils of capitalism than that doofus. And if he disagrees with that statement, call in and we'll fucking talk about it. We'll talk about the damn Overton window being moved to the left by people like Dean Withers. It fucking matters. It's huge. Eugenio, thank you for the $20. I appreciate you. Caller wants to go straight to fifth gear when the car is still in park. Yeah, you're going to stall out. Yeah, excellent analogy for those of us who know how to drive stick like Lucky Phil does because he's from Australia. Amazing how the conversation became unproductive when he couldn't answer, so what do we do? Dude, he was fucking gagged. Like, learn about it. Great. Right. Once everybody learns about it, what do we do? Learn about it some more. Right. We're learning. It's an educational program. We're trying to figure it out. Like, what's the point? Reminds me of that scene from the cartoon Cat Dog. We can't agree to disagree about disagreeing. I disagree. I think we can agree. Fucking love Cat Dog. What a throwback that was. Hit me right in the millennial memories. Anthony sent $1 on Cash App to say, so he's never talked to his black friends. I think he was talking about the previous call. That one came in a little while ago. Araxis sent $2 to say, I'd rather attack nepotism. It's a huge issue. I already read that one. I must have gotten these out of order. Securitron sent me $10 to say, Tarek Skubal to the Dodgers. I don't know what that means. Love your show. Heart. Thank you. Thank you for the $10. I appreciate that very much. And over on YouTube Super Chat, definitely got some of those. We got $5 from Blancs, who said he keeps saying claim the means or raise the proletariat, but he hasn't given any substantial steps to take that outside of vibes. Well, that's just it. It's like class consciousness isn't an action. It's just people being aware about like their place as the proletariat, or their place as the proletariat against the bourgeoisie, and like that's important. I want to teach that stuff. I do teach that stuff. I just don't use those words, like, because those words are scary to people. They don't like hearing about communism and Marxism, but they do like hearing that the billionaires are fucking them over. They do like hearing that in a game theory sense, capitalism as a system rewards very evil behavior. Like, those are ways of teaching these principles that are meaningful to people. I'm speaking the same language as these common folk that I'm addressing because I'm a professional communicator who's good at talking to people who haven't read a bunch of books from the 30s, 40s, and 50s. And the caller's just like too busy smelling his own farts to like see the value in that, which I just find very silly. Karen sent me £3 to say, God, love your patience, Oscar, and then a little X, which I think that's a kiss, right? Like an X. Hugs and, or no, Is it X's and O's, kisses and hugs? I don't know. Thank you for the £3. Sean sent $2 to say, obviously infrastructure is so easy to self-manage. Well, yeah, that's the thing. It's like we can all get together and organize a way to like make sure that the water that is now free comes to our houses in a way that's safe and reliable. And it's like, well, hold on. I would call that government. Whoopsie daisy. Like, what do we do? How do we, when we take control, what next? Step 3, profit. No, not profit because they're communists, but that's a South Park reference. Tim Davidson sent $5 to say, you're sitting on your thumbs reading pamphlets. Nothing changes without action. What actions do you suggest? He didn't have a single action other than to seize the means or whatever, which is like, again, like go to your workplace and like break the windows and like kick the boss out and say, this is ours now. Like, what are you actually suggesting people do? Vi sent $5 to say, as someone who is left and trying to learn more, this caller who is so radically left is definitely someone I don't agree with. I learned that today. Yeah, I think he's in the right neighborhood of the political spectrum. I think he doesn't realize how close neighbors we are. He's just not behaving reasonably given where he is on the political perspective. Sturm sent $20. Thank you for the $20. Dean mentioned you one day and I had to check you out. So I got to say, you are awesome. Keep doing great things and showing Americans we don't have to be violent to bring America back to the light. Yeah. W. Dean. Thanks, Dean, for all the shout outs. Dean has gotten, I have like 250,000 followers across all my platform. And like the metrics suggest that Dean is directly responsible for somewhere between 30 and 50,000 of them. So thanks, Dean. It's huge. Dean thinks I'm helping, but the leftists definitely don't think that Dean is helping. But I think that Dean is helping. I think Dean is doing great work. I think that the more skeptical of capitalism that people become, the better. I think that each of those, every inch of political spectrum moved by anybody, regardless of where they started, is good progress made. And I think that Dean's show and my show has a target demographic that are in slightly different places on the political spectrum in terms of the audience, because we all want right-leaning callers. We all want callers from all over the political spectrum. But I think that Dean's show is more effective at taking like Republican-leaning people or centrists and making them more like establishment Democrat. And then my show takes a broader spectrum of that and pushes people maybe a little bit farther left than that. But I think that we're like, I in that sense, I can say that we're partners in the effort to move people to the left, because it's not that he's saying anything that I disagree with all that staunchly. It's just that the way that he runs his show targets a different group of people in terms of moving the audience to the left. And I can say that we're like co-workers in that sense in the fight against right-leaning ideologies. The leftist who I just spoke to doesn't think we're helping at all, even though it's people like me and Dean who achieve broad reach through reaching those sorts of demographics that prime people to be able to be receptive to something more direct about communism, like a Marxist-Leninist text from the 20th century. Nobody's going to just like, no chud is going to read read Marx because of that guy. I could convince somebody like Iowa Golfer to read some Marx, probably. Maybe not. He's a specific example. I don't need to speak for him. But that's the thing that I think that those sorts of leftists are missing so much. It's just like, you're not fucking helping. Anyway, Lover of Life sent $5 to say, overthrow government? Okay, but how? Do it, damn you. But how? I'm doing, damn it. Okay, but what's the plan? Taking action. He gives results, but no actions. Yeah, it's it's like step 1, collect underwear. Step 2, question mark. Step 3, profit. It's like step 1, raise class consciousness. Step 2, question marks. Step 3, communism. And it's like, is it that you can't say it because it's illegal? Is it because you're like promoting violence against the government? Is that what it is? Like, can you just say I can't say it on TikTok? I say I can't say it on TikTok all the time about things I wish I could say on TikTok. Like, just be honest. You're already hiding behind an account, right? Like, yeah. Lover of Life sent, oh no, I already read that one. Thank you. Let's pop over to Venmo and then let's get to another caller. Ooh, Dave, thank you for the buck. Dave says, guest wants us to join his revolution, but doesn't want to tell us why. Yeah, like, what are we doing? Like, what's this club for? What's the plan? Saga sent me $20 to say, how does the leftist think that he is going to build a movement and get people to sacrifice if he can't lock into a conversation with you that is challenging? Well, that's just it. It's like, you want to go sniff your farts and be right, but you're not willing to get down into the trenches of convincing people that your perspective is reasonable. And you don't want to admit that doing so is skilled labor and requires more than just a knowledge of Marxism to do. Like I'm an effective communicator. I was trying really hard to help that guy communicate to us what his fucking plan is, and it's just not fucking working at all. Oh, the coffee runneth through me. Before I get Jason in here, Raven, can you hop up for another second? I don't want to be holding my pee while I talk to Jason. Too much coffee today. Hello, Raven. Hey, you ready to take the air?
Yeah, I gotcha.
Appreciate you. I'll be right back.
Yeah. So one thing I wanted to hop up and ask the previous caller if Oskar needed me to hold some air while he was still here was I was going to point out the fact that Oskar is actually the one that is using his body to stand in front of fascism currently, and he has faced violence. I've been there with him while we've both faced the violence of the fascism that's currently happening. So I would have liked to know whether or not the previous caller has done anything of the sort. Because, saying that you're wanting everyone to go do this is different than actually being out there and facing the violence. I saw Renee's blood all over her dashboard in person. I protested with Alex Preddy a few days before he was killed. I've eaten tear gas. I've faced a line of, 30 or 40 federal officers with guns. That's, it's a lot different to say you want people to do that and be willing to actually be out there and do it yourself. So I don't think he understood the quality of person that he was speaking to when he was arguing with Oskar. So I do really appreciate Oskar being willing to put his body out there, and him and I actually met standing up to violence and trying to bring peace to a violent situation. The Cernip Savannah Hernandez incident, for anybody that is unaware, one of our side got a little violent with a reporter on the right. So Oskar and I stepped in to stop the violence because that's not what we're about. Welcome back, Oskar.
They it's so frustrating that they're not even willing to just figure out who they're talking to. Because thanks for gassing me up. I try not to be that sometimes I'll do the 10 toes down thing and I'll tell the chud I'm talking to nah, dude, fuck you. I'm not the coward. I'm not the pussy. I get out there and do it. But talking to that guy, it's just you probably hops around lives, talks to a bunch of people on the left. Most live hosts are bad at it. That's true in every creative space. Almost everybody who does almost everything is bad. Most guitar players are shitty guitar players. Most singers are shitty singers. Most debate hosts are bad at it, regardless of their side. And I think that when he had if I'm going to speak boastfully about myself more than I already fucking do on this show, it's I don't think he sees the opportunity he has talking to somebody like me, who is going out there and really doing the work of getting a lot of people who consider themselves liberal because they have a good heart to realize that they need to move farther left and address this problem. And that's the thing they're missing. It's that somebody who's supports Kamala Harris, oh, I love Kamala Harris, she's my girl. Yeah, I disagree with that approach to her, but that person's probably a decent person and who could maybe be convinced of what really needs to happen in this country, as opposed to the people on the right who really maybe are often quite bad people, or misguided by some people who really want to weaponize their understanding of politics to make them harmful to minorities or people like that leftist. And I don't know. I think if I'm gonna fast forward a little bit, I think that there may come a day where that caller regrets not taking me more seriously.
Yeah, I think it's just a very short-sighted mindset. I think his heart's in the right place, but if you don't have a realistic journey to get to the goal, then you might as well just vote MAGA.
Pretty much. Got anything else before I move on to the next caller?
That's it. Thanks for having me. Love you, chat.
Thanks for saving me the airtime. Love you, Raven. W's in the chat for Raven and Jessie. 2 staff members of this show. People who aren't on camera as much, but do run the show with me in a way that really matters. Melissa sent me $5 on YouTube Super Chat to say, me in homemade riot gear in my mobility chair going to seize the means at the Dollar Tree because Raven said it was time. Yeah, man, what do we do? We're trying to figure it out, but we're not going to figure it out if there aren't a bunch of us who are thinking reasonably about what's going on in the world. And fundamentally, that's just it. If you like all that, if you're into what I'm doing, if you think I'm helping, go follow all the accounts for free, including this backup account down here on TikTok. Make sure you give that a follow so you can find me when the man bans me for saying whatever it is they're going to ban me for on this account eventually. And you can also help out monetarily, Venmo, Cash App, Buy Me a Coffee, or Patreon. Buy Me a Coffee's international if you want to, influence American politics from afar. David sent $3 to say, "Hi, Oscar. What type of economic system do you think? Venmo, fix your app. Show me the whole message when I open it. My goodness. What time do you think what type of economic system do you think the U.S. should use?" Well, so that's where, like, if we had a serious conversation with that caller, like, we're not going to defeat capitalism in the fucking midterms. He's right about that. So I think that we need to move towards a socialist system over the course of, like, a longitudinal period of, like, 50 or 100 years, which makes me, in a philosophical sense, something either somewhere between a democratic socialist and a social democrat, if you know or care about the difference. But I just think that the important thing for us to do is, as we have more prosperity, as we have more class consciousness around these issues, we need to leverage that into policies that pick the next thing to do with socialism. Right now, I think it's healthcare. I think it's maybe after that housing, free food. Like, Mom Donnie in New York is opening 5 government-run grocery stores that are going to have prices 30% lower than market rate. Is it going to work? I don't know. I'm excited to see the data, though. I want to see how it works. How many people can shop at them before they, like, collapse? Because that sounds unsustainable. That sounds like too below market rate. But it also sounds like maybe the business model that Aldi uses, and Aldi's very successful. We love Aldi here in Minnesota, and they cut a lot of the fat on the corporate systems that make grocery stores kind of evil. And I love shopping there. Even though these days I can afford to shop somewhere better. I like supporting Aldi. I like the way that they handle that particular thing. And if New York is going to socialize that type of approach to so necessary a commodity as groceries, I'm excited to see how that works out, and that doesn't require violence. So yeah, Spider's asking in the chat why leftists are against democratic socialists. Fucking, like, you tell me. Like they're against it because it involves capitalism, but I just don't know how they don't think it's better than the Republicans being in charge of Congress. Like, that's so fundamentally where we fucking disagree. Anyway, Jason is our next caller, and we're going to find out where he is on the political spectrum and maybe what common ground we have, because that's often a good place to start. How old are you?
Hi, I'm 27.
Are you a Trump supporter?
I am not. But I wanted to call in about kind of like that last caller and something. And I don't want to take too much of your time because
that's okay. We got 40 minutes left in the show, so we're getting into friendly time era. I'll just make the call, the determination about whether or not I want to keep you on after you get started.
Sure. Yeah. So I guess one of my problems that I've been running into, just like I don't really know where to kind of hit myself politically, but like generally left, but like people like the last caller generally frustrate me because like whenever I hear like seize the masses, it feels very similar to like make America great again. It's just like, it's a really cool thing to say, but like, what do we mean by it? What's our plan? And like, you were trying really hard to like help him like define that. And he was just like kind of digging in his heels and it felt very dishonest. So I was just kind of curious, like how do I guess in general, like how do I like align myself to a point where like, I don't want to accept people not like that, not saying he's a bad person or anything like that, but like his way of communicating and his ability to do so like did not resonate with me at all. Like I kind of like got frustrated listening to that, but I understand like he's got like decent intentions, but it's a struggle and it feels like difficult to kind of like comprehend. Like I'm on the left, but so are they, but like I'm getting to the point where I'm frustrated listening to him. So how do you square that, I guess?
Well, I mean, I guess you just watched me try, didn't you? When it comes to people on the right, I can take a caller. This happened yesterday where I go, this is a Nick Fuentes listener. These are Nick Fuentes talking points. I know the sort of bad arguments that Nick Fuentes likes to use, and I know how to tackle these. And the issue that I have with the Marxist Leninists and just like the far lefties that are disagreeable in that way generally is that I don't think it's just Marx teaching them to be that way. I don't really understand the online discourse space for leftists other than the ones that I'm exposed to, who tend to be the ones that are more agreeable to somebody in my position. And that's something I said earlier, is that like the serious leftists, like a lot of the bigger creators who are leftists, the ones that I've started to cross paths with are like offline really nice to me. Like offline, they're like, hey man, great work, great videos. You're getting lots more people paying attention. And I'm like, yeah, that's the goal. Like, you know, maybe we disagree about a couple little things about how serious we need, but like in 2026, I think, you know, it's pretty reasonable to say that I'm like, I'm certainly priming people to maybe be more open to a farther left-leaning perspective. And I just can't wrap my head around how they don't see the benefit in that. And I really, really fundamentally can't wrap my head around the idea that Donald Trump and Kamala Harris are the very same. Who is telling them that? Marx wrote his manifesto before they were born. So like what's What is convincing them that there's no tangible difference between blue leadership and Republican leadership? I don't understand the psychology of that thinking. It's one of the most confounding things I run into on this show. It's more confounding to me than the people who exercise cognitive dissonance around Donald Trump being a sexual predator. That I can kind of understand. Like, not that it's okay, I'm not excusing it, but like psychologically, I feel like I understand the problem that I'm dealing with as host. I cannot understand why a person as educated as that caller probably was. He sounds red. He was articulate. I don't know how he comes to that conclusion. And I never get an answer because I'll say, how are they the same? And they'll say this. And I agree. They're the same in that way. They're different in a bunch of other ways. And I don't know. I don't have a good answer for you. I have no idea what it is that makes them unable to spot the difference between a rapist and somebody who probably was going to give people no taxes on tips without also at the same time sneaking in a bunch of stuff that hurts their earning potential. I don't get it. I'm as lost as you are. Sorry.
I get that. But like when like a couple of my friends that also generally are left leaning were like, oh, like Biden was a failure on like Israel, so therefore like I'm going to withdraw or I'm going to vote for Trump in that case. And like my brain was just like, that feels like, and they kind of extended that to Kamala as well. And it's like, okay, sure, maybe she could be doing more to like speak out against it, but like, why, like, if it's going to happen either way, why are we going to take a billion other like problems on top of that? They're not the same. Like, maybe they're the same on one specific issue, but you're kind of ignoring the rest of the issues out there, and that's why you think they're the same. But like, I don't know, it's just very confusing and very difficult for me to like look at like somebody like Hassan, for instance, and like listen to him because he's sitting there saying like, oh, like I would never vote for Gavin Newsom over JD Vance, for instance. And it's like, I don't agree with Gavin Newsom on a whole lot, but like I definitely like him better than JD Vance, for instance. So it's very confusing how people are equating. And like you said, that guy was very educated, it sounded like. And I like listening to you, I'm much more inclined to go read Marx than listening to him because he's just like, go read it and then
you'll get it.
Yeah, like
when the reality is that I think they're ignoring is that most people like fucking read Marx in high school. I mean, maybe not most. Yeah. I can't speak for other educational systems, but most of the people who I've known who've read Marx don't arrive at that conclusion. So if like 5% of people who read Marx arrive in the land that guy arrived in, or start agreeing with Hassan Piker, or like whatever like talking points they're going by, it's like, right, that worked for you. You read Marx. You became convinced of this. Therefore, everybody should read Marx and be like you. That's not how it works, buddy. Right. Some of my favorite arguments are ineffective on certain callers, and I go, what a shame. They're not the sort of caller that argument works on. I need to try a different approach to get to the same reasonable point. And I recognize that the pragmatic challenge of getting people to think reasonably is not always going to be answered by whatever made me think reasonably. And I think that that's what the leftists are missing. And it is because of that lack of understanding about how to achieve critical mass in a political ideology that their very political ideology is wrong. Because it is dependent on people becoming on this critical mass of understanding from the masses. And I'm working very, very hard, like looking top down at American politics and being like, what is a philosophical, ethical, political perspective that is actually palatable to enough people that will have serious influence over the way things happen in the real world? And if you can't recognize that as the problem of being a political commentator, if you think you're a political commentator who's facing up with anything other than that, you're just a fucking grifter, because Hassan Piker's approach is never going to convince enough people to actually accomplish any of the things he says he wants to accomplish. And I would levy the accusation that he probably knows that.
Yeah, and like him and like that last caller, like I feel like they're doing the exact opposite by being so obstinate, and so like it felt very dishonest when you literally asked him straight up, like, what do you want that person to do after they take like, and he just was silent and was just like, oh, I thought you were talking to the audience. Like it literally did more damage to me wanting to listen to him than actually like, because I'm like I'm more sure to agree with him than I am with Donald Trump, but I just had the same like visceral reaction listening to it. So it was just very frustrating.
Well, and I'm sad, like I'm almost more like disappointed in myself for platforming a conversation than like that one, than like platforming the fucking rapists that I platform. Because, well, I always like to point out we did catch a rapist. Yay. Rapists a lot in terms of their score on society, but we got one because we platformed him, so yay. But like, you know, it does so much damage to the far left because there are people who are closer to him on the political spectrum who I truly consider comrades, who I truly stand arm in arm, lock elbows with while those federal officers that Raven was talking about shoot pepper balls at us and stuff. Like, those people and me are on the same team because they recognize we're a hop skip away from each other on the political spectrum, as opposed to somebody like Harris, who's maybe a couple miles down the road, and then Trump, who lives in a different fucking country. And that lack of nuance, it's just that black and white thinking that I just can't wrap my fucking head around. And I think that black and white thinking is a pervasive problem in people's ideologies that is the case regardless of what their political perspective is. And I try to address that. I try to teach people not to think black and white. And he wasn't willing to listen to that either.
Yeah, like telling somebody to go take strike and stuff like that, but like I'm thankfully in a position where I don't have dependents. Like, the most that depends on me is a cat. So like, if I go to jail, for instance, like, people's lives aren't ruined because I, strike or invade property. But like, you're asking somebody to essentially like possibly ruin their own life, and then they're ruining the lives of those around you with no clear plan, no clear objective. And it's just like, it's very difficult to listen to. And like, I a few months ago, like, I actually found myself getting so like the horseshoe effect, where like you kind of get to like the super extreme on each side. Like, I started getting on my For You page like Fuentes style content, just because like I was getting so frustrated with like the Israel stuff and the Palestine stuff and stuff like that. And I found myself just like, because I kept like engaging with that stuff, getting to like an extremist point, and I had to kind of pull myself back from like, okay, like I need to be a bit more, not relaxed, but like your perspective of like, just slowly change it over time. And not that you're accepting like anything bad, but just like understanding that you cannot overhaul it all in one moment, or else you're going to fail. And then I think you were trying to get it across.
Or if you can, it's going to take 10 years of deconstruction to get enough Americans on board to like even consider it as an option. And they're just going to fold their arms and say, nope, if you're not with us, you're a Nazi. And I'm like, dude, I really don't think I'm a Nazi. I'm a privileged white guy, so I can be like, am I racist? Oh, I definitely have racial biases. Like, it's hard to navigate life without like letting that type of stuff slip in, I got to watch out for that. Like, but no, I don't think I'm a Nazi. That's fucking insane. Like, that's crazy.
Right.
But they don't think that it is. And that to me is just like, I don't know. I cannot understand. Like, when I ask them if they think they're helping, and they answer, "Well, I don't care if I'm helping." I'm like what?
Why? Yeah.
What the hell? Yeah. I appreciate your perspective on it. Do you have anything else before I let you go?
No, thank you so much. I appreciate what you're doing, man.
Appreciate your time, Jason. And I appreciate Karen for sending me €6 euros over on YouTube Super Chat, who says, also love to Raven, supporting you all from Ireland. And the X is a kiss, they clarified. Yeah. W. Raven for helping out with the airtime today, because moving to 4 hours, you guys are going to learn I'm a human being. I do need to use the bathroom sometimes. I could usually hold it for the first 2 hours of a show, but doesn't work out when we're going for the full 4 hours. But we're going to talk to Dillon, who I think I saw in the chat. He had some maybe thoughts about this. Carl, get in the queue. Stop spamming TDS. I'm muting you. Like, one, spam's not allowed here. Also, like, if you want to have a conversation with me about TDS, please get in the queue, and we will. Dillon, how old are you? Oh, you're muted. Do you intend to be muted?
Sorry, I muted myself. Yeah, I'm 27.
27. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah, I voted for Trump.
Are you happy with that vote? Are you glad that he won the election?
Yeah, I am. Ultimately, though, I do want to debate you. I don't have all my sources together right now for necessarily what I want to debate. Today, I do want to talk about, we were just kind of talking about the economy, taxes. I kind of want to talk about that a little bit. I think I want to hear a little bit about your ideas, because I've followed you for a little bit. Mm-hmm. I've heard a little bit. I kind of want to get a better understanding. I think it'll be good for the audience to hear that too. And then I want to talk about maybe some solutions that I think would be good, maybe better than, increasing taxes on billionaires directly. Something that can kind of do that, if that's a topic that you want to discuss.
I think that if you if you look at the situation with wealth distribution in this country, and we say we have a bunch of expensive things that it would be great for the government to do. Do you agree with me that there's like a bunch of very expensive things the government could be doing that would be wonderful that they're not doing? Yeah,
sure.
I think if we look at society and we say, where can we source that capital in such a way that it doesn't really disproportionately harm any individual person? And then I look at the sort of quality of life changes that happen to billionaires if we tax them in the way that you just suggested maybe you don't want to. I say, no, you know what? They're still living in mansions. They're still flying on private jets. They're still eating a very expensive steak for dinner. I think it's reasonably fair because of the diminishing marginal utility of money to very disproportionately tax the very few people who have really won this game of capitalism. Because I'm not talking about the top 50% or the top 20%. I'm really talking about the top 10, 5, or 1%. There's a small number of people who, in terms of what every day of their life is like, won't actually really see any difference in terms of their day-to-day quality of life. But we could use the wealth that they have to do a bunch of those things. And the only thing that would really change about those few people is that they wouldn't have so much undue power over our system, so much undue power over the capitalist system that we're currently stuck in, or over the government through campaign financing. It would take away some of that power, but it would redistribute that wealth in such a way that people could benefit from that list of things that I'm sure we have plenty of common ground about those things we wish the government was doing that were expensive. I don't see a more sensible way to accomplish that than by taxing the wealthy.
Well, I think there's a better way to do it than just to say tax the wealthy. Because if you just do tax the wealthy and the billionaires, which is really kind of the democratic socialist view, a couple of negatives is, I mean, you do have to increase taxes, and you can do that for, the billionaires or whatever to provide for all these programs, because it doesn't just come for free out of nowhere. But one of the biggest things is that it can really affect innovation and production.
I have a really aggressive pushback to that.
Yeah, I want to hear it. Yeah.
I think that it's true that taxing Elon Musk would make Elon Musk less capable of doing particular projects. And I am quite fond of some of the projects that he's done with his wealth. But I think that the benefit would be that everybody else in the system gets to spend fewer hours working, more time enjoying themselves, taking good care of their mental and physical health, spending time with their family, raising their kids in a way that makes sure that their kids can also achieve the next thing I'm about to say about them, which is that they'll have more free time, money, and space available to accomplish real innovation. I would much rather take 80 brilliant people or 100 billion people and make them not work 80 hours a week and bring them down to 30 or 40 hours a week so that they can spend the rest of that time doing brilliant things. And I think that taxing the wealthy makes society more like that, and it increases the human capital available to us for innovation. And I think that that's borne out throughout history. If you look at times when people had really good class mobility and were able to start companies and do brilliant things, it was the tail end of when we were taxing wealthy people in this way. That's why all those big companies like Apple and such got started in the 70s. That's what I think.
Can you maybe provide to me, because I don't think that makes sense, can you tell me how taxing the billionaires is going to directly give people more time? I just don't follow that.
Because some of those expensive things that we want to do with the government are things that would help us make this equation of how much you have to work to make the amount of money you need to pay for your basic needs, like housing and food and stuff like that. There are things that the government can do to balance that equation better so that the spending power of the working man, the lower class and the middle class, is better. And when people have better spending capability, when people have better minimum wages, when people have like these things that come from social programs, that affords them very directly time and money to do with their life what they please. And if you give a lot of people time and money to do with their life what they please, some of them are going to start really interesting companies.
And then so if there's people who are working a lot less, then it's lower innovation. You realize we need people to work to innovate. If people are working less, it just doesn't follow that argument. Anyways, maybe I can tell you, I think I have a better solution.
Well, the issue is that people can be paid more for the hours that they get, so that would change the labor market. The average amount of productivity per person is going up quite rapidly because of the advent of technology. But it is that technology, which is, you're allowed to control it if you have wealth, because you can buy it. You can buy the robots. You can buy whatever's needed to make it better. And instead of distributing that wealth to make sure that people don't need to work as many hours at Walmart, they're using that wealth for their own personal purposes, which are the sorts of things that I described earlier the billionaires would lose if we tax them more heavily. Political control, that sort of thing. So I think it's pretty obvious obvious that we're not reasonably using the human capital that's currently available because people are busy working low-end jobs to pay their bills.
I'm sorry, Oscar, that just doesn't make sense logically. Your argument saying that the billionaires are going to be restricted more, it's going to be less innovation on them, and then, now people are all of a sudden going to have more money so that they can work less. That's also less innovation. Anyways, I don't, if you believe that, I don't want to keep talking about that because you're just wrong. You should look into how democratic socialism literally stifles innovation.
But for example, we could use the tax dollars to pay for better schools, and that would make people better educated so that there's more productivity per hour that they work, so they have to work fewer hours to solve the same equation. Like, there's a bunch of different ways that for an individual this can manifest, but the idea that 1 hour of human labor is this monolithic thing, and if you reduce the amount of hours worked by the lower class, you're necessarily going to reduce the productivity of society, that is nonsense.
It's actually what happens with democratic socialism and what you're talking about. It's proven in history. You're talking about hypotheticals. We could be more educated and with technology and stuff that we already don't have. We're living in the world right now. You're talking about a utopia where, we're not living in that world.
Talking about paying for people's healthcare, dude.
I get it. So anyways, a better idea.
I don't think you do get it. I don't think you do get it. Do you think people would be more or less productive if we gave them free healthcare?
More or less productive if we gave them free healthcare?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they would be more productive. Yeah, but
do you think that if they were the same level of productive because they didn't feel like working more, they'd be more likely to do interesting hobbies where they might innovate and come up with new projects that are beneficial to society?
No, because if you look at democratic socialism...
Sorry, I asked a very specific question about what giving free healthcare to the working class of this country would do for their free time, and you moved on to this other thing about democratic socialists. Just straightforwardly, if we paid for people's healthcare completely for free by taxing billionaires, do you think that would increase or decrease the amount of innovation we would see from the working class?
That would alone, yes, that would.
Right, so it's not alone. There's a big list of things that we could do that would have that sort of effect.
Great, but it also is going to stifle the innovation as well at the same time. So it can.
There's no evidence that reducing the profit margins of the ultra wealthy would stifle their productivity.
What do you mean? There is evidence.
There's massive amounts of wealth hoarding. They do wildly inefficient things with their wealth.
Why is Elon Musk gonna want to work as hard and do as much things?
Elon Musk doesn't want to
get
work
a lot
very
less
hard.
money.
I don't believe that Elon Musk works hard.
Okay, then all right. You're just dead wrong about this, Oscar. That it's going to increase innovation, because if you literally look up democratic socialist societies or socialist societies, the biggest issue that they face is not being able to produce enough goods and lacking innovation, whereas capitalism always is going to beat it on innovation, and capitalism actually has more goods. Go look at Russia, who has socialism, and they can't provide enough food for the people.
I'm not suggesting the sort of outright socialism.
The U.S.
or communism
throws out
that we've
food
seen.
because we overconsume. We consume so much. Capitalism leads to more consumption, and it leads to more innovation. So
But I'm not understanding what you're saying about Elon Musk. Like, I don't think he is that productive. I think that he buys technologies that other people have developed, which demonstrates that sort of innovation comes from lower down the tree than him.
So Elon Musk has created, how many companies, how many jobs, and he's not productive.
I think if we look at large companies, they don't treat the working class of people under them in a way that will offer the most innovation and productivity to society. No.
Really, because those are some of the highest paying jobs is all these large companies.
Do you think it's good?
Do you think
Walmart has a practice where they intentionally make their employees work too few hours for them to qualify for various benefits, so that Walmart doesn't have to pay for them, and then they can pay those people poor wages because the economic circumstances that a lot of people live in make them willing to accept terrible wages. So those people never get to do anything better. They just slave for their hours, and they never get to do anything interesting with their lives. I think that's a real nasty state of affairs that could be fixed, aided by some of these social programs.
Yeah, I think the Walmart people are horrible people, and they are some of the worst billionaires, and they don't, unlike some of the other billionaires. Yeah, they do a lot of shitty stuff, but you're not hearing things like that for Tesla or SpaceX or Amazon. They pay very good wages.
I'm sorry, Amazon?
Yeah.
Their delivery drivers pee in bottles, my friend.
Other than them peeing in bottles, they make very good fucking money. They pee in bottles because they want to get their stats really good so they can get better bonuses.
I want you to turn your camera on. I think I'm going to call saying it's a good thing that Amazon employees have to pee in bottles is probably a camera on type of thing if I'm going to proceed with the conversation. I don't take you seriously.
Did I say it was a good thing that they need to...
You defended it. It's camera on if you want to proceed. That's all.
I'll turn my camera on. I never said it was a good thing. So...
You're okay with it?
No, I didn't say it. I said that they're doing it because they want to get bigger bonuses. They get paid so well.
Camera on, please.
I said that they want to do it. They do it because they get paid, and they are trying to get their bonuses.
Right. I'm saying.
Did I say it was okay? I don't agree with it.
Yeah, but you agree. You're saying we should continue to promote the system that results in that outcome for society.
No, I'm not. What am I saying? I'm trying to tell you, Oscar, that I have a better solution. And do you want to hear my solution?
I do.
Okay. What do you think about consumption-based tax?
I think that that's a regressive tax because if you tax people buying goods, it doesn't tax them progressively based on how much wealth they have, and that hurts poor people more because the marginal utility of their money is much greater than for a wealthy person.
There's ways to do it. So what you do is you offer a rebate for low-income people. So essentially, just like right now, when you get taxed and when you have a rebate or whatever, when you go and pay your taxes, if you're low income, you get your rebate, and it helps out people who are low income. Also, you won't put the consumption tax on things like necessities, like groceries.
We already don't put sales tax on groceries in most places. So you want to give people a tax that then they have to do labor in order to get paid back to them?
No, it's a consumption-based tax.
You want to influence... A rebate is one that's paid back after the fact. That's why it begins with the RE prefix. So you want to affect the cash flow of working class people by having them pay more for the goods that they need so that they can go do work to get that money back from the government? You think that would be better?
Because we're going to get rid of income tax, and guess what? They're not going to have any income tax for lower income people. All they're going to have to worry about is their consumption tax. They're going to have more money in their pockets from work, more money that they can spend, more money going into the economy. It leads to businesses. It leads to more innovation. And guess what? If they are paying some of those taxes when they're buying, a car or something, whatever, they're going to get rebates.
Why is that better than just taxing billionaires more?
Because the way that you just tax billionaires more is going to, again, we're going to go back on the same topic, it's going to reduce innovation.
You say innovation as though we could measure innovation, and because we scored 7 instead of 6, that makes it okay that lots of Americans are starving. Why is that more important?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
You say as though oh no, that'll make innovation go down. We have enough technology and prosperity to make sure that everybody lives happy, healthy lives. I have a good argument for the fact that if everybody was living a happier and healthier and more free life, that there'd be more innovation. That doesn't seem to be effective on you. So even if I were to just concede that for the sake of argument and say, fine, there won't be as much innovation. Given that we have innovated to a point where we have enough technology and prosperity to fucking feed everybody, why is more innovation more important than just feeding everybody?
Did I say that we're not going to be able to feed people? How is your idea going to feed people more than mine?
Because the people who are currently facing economic difficulty in this country would have to jump through a bunch of hoops to not face the consequences of their higher marginal utility next dollar spent costing them more for a sales tax. That's a highly bloated bureaucratic way of handling this, as opposed to just taxing the billionaires and doing it with that money.
Again, they'll have more money because they don't get an income tax. So they'll have more money in their pocket. So, Oscar, do you know that literally you're saying that there's going to be more food? Again, socialism, there's a lack of food. Go look at Russia, and they can't produce enough food for their country, okay? In capitalism, there's an excess of food. We throw out food.
I don't think it's because of capitalism. Well, I mean, I think it's because of capitalism that we do throw out food. That's yeah. I don't know how you come to any other...
But what you're doing is not only...
It's because these evil companies are so much more interested in profits than societal benefit when it comes to necessary goods like food, that they're willing to let there be waste because it's more profitable for them to be wasteful than it is for them to be efficient.
And so what's going to happen then when all these companies start leaving and going to other countries with low taxes?
I don't think that all of the grocery store companies are going to leave the country if we tax the wealthy. No, I don't think that's
not the grocery store companies. They sure as heck won't. But I'm talking about like companies like Tesla or SpaceX, things like that.
What we find in like the American like socioeconomic context is that this idea of wealth flight, the idea that people will just like leave the country, like sure, you can find an example of somebody choosing to do that, but across the board, the benefit to society is still a positive one. We see that in places like New York, where they thought that Mamdani's policies would result in wealthy people wanting to move away, but because he's so directly increasing these socioeconomic concerns for everyday New Yorkers, New York is becoming yet a better place to live, and the wealthy people still care about the general quality of life, even if their taxes are more aggressive. So what we've seen with Mamdani's policies instituted in New York, which by the way, New York has 10 million people. It's bigger than the state that I live in. We are talking about a massive metropolis that like could be represented as a state. We can think of Mamdani like a governor. He has more power over more people than most governors in this country. I think that's technically accurate. Anyway, what we see is the opposite. We see that wealthy people are willing to pay more in taxes because their quality of life actually still goes up in the ways that I just described. And fundamentally, that's what we should all care about instead of bank account numbers on our tax return.
Yeah, I didn't really listen that well. But you're talking about Mamdani saying that people aren't leaving New York.
Do I have your full attention?
No, I'm trying to look on my computer real quick. You're talking about, you can say that again. You're talking about Mamdani and how he's...
Terrible radio for me to have to repeat myself because you weren't listening. Try harder in this conversation. Mamdani's New York is an example of a large situation, a large group of people, 10 million New Yorkers, where they are doing things that are directly for the bottom line of the billionaires who live there harmful. They are proposing policies that are going to be directly harmful to them in the way that I'm proposing we do at a federal level by taxing the wealthy, taxing the ultra wealthy, the billionaire. What we see is not that fewer billionaires want to move to New York. We see that more billionaires want to move to New York because they consider it worth it to pay those higher taxes or face those higher regulations on how they handle their wealth that New York is doing, because it makes New York a better place for everybody, including the billionaire who lives there.
Okay, so you're arguing that more billionaires are going to New York because they want to overall benefit society.
The idea of billionaires running away from a society that uses the sort of system I'm proposing is not borne out in the fact of the matter. People don't behave in that way.
So New York is definitely seeing a notable loss of business. I guess from what I'm seeing here, again, Hudson Valley Post, over 5,000 businesses have left New York in the past year alone. Even more downsizing their operations.
Over what time? And are we talking about the city or the state? The Hudson Valley Post, Hudson, New York is upstate New York. Are we talking about New York City or New York State?
New York City. Over 500,000 businesses left New York City in the past year alone.
500,000 businesses in New York.
5,000.
Okay. Right. And that bears out with the economic performance of a lot of businesses and bankruptcies that we're seeing during Trump's term because of federal policies.
Can you provide a source? Are you talking facts or is that misinformation?
We can talk about like manufacturing.
Do you have a fact, a source?
That there were more manufacturing bankruptcies in 2025 than since 2003. If we ignore the recession of 2008 and 2009, that's a particular statistic. Yeah. You can C-line me about it all you want, but the fact of the matter is...
No, I'm saying a source that directly shows that in some other place it's the same as New York.
But I might say that 5,000 businesses leaving New York might be compatible with what I want for New York because I don't like every business.
Do you have a direct comparable state or some sort of fact where there's been as many businesses leaving in that amount of New York?
How many businesses are there in New York?
I don't know. Let's look it up. But
if you don't know that number, then why is the number 5,000 meaningful to you? There's 10 million people in New York. That's just not very many businesses.
Okay, because give me another state that's had hundreds or thousands and whatever, and we can look up how many businesses are there.
That's C-lining.
You want to compare it?
Yeah, right. But
it's not C-lining.
No,
you're talking.
You're asking me to know. You're asking me to know.
You don't have any facts.
You're asking me to know more for my rebuttal than you know.
You're asking me to know.
You are asking me to know more information for my rebuttal than you have offered for your original argument. You said 5,000.
Then I'll go look it up right now for you. Give me a second.
Okay, but I also think that
you're the one who brought up the point, so you should be able to defend it. If you can't defend your point that you bring up, then you're losing the argument.
Just to clarify for the audience, because somebody asked, it's not sea lining like sea-lining, it's sea lining like the animal, like a sea lion. Sea lining is a strategy where you ask for such specific data that is kind of beyond the point, because you can always ask questions that go down a rabbit hole to a point where a person's like, yeah, I actually don't know off the top of my head how many businesses there are in New York. I can't offer a state that has that exact trend, but I said already that I'm a New Yorker. I grew up in New York. I lived there for 20 years. That statistic doesn't concern me.
So, and great, I'm glad it doesn't concern you, but it's easy. It's not sea lining because it's easy to look up facts, and you're the one who made a point. You're the one who made a point. 5,000
businesses left. I'm gonna trust the Discord and the chat to fact check me, but MollyGirl72 says that 23,500 new businesses opened that year. So you're looking. You did that wasn't a net figure that you gave me. Is that how many businesses closed?
Yeah, that's how many businesses left.
That'd be like if I told you how many people died last year and blamed it on Trump. That's nonsense. Polygirl has the source. Just put the name of the article.
I don't doubt the source. I'm looking up some other stuff. Give me a second.
Wait, but I'm just saying that like 5,000 businesses closing, like you understand there's going to be some thousands of businesses that close every year in New York regardless of the policy.
So from 2021 to 2024, only 900 businesses left New York. Now all of a sudden 5,000 leave.
What's the source on that? I don't believe that. Point the camera at the screen and show me it's not ChatGPT that you read that off of.
Oh, it is. But there's a source here. Actually, I got to
wait. It is ChatGPT?
Well, there's a source here. Give me a second.
Okay, so read the source instead of ChatGPT.
I'm looking up a different thing. I got to go back to that source. Give me a second.
Okay, then you didn't bring me a source. You brought me an AI.
Well, I did have a source. That was a different.
I cannot believe it's only 904 years. I think that's ridiculous.
There was a source with it, an actual article.
Right, so you should have clicked that and read that. You can use ChatGPT to find that, but it's irresponsible in these sorts of conversations to read what when I'm giving you a second, I'm gonna read these donations from people who like recognize that I'm better at research than somebody like you, and I don't even need to Google anything.
I told you I didn't have anything researched for today. I already told you that.
Then I don't understand why you think this way. Emily, thank you for the $25. She said, "I'm so glad you landed on my For You page a couple of months ago. I love your approach, and you truly have knowledge and compassion to educate and reach people." Thank you very much, Emily. Emily's like a daily donor. She's like really been pulling the weight around here. She's paying for cool stuff to happen, paying for Raven and Jessie to work for the show, paying for some to travel we have planned next month. Exciting stuff. Thank you, Darius, for the $5. He says, if Venmo will refresh, he says that so only Elon gets to innovate because he was born. Where, Venmo? Tell me the rest of the message. Sometimes I have to click it 3 or 4 times. There we go. Because he was born rich. If people have more time, they can work on their side projects, and then we can have more Elons. Only the rich and privileged are allowed to innovate. Brokies simping for billionaires is so cringe. I agree, Darius. Thank you for the $5. Burpee today. Sorry. Darius sent another $3. He must have had something else to add. He said, most companies lock their trash cans and let food go bad. Meanwhile, Americans have food insecurity. So the overproducing talking point isn't the flex he thinks it is. Yeah, it would hurt their profit margin to give that
I didn't say it's good.
Yeah, but you're defending the practice. You're defending the system that causes. You're defending the system.
It was a point to show you that socialism doesn't create food, because you were arguing that socialism, we're going to be able to give food to everybody.
I'm saying that it is because of capitalism that Dunkin' Donuts locks their dumpster full of donuts instead of letting the homeless people eat them.
Yeah, and if we were in socialism, we wouldn't have enough donuts to go around.
I'm not offering pure socialism. Anyway, Canadian Vicky sent me $5 on Buy Me a Coffee to say PP in the bottle from Jen. Thank you. That's an inside joke reference. And then over on YouTube Super Chat, Kronos is back. He said, on my lunch finally, 6.5 hours into my shift. Thank you for the $2, Kronos, and welcome back to the show if you're still here. Vi sent $5 to say, I work at Amazon at work right now, breaking my body for not enough money because I'm also going through bankruptcy. Sorry, this dude doesn't get it. Thank you for the person.
My brother works at Amazon. I get it. He's doing good.
Your brother might work at Amazon. I don't think you do get it. Tavi sent $10 to say, dude, Tesla laid off 7,200 workers in the Bay Area. There are workers living out of their cars. Also, consumption-based tax, VAT taxes, impacts poor people disproportionately. They would be poorer. Yeah, we addressed that. He didn't seem interested in any of the real-world pragmatic concerns about that. Jazz sent $5 to say, when you tax billionaires and their companies, they pay the fucking taxes. Quit simping for the pigs who would eat you if they felt like it. Yeah. And our cap. You say anarcho-capitalism? I don't know. Dillon, thank you for the $3 on Venmo. He said, what did I just join on, man? Don't know what he's talking about. Yeah, this guy, I don't think he does know what he's talking about. That's why he's begging for ChatGPT to make it make sense, because pointing out that 5,000 businesses closed in New York in a given year and thinking that's a problem demonstrates you don't know how big a city New York is, especially in consideration of that he ignored the 20+ thousand businesses that opened that year. Thank you, Emily, in the chat for finding that statistic for me. Love that so many people care about this show being fact-based and make it so that it's not me versus the caller, it's the truth versus the caller, and I'm just the vessel through which that truth is delivered. Get in that Discord, link tree in the bio if you want to help out on the research team. We hold our shit to account here, and we're getting better at it all the time, even though we're always increasing the workload for me. There's way more than for me to pay attention to than was the case just a few months ago on this show. So I'm trying every day to get better at doing this. Oh, and Cred told me to check Cash App. I probably should, because he sent me $2 to say, convinced those lefties are a Fed psyop. Could be. That's why they ran away from my show, because I exposed how unreasonable they were being. But maybe that's what the Feds want. All right, so did you click on the source that ChatGPT gave you and then check if it actually said what it said? Because it sounds to me like it shouldn't have taken this long. What's your position? Where are we in the
I was waiting for you to read the donations off.
I'm done. Thank you.
Yeah. So, 5 Towns Central, you can look up this article. New York sees major business exodus as companies relocate. It'll give you not only the data about 5,000 leaving, but also it says only about 900 companies. I think I saw another source that said it was like 894 left New York.
What was the name? I typed New York's. Sorry, I misspelled it. New York sees major business exodus.
Yes.
And who's this? Where's that from?
5 Towns Central.
5 Towns Central. I'm not familiar with that.
There's a few different sources. That's just the website.
I just Googled New York sees major business exodus, and it's not coming up. Five like the number 5 or spelled out?
5, like the number 5.
Okay, 5 Towns Central?
Yes. I have other sources if you want another one.
I just don't. I'm unfamiliar with that source, so I need to. See, New York sees major business exodus as companies relocate to lower tax states. Yeah, I mean, again, I said this when you brought up the statistic in the first place, by the way. It's not a very large number of companies, and I would be okay with some of these evil companies leaving the city if they... But here, what does it actually say? Let's have a look at this.
Well, it also talks about the only 900 companies left from 2020 to 2024. So 5,000 in 1 year versus 900.
What is this source? Like, what is this website?
I didn't get to look at it too hard.
Minion, Gemachs, real estate, resources. Like, what is this?
Do you want another site that says?
I just don't want to know what this. Because you say this is a source, but did these people collect data on this? Like, what is this? What am I looking at?
I'm sure they cite their sources where the data came from.
Newly highlighted IRS migration data is fueling renewed debate over New York. I'm just reading the source you gave me. Newly highlighted IRS migration data is fueling renewed debate over New York's economic climate after figures showed hundreds of companies relocated out of state in recent years, taking tens of billions of dollars with them. Did they talk? Does this article talk anything about the number of businesses that started or moved to New York?
No, but again, we're comparing. My point was,
if I had an
lot more companies,
if I became mayor of New York, if I became the mayor of New York, and 50,000 businesses left, but 60,000 got started, would that be good or bad?
How many companies? Let's look up how many companies are usually created.
Answer the question. Like you're telling me how many left without telling me how many got started, and that's like telling me how many people died last year without telling me how many people got born. Like, come on, dude.
Give me a second.
Yeah, they're like, but what? Like this 900. I don't even know what the source for that is. According to the data,
they said IRS. They said IRS data.
Right. Okay. Company migration data. But sure. But again.
Okay, give me a second here. Let me look up something, and then I'll speak to your point.
Okay. The trend
is you're talking about 23,000 businesses that were created. Let's look at how many businesses were created in 2024 and see if it's gone down.
I
think that would be a good comparison, wouldn't it?
Not necessarily, no.
Yes, it would, because you're arguing that he's doing better.
No, because you still need the other number. Like you can tell me that the number, right? But but you don't. like we don't, but far more businesses were started last year than left. So that's a net gain in businesses, which, by the way, just counting the number of businesses in a place is not a really particularly interesting economic figure because it doesn't tell us anything about how those businesses are doing. You're just finding one number that's negative that sounds bad and ignoring everything else. Like, this is a really narrow economic perspective on New York.
You're trying to actually make it narrow, and I'm trying to look at all the
I'm trying to
facts.
encompass all of the relevant, like...
You're not.
I'm asking you for that information, and you're telling me I'm not. What do you mean?
Okay, so what we're going to do, I'm going to look up how many businesses, my computer's being slow as shit. You can look it up if you want. I'm going to look up how many businesses were created in 2024, and then we'll see how many were created in 2025. And if there's more that are created, then yeah, that's going to be a good thing.
Okay. I just don't understand how you became so convinced about all of this, given that you have no understanding of the information involved. Like that, when people say when people say I don't have my sources, and I can say, well, then why are you convinced of this? I often don't have my sources, but I can tell you why I'm convinced of something. I can tell you, because the sources that I generally trust when it comes to this type of subject matter have convinced me of this state of affairs that I'd be willing to go digging and find the sources on, and it is because of that state of affairs that I draw this conclusion. Whereas you're sitting here confident that these sorts of policies are bad for New York or bad for places like generally, but you don't not only don't have the facts of the matter, you don't even seem to know which numbers would be the important ones to look up to assess the claim that you're making, which suggests to me that you didn't do this in the past, figure it out in a reasonable way, and then bring it to me, which is sometimes the case with me. Sometimes it's like, I became thoroughly convinced of that years ago when I read books about it. Let me go see what that information is. The exact reasoning I used years ago when I became convinced of this are a little bit lost to me today. I can admit that happily on the air, but then when we go look, we tend to find something reasonable, because that's why people trust me to run this show, is because I just, in my life, have done a pretty good job of not letting unreasonable bullshit permeate my thinking about things. Sometimes I'm wrong. Sometimes the audience points out that I'm wrong, and I let that happen. And it seems to me like you have not ever once in your life done enough of a rigorous analysis of the data that you're bringing me to draw the conclusion that you have. Because the conclusion that you're showing me simply doesn't draw from any of the information you've brought me today.
Again, I more wanted to come up to get a better understanding of your ideas, and then also I wanted your opinion on the consumption-based tax. That's why I told you I wanted to come up and talk about.
Yeah, I just think that that's a bloated, over-bureaucratic way of accomplishing, even if you did the math and like made the consumption tax work in such a way that it achieved the same thing as taxing the billionaires, it would just make more sense to tax the billionaires because it's a less bureaucratic system that already uses our current infrastructure, just changes the taxation brackets. Instead of like dissolving the entire like IRS and like starting over with something else, which would be catastrophic and would lead to all sorts of problems that we can't foresee because we're messing with a highly complicated system, a chaotic system. Chaotic in the way a mathematician would mean it, by the way. I'm not just complaining. I mean, like, it's actually chaotic in the way that it's hard to... A chaotic system is one where it's hard to predict the results of a catastrophic change to it. So we want to make smaller changes to the system to achieve the same outcome. So if we can achieve the same outcome through a sales tax or by taxing the wealthy, I'd prefer to do it by taxing the wealthy because it's a less catastrophic change to a fragile system.
Yeah. I see what you're saying, but ultimately, again, I think it goes back to the innovation thing. Is the main thing. It's going to lower innovation.
I don't think that bears out in like sociology. I think that the sort of society that I want to live in is one where people have more opportunity to innovate in greater ways, and that then doors aren't closed to people getting social mobility and putting money together for their projects. I think that the sort of policies that I promote are ones that will allow people to start small businesses, and small businesses do much more for innovation than big businesses.
Yeah, they do, 100%. I just
do you agree 100% that small businesses do more for innovation than big companies?
Yeah, I think they do.
Then why shouldn't we tax the big companies to help benefit the small ones?
Because if you tax big companies, how's that going to help the small ones?
Any number of ways. We could come up with a government grant program for people starting new businesses. We could come up with tax incentives for landlords to rent to people who are starting small businesses. We could get all sorts of creative about how the government could use that money to help small businesses.
Yeah, but ultimately these big businesses, which the economy depends on, if we are taxing those businesses and if they leave the U.S., if they don't want to be in the U.S.,
the profit margins are large. The profit margins are large enough.
You can't tax them if they leave.
Do you think Amazon's going to leave if we tax them more?
Dude, yeah, Amazon already has facilities all around the world.
Yeah. Fruit of the Loom makes their shirts in East Asia or something, which is why when I start selling merch, I'm very disappointed to announce the shirts themselves will probably not be made in the United States, but they will be printed here in Minnesota, working with a company on that this month, by the way. But anyway, yeah, that's all a problem. There's like international trade and stuff, like all these complicated economic things. But the idea that Americans would like really lose out if Amazon left, which, by the way, that might just be a win if Amazon left. You do realize that, right? They're evil. They enslave people through, like when we talk about wage slaves, we're talking about companies like Amazon and Walmart's really guilty of that sort of thing. Like, it might just be a win if Walmart left and Aldi took over.
I would agree with you on Walmart 100%. I think, again, Walmart's very evil. They are definitely wage slavery. I will agree with you on that.
Amazon is so evil, I personally boycott it. I haven't ordered anything on Amazon in years. Like many years, like long since before I became prominent online doing this show. Like I haven't given a penny to Amazon directly in like many years.
And I know they do a lot of stuff that, isn't necessarily the best. Now, again, my brother works at Amazon.
I consider one of the ways that I exercise my privilege, because I walk through life with privilege, and I try to walk through life in recognition of that fact. So I pay a little bit more and support local businesses instead of ordering on Amazon. I even tried my best to do that when I was poor. And a lot of the times, if I wanted something that I could only find delivered cheaply on Amazon, I just went without it. Like, so you're not really going to tell me that it's going to be a win to get rid of Amazon. I fucking hate Amazon in particular.
That's okay. And I think that Amazon does create a lot of jobs. Again, my brother works at Amazon. Now, I can tell you they do some very bad stuff.
Yeah, they contribute to a state of affairs with labor practices that make it very, very hard for people to have social mobility in this country, which gets back to the beginning of the conversation where I said that if people had greater social mobility and more free time to do what they wanted, they might start those small businesses that you yourself a moment ago admitted do more for innovation in this country than big companies like Amazon. Big companies like Amazon benefit from the innovation of small companies by buying up their technology from them and using it to run their business more efficiently, in complete flagrant disregard for the suffering of the people who work and shop at their businesses. That's bad.
Also, yeah, it is bad, but the real innovation that they're doing is being able to provide the goods and services so fast and at the scope that they do.
No, they shitify it. Like if you look at a country like China, like one of the countries that like the leftists like to point at as some like example of communism working, even though it's basically capitalism, except the government takes what they want when they need it, and then they call that communism. What we find is that China has been able to outperform the world on mass manufacturing. For decades, they did it because with like bad labor practices, but they've gotten better about their labor practices in China. But they've been able to get better at that because the technology has caught up to a point where they're able to have that ridiculously low manufacturing cost. But because of the way that these large companies work in the American market and in the global market generally, we have enshittification. We don't care how good a spatula it is. We care how much it costs to deliver it to a consumer on Amazon.com. So when the person takes out their spatula and it breaks right away because it's a fucking piece of shit and they have to buy another one, that's a good thing, even though the plastic from the spatula goes into the trash and pollutes the environment and doesn't leave the consumer any more happy, and they still have to buy it twice instead of having bought it nice because there's nowhere nice to buy a spatula from that they can afford. The whole system is fucking broken, and you're looking at the most evil people who benefit from it the most and saying that we need to support them? Nonsense.
I don't see how that's Amazon's fault, because it's ultimately the small businesses that create those products and the consumers.
And then Amazon makes a shittier one for cheaper and sells it, and that company goes out of business. That's bad.
Oh, I didn't know. I'll have to look into seeing. I'll look into that more if they're doing that. Yeah, that's.
Are you
not necessarily?
Do you not think that small businesses are being edged out by large companies and shitifying their products?
They are. Yeah.
I just complained about the fact that me and my manager are trying to find a fucking we're trying to find local shirts to print merch because people want to buy shirts with my disappointed ass face on them, and we're giving up. We can't find like an actually USA made shirt is going to be a very high quality shirt, but it's going to be like $100 or something. Whereas we are going to have to we are studying the labor practices of the companies that we're looking at buying from, and we're trying to find one that has a good human rights record, because I don't want to sell like shirts that fucking slaves made in a factory. So we're like doing our study on like human rights watch groups. Like we're analyzing like the way in which much these companies manufacture overseas so that we can try to sell shirts that I don't feel evil selling. And we are going to physically go work with a local silkscreen printing shop to get them done here so I can support the local community. So like I'm really actively working against this system because I'm in a position where I'm running a small business that now 3 people work at, and I have to do things that hurt the financial like health of the business in order to behave in a way that I think is ethical. And large companies don't do that because you can't become a large company without violating my personal most basic ethical considerations for how to run a business. That's bad.
Except taxing billionaires isn't going to lead to more companies coming into the U.S. where you can find U.S. companies that have shirts and everything. Because even if you tax the bigger companies, it's still going to affect the smaller companies. Like you said, they're predatory. They even take over companies. Guess what? Small companies depend on those bigger companies, and they need them too. And if you tax bigger companies, they're going to push their costs onto consumers and onto other companies. So it's not going to lead to more innovation.
Evil companies to leave. It is a win if they do. Because people still need to wear shirts.
It's not going to lead to more innovation to tax them.
People still need to wear shirts, so people will buy shirts.
But not from the U.S. when it costs more now for companies to produce. It's not going to bring anybody into the U.S.
But it is because of the process that you are defending that I have to buy overseas shirts for my merch. Because if we use the sort of policies that I'm interested in, somebody would become more likely to be able to become a shirt manufacturer here that says, hey, these are slightly more expensive than the market rate shirt for your basic merch printed shirt, but they're decent quality and they were made in the United States, and somebody like me could buy those, but I don't have a fucking option because of how broken this system is.
So these other countries that we're buying from don't also have capitalism?
They do.
So that system isn't breaking them to where they can't buy
Fruit of the Loom or whoever we're going to end up buying shirts from just isn't as evil as Amazon.
I get it, but your point is that our system is bad and causing it so that these other countries have to make the shirts. These are other countries that have capitalism. Your argument doesn't work.
I don't understand what it is about my argument you think isn't working.
Because you're saying that because of capitalism, we can't make shirts in the U.S., but yet we're buying shirts from places that have capitalism and are making shirts.
Yeah, capitalism is...
So how does capitalism make it so that we can't buy shirts? It doesn't, dude.
Because there's enough wealth and prosperity in this country for us to redistribute some of it so that it doesn't matter if a shirt is a little bit more expensive.
There isn't enough money because when you redistribute that wealth, guess what? Those businesses and those owners who have that money are going to increase the prices and is going to ultimately cause everything to be more expensive. It doesn't work out, and then they're just going to be less innovative.
But you're defending companies that are using evil practices to accomplish what you're saying they accomplish. I'm not
defending companies.
And you're ignoring all of the damage that these large, unchecked capitalistic giants do to this country.
I'm not defending the companies, I'm defending the system because the system's better than what you're trying to suggest.
I just don't understand your perspective at all, man. I really don't.
That's okay. And I'll look a little bit more into some of the things that you said. I will look up and maybe I'll come back with some more information.
I would invite that because we're a little over time. We've gone over my 4 hours,
Sure.
and it's my busy production day because I have an evening show at 7 o'clock Central Time on YouTube only tonight that I got to get ready for. So I really do invite you to like come back and try to make this make sense to me because it just doesn't. You're defending your bastion of defense in this conversation is a company that I personally boycott because I think it's literally evil.
Yeah, and ultimately, I really wanted to talk about consumption tax was the main thing, and I don't know a lot of these details on some of the other things, so I'll look into it a little bit more.
Okay, I do hope to hear back from you.
No, I hope to talk with you more. It's been nice talking with you, Oscar.
All right. That was a conversation with Dillon. My goodness. Capitalism, man. That's the thing. It's like, this is the capitalism episode. It's like I had somebody who thought capitalism was bad and I thought they were unreasonable. And this guy thought capitalism was good. I thought he was unreasonable. I think that we got to be more nuanced than that. All this black and white thinking, no good. Thank you, Nurse Elliot, for the $1 on Venmo. Uwu GG no heels. Is that like Gen Z speak? I'm sorry, I didn't comprehend that message, but I thank you for the $1. Darius sent $3 to say, during the post-World War II golden age, after the U.S. maintained a nominal top marginal rates above 90% in 1950, we had marginal tax rates of 90% at the top. Very, very good time for the American tax system. Apparently, taxing the rich gave us the most innovation. We already have a case study. Yeah, we do. We like great again, make America great again. It was great for middle and upper class white people in the 50s, 60s, and 70s when we were taxing the shit out of the most successful middle and upper class white people. Anyway. How can we not tell? They've been fooled. They're simping for the billionaires who designed the devices that brainwash them into thinking that billionaires are doing good. How can they not tell? They fell right for it. Thank you, Kronos, for the $2 YouTube super chat. He says, I'm back on my lunch. Only got half of it. Oh, love you, Kronos. Owl sent $10 to say, the rebate thing would disproportionately affect those with neurodivergencies. Ever heard of ADHD tax? It's an extra step that would end up fucking people over more than helping them. I literally brought that up earlier in this episode because I have ADHD, and I mentioned that I felt that there are some ways in which society is a little like disadvantages with people with ADHD because we're bad at following up on steps. Sorry, everybody's messages I haven't replied to lately. There are so many of you. Love you all. Jazz sent $5 to say billionaires don't innovate. By the way, that is why I hired Jessie to run my life. Because I have ADHD. I can't do all this shit myself. It's crazy what's happening to me right now. Jazz sent $5 to say billionaires don't innovate. They upsell stolen ideas. Elon Musk didn't make Tesla. He made a truck that can't handle rain. All his OG ideas suck. Correct indeed. That has been the Oskar Quentin Show today on this particular Sunday. If you like the things I do, you can go to the link tree in my bio and follow me for free on all the other platforms. If you're still watching on TikTok, make sure to click this account and follow it. That's the backup account that the show will be hosted from if this main account ever gets banned. Following me everywhere doesn't cost any money, but it definitely helps with some goals. We're creeping up on 10,000 followers on YouTube. Let's see how many it is. Oh, how many is it today? Dashboard. It is 8,343, and it will hopefully be more soon. Buy me a coffee came in. Let's have a look at that. Canadian Vicky sent $2 to say white men still don't have shit. White women still didn't have shit. Didn't even get their own bank accounts and credit cards until the 70s. Did I say white men or white people? I meant to say white men, middle and upper class white men. That is how I normally say that. Thank you for the correction, Vicky. I appreciate you. But yeah, Venmo, Cash App, Buy Me a Coffee, or Patreon are the ways to support, as well as the monthly memberships. And if you are a monthly member on the platforms, then you get into the members only stream that is done in the evenings after I finish the 7 p.m. Central Time show where I have a guest, and we do that on YouTube only to get around the filters. So I am going to be going forward doing more and more content that is only on YouTube because the debate platform really works on TikTok, but I'm trying to do some more nuanced discussion about some topics that really don't work on here with the censorship. So follow me on YouTube. Follow me on Instagram. That's where most of my followers are, and that is my primary social media account where you can really keep up to date with me. And it is the best place to message me if you do just want to message me. That's the show. See you guys tomorrow, 10 o'clock Central Time. Tonight, 7 p.m. Central Time, and then members only 9:30 whenever we wrap up and get ready for that. I think that's everything. See, I'm sitting here feeling concerned because normally I have somebody in the producer's chair, and I've gotten very used to that. I've gotten very used to looking over and seeing either a disapproving look or an approving look about ending the show. I don't think I'm forgetting anything. Thanks, everybody, for making today's show a fun one, even though some of the calls were difficult. Raid! Let's do a raid. That's what I need to start remembering to do. Who shall we raid? I'm going to take a moment to figure that out. Let's raid Michael Unmuted. Is he live? Yeah, that is his live. That's not somebody else's live. Yeah, let's go raid Michael Unmuted and tell him Oskar sent you. I'll see all you guys in that chat in just a second because I'll pop it up after I get off the live here. See you guys tomorrow. Goodbye, TikTok. Michael Unmuted. That's who we're raiding. Go to Michael Unmuted on TikTok. Go watch his live. I should see all of you there. Every one of you. All 400. Later, TikTok. And goodbye, YouTube.